From here, Call the meeting to order. Apologize that we're getting started just a few minutes late. We were having a little bit of technical difficulty with our video conference and also our witness there. We're just waiting for some logistics. We do have one of our witnesses that was to appear this afternoon on our first afternoon panel, the Desjardins Group, who are here and have indicated that they would be comfortable sitting in on this morning's panel instead. And given that we may or may not have the witness appearing by video conference, I think that would be a wise idea. If I don't hear any objection from the committee, I'm going to ask them to join us for this morning. Anyone have a concern with that? I don't hear any, so I will invite Mr. Brun from Desjardins Group to come to the table as well. So our panel this morning will consist of Brigitte Gagné from the Conseil canadien de la coopération et de la mutualité, and Mr. Brun from Desjardins Group, and we are expecting our witness by video conference from the Quality Deer Management Association to join us as well. So what we will do is I will start off with Ms. Gagné, and then move to Mr. Brun, and if our video conference witness is to join us, we'll have them go third. So I will now turn the floor to Ms. Gagné to make opening remarks. You have up to 10 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous désirons d'abord remercier tous les membres du comité de nous recevoir ce matin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, we would like to thank the committee for welcoming this morning at this meeting of the Special Committee on Cooperatives, which is studying cooperatives this summer. We would like to begin by expressing our support for the brief submitted by the Canadian Cooperative Association, an organisation representing a number of Canada's cooperatives, tabled on July 10th. In addition, we support the federal government's priorities regarding job creation, economic growth, and the effort to bring down the budget deficit. Thus, we wish to offer our recommendations to the committee to help attain these priorities. Their common objective is to position the cooperative and mutual movement as an important partner for the federal government. Cooperatives were born of the desire of a group of individuals to fulfill a collective need. These individuals pooled their skills and resources to that end. In so doing, they acquired means and expertise to which they would not otherwise have had access. In Canada, this practice was historically one of the cornerstones on which French language communities, including those constituting official language minorities, were built. The cooperative formula provided access to credit and savings, to critical economic development tools the banks had denied them. And so the Caisses Populaires were created, the credit unions. In rural settings, cooperative enterprises gave farmers access to markets by creating means of production under their control, while many insurance mutuals were founded on the basis of the principle of cooperation in hardship. The cooperative and mutual reflex was thus born in Canada, and it continues to be very active to this day. For Francophones, the cooperative model is one of the keys to their economic vitality and sometimes even to their survival, whether in terms of culture, housing, healthcare, or access to local services. The cooperative formula is part of French-Canadian DNA. French language cooperatives generate over 2/3 of all Canadian cooperative jobs and account for 41% of the country's cooperatives. Often, they are the largest employers in their communities. Today, they are diverse, operating in a variety of sectors, and are often bilingual. Active in every economic sphere, they can be recognized by their adherence to the 7 fundamental cooperative principles that govern them: foster good corporate citizenship, and inspire confidence among members and clients alike, all of which are essential to their long-term success. The Conseil canadien de la coopération et la mutualité was founded in 1946 and represents Canada's French language cooperatives. It comprises 8 provincial councils, 3,700 cooperatives and mutuals, and their 8.9 million Canadian members. Firmly rooted in its values of autonomy and intercooperation, the Canadian cooperative movement has, over time, put the necessary structure in place to ensure its development. First, provincial councils representing each province's cooperatives provide consulting services for business startups, the creation of new cooperatives, and emerging projects. Here I'd like to highlight the significance of this aspect of cooperatives. Those are the components that need help and support. Next are the 15 provincial sectoral federations and 2 pan-Canadian federations focusing on market development, pooling sectoral expertise and group buying. For its part, and in conjunction with the Canadian Cooperative Association, the CCCM provides the entire Canadian cooperative movement with coordination, consensus building and networking assistance in promoting the Canadian cooperative enterprise formula. Embracing the 6th cooperative principle with its focus on intercooperation, French language cooperatives and mutuals invest heavily in the creation of new businesses. In addition to their own regular activities, they provide direct support for the activities of cooperative development organizations through direct investment totaling millions of dollars a year. However, those contributions alone would be insufficient to ensure the continuity and consistency of the advisory services provided to date in both languages to developers across the country, much less sufficient to strengthen them. In several cases, with the recent abolishment of the Corporate Development Initiative Programme, maintaining that expertise is made more difficult and even questioned. Cooperatives and mutuals, whose chief characteristics are autonomy, accountability, legitimacy, equality and confidence, are effective and resilient. The difference between them and traditional businesses lies in collective investment. That investment is accumulated through the joint efforts of the individuals, clients, workers and citizens that make up their members. In the goal of meeting an economic, social, and cultural need. Traditionally, members have a legal relationship with their cooperative. They get personally involved and they contribute to it financially. These cooperatives and mutuals operate according to different accounting rules, different management principles, different laws and regulations, and different financing techniques. Collective ownership, participatory governance, and a culture of cooperation serve to protect members' and employees' interests, while continuing to target surpluses that will be invested in order to stimulate business growth, community involvement, and intercooperation. As a result, cooperatives are able to grow and carry on against all odds, and are better positioned to weather economic crises. However, they do encounter a number of obstacles. For example, the complexity and time involved in launching a cooperative enterprise, the scarcity and, in some cases, the complete lack of appropriate knowledge and expertise in assisting with startups, both in the private and public sectors, uncertainty regarding traditional investors' access to capital, owing to cooperatives' capital structure, control or profitability objectives, the cooperative difference, which is not recognized by some government programs, is also an obstacle. We note that these obstacles are greater during a cooperative enterprise's early stages of development, and that they tend to diminish over time as enterprises grow stronger. We believe that consulting services and capitalization tools tailored to cooperatives' needs and specificities, as it were, would help foster the creation and emergence of a greater number of these enterprises. Consider a work cooperative. Saving jobs is a mandate, a necessary mandate. It's imperative to such a business. Winding up corporate operations is a last resort. Offshoring will never be considered. This example clearly illustrates why cooperatives are forced to innovate and to be resilient. In recent years, we've seen cooperative enterprises pop up in fields as varied as healthcare, funeral services, energy, local transit, and communications. Innovation is a matter not only of developing new products and production methods, but also of exploring new cooperative business models. For example, solidarity cooperatives. And it's also about learning about new fields of activity. The work of consultants and researchers at sectoral federations and provincial councils fan that spirit of innovation by creating an environment conducive to the cooperative difference. Over 60% of all cooperatives created in Canada, and many of those innovations saw the light of day in Quebec, where the provincial government and cooperative movement have maintained a rewarding business relationship for many years. many Canadian laws have an impact on cooperatives. Last April, the accounting firm Mallette published a study pointing to major disparities in the tax treatment of Quebec cooperatives compared to the treatment afforded to traditional businesses. The study showed that due to a failure of the integration principle, their level of taxation was higher, particularly for investment income, income from subsidiaries, and capital gains. This poses an obstacle to the development of Quebec cooperatives. In its 2011 budget, the federal government proposed extending the notion of prohibited investment to include RRSPs. This amendment, set out in Bill C-13, has an impact on the use of RRSPs to invest in cooperatives. A shareholder who, alone or with a related person, holds 10% or more of a given category of shares in a cooperative is considered to hold a prohibited investment. The situation poses a risk for many small cooperatives, especially work cooperatives, because they're now forced to contend with yet another obstacle in their capitalization. In our opinion, these two situations demonstrate the importance of maintaining an ongoing dialogue between the cooperative movement and the federal government. We believe that it would be advantageous in such situations for a body representing cooperatives.
Time has expired. I will just give just 20, 30 seconds if you want to just, whoever it is of the two of you would like to just wrap things up for the group, but you have to make it brief.
Okay, so we'll go with the recommendation.
Alors, nos recommandations.
Our recommendations are these. Establish a new business relationship between the Canadian cooperative movement and the federal government under the umbrella of Industry Canada, and create an organisation responsible for all cooperative affairs. Create an interdepartmental committee on cooperative affairs that would see to an ongoing constructive dialogue with the movement, in particular to review all existing programs, laws and regulations, and ensure that they are fair and accessible to cooperatives, not excluding any other mandate. Transfer the statistical data compiled by the Rural and Cooperative Secretariat to Industry Canada or to national cooperative associations. Create a cooperative co-investment fund like the one just created in Quebec, and put in place capitalization tools similar to those found across Canada. Rectify the definition of prohibited investments to encourage the capitalization of cooperative enterprises through the use of RRSPs. Preserve and strengthen cooperative development expertise to give all Canadians access to cooperative consulting services in both official languages. And acknowledge and apply the cooperative formula as a means of revitalising official language minority communities in keeping with the roadmap for Canada's linguistic duality. Those are our recommendations. Thank you.
I do apologize that time does go quickly, I know, and I'm sure that, obviously as members have an opportunity to question you later, that some of the other things that you have in your package will be drawn out, I hope. I will just point out that we have had our witness who's with us, Mr. Adams, appearing by video conference. Hello, Mr. Adams, can you hear us?
I sure can. Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, good morning. And so we have one other group that will be presenting, and then we'll have you present so in about 10 minutes or so. But just wanted to welcome you and make sure that committee members were aware you were with us. I also neglected to thank Monsieur Laflamme for being here as well. Thank you. And I'm sure we'll have more opportunity to hear from you as members are moving to questioning lines. So I'll move next to Desjardins Group, Mr. Brun. The floor is yours for 10 minutes to make opening remarks.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the whole, I'd say that the Desjardins movement is happy to see this committee come into existence, and we thank you for the opportunity you've given us to express our views on the issue of cooperatives. We firmly believe that this is a very important initiative, particularly given that this is the International Year of Cooperatives as declared in 2012 by the UN. And primarily because cooperatives are first and foremost an economic model that is very important, just as important as others, but is relatively unknown when we compare it to more traditional models, the ones we usually see of shareholder corporations, public corporations. To give you something of the backdrop, the Desjardins movement has now been in existence for 112 years. So we can say we've been very successful, and we have a mission. It's a very particular mission. When we compare it to traditional models, we want to contribute to economic and social development of both people and communities. In order to achieve that, we have to realize that the Desjardins movement is, as it says, a movement. It's not concentrated or centralized, as are the structures of traditional corporations. It is a network of cooperatives that are individuals, safe, projectable, brought together, and supported by a network of subsidiaries. The Mouvement Desjardins is also very active in financial education, education on democracy and the economy, education on solidarity, individual responsibility, and collective responsibility. To give you an overview of what the movement is and does, we are talking about 400 Caisses Populaires in Canada, 1,300 service points, almost 2,600 ATMs in Quebec alone, and 5.6 million members in Quebec and Ontario. So the Desjardins movement, we estimate, serves some 70% of Quebecers. The Caisse Desjardins movement has $200 billion in shares of in assets of Canadians that are managed by the cooperative movement. So that is an excellent illustration of what cooperatives can do, how they can develop, and what they can bring. We would like to highlight the fact that cooperatives and mutuals are excellent job creation sources, vectors for financial stability and service to communities. Cooperatives and financial cooperatives are often active in areas and communities that are less well served by traditional businesses. However, we still do face a number of challenges. The main challenges have already been mentioned by those who came before me: access to capital, protection of reserves, and those challenges have to be met, particularly with the help of government support and a legislative and regulatory framework that is suitable. Like all business models, cooperatives and mutuals face all those issues, and we believe that there are solutions for each of those issues. The Desjardins movement has tabled quite a detailed brief, to which we have appended an economic study that is also very detailed. It was carried out at the end of 2011, and we would refer you to it. So to give you an idea of the cooperatives have a strong presence in communities and also develop and participate in the development of job creation and economic development. The benefits include risk capital for businesses, the creation and maintenance of over 35,000 jobs. Moreover, cooperatives are internationally recognized. They're also recognized in Canada, and that is an important message that we must get across whenever we talk about financial stability and security. The Mouvement Desjardins is the sixth largest financial institution in Canada, but it is also the fourth largest financial institution, the fourth safest financial institution according to international rankings, the fourth safest in North America and the 18th safest in the world. Those are extremely important signals showing how cooperatives can assist in providing financial security. The cooperative model also balances out share capital models. It's not just an economic engine, but brings added value to the economy that we should promote. So on that, I'm going to cede the floor to Mr. Adam. I'm very happy to be here today, and I will be very happy to answer any of your questions.
Much. We will now move to our Mr. Adams, who is appearing with us by video conference. And you will have the floor for up to 10 minutes to make some opening remarks to the committee as well. So the floor is now yours for up to 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning and present to the committee. The organization that I work for, the Quality Deer Management Association, we deal with cooperatives from a little different end than what we've heard so far this morning. We're dealing with the natural resources. I do live on the United States side, but work regularly in Canada. And essentially, the cooperatives that we work with are either landowner cooperatives or deer management cooperatives, where we're bringing hunters, sportsmen and women, agencies together that manage the natural resources, your Ministry of Natural Resources, for example. As we take a look at some of these, by far we can improve wildlife management programs, habitat management programs, which benefit all citizens throughout the province if we can do a better job managing wildlife and habitat. And what we have seen is by forming these landowner cooperatives, which are essentially groups of landowners or hunters who work collectively together on these small parcels of land to better manage the wildlife that's there and, importantly, the habitat that's there, because if we do a good job managing that habitat, a multitude of wildlife species will benefit from that. So what we see is by putting some of these together, forming these neighborhood or these landowner cooperatives, what we end up seeing is far improved habitat management programs, wildlife management programs, which benefit certainly the hunting industry, the habitat industry, and the ministry overall within regard to province-wide with natural resources, which is important on the United States side, but certainly important on the Canadian side where you have such abundant natural resources and beautiful scenery, etc. So what we have done is we have literally worked with private individuals, state agencies, provincial agencies, federal agencies throughout the U.S. and through much of Canada to help align and provide this model for allowing these landowners, sportsmen and women to come together to create these cooperatives to then enhance the ability they have to manage these natural resources. So we have literally worked with hundreds or thousands of landowners to do this. We have worked with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to form a model for developing these cooperatives around federal lands and with states to develop the same thing around state lands, and we are currently in negotiations with a couple states to develop a cooperative position whose sole purpose will be to work with these landowners and sportsmen and women to develop wildlife management cooperatives throughout different parts of these states to enhance exactly what we're talking about from the natural resources end. One thing that's nice about it is that you can take a look at, you have your Ministry of Natural Resources that oversees the wildlife management within the province, and they're responsible for setting bag limits, season dates, etc. However, it's the sportsmen and women that have to buy into those programs and play their part to have a fully impact what you have from a wildlife management end, whether you're talking white-tailed deer, moose, bear, waterfowl, etc. And the more of those people that you can get on board with the ministry officials and the managers of that buying into what they're doing and allowing that to happen on all of that private land throughout the province, it just allows those programs to be far, far more successful. And what we've seen is that there are literally hundreds of thousands of acres on the United States side now in these landowner cooperatives working cooperatively with the state agencies, in your case the provincial agency there, to allow the programs to be far more successful. Now, there are literally hundreds of individual cooperatives here in the northeastern U.S. where I live. There are thousands of them throughout the United States, and they are just beginning in Canada. QDMA Canada was incorporated in 2006, so we are an educational organization that helps teach people the value of managing habitat wisely, managing wildlife wisely, and the idea of these cooperatives and how they can benefit all. And this is a very new concept in Canada, but it is a concept that is growing, and it has spread rapidly across the last decade throughout the United States. It's what we see as the future of wildlife conservation on our side, and I'm guessing that the same thing is going to happen on your side. The model is a proven model. It works extremely well. It certainly will apply to the situation that you have with private versus public land there, with the number of sportsmen and women that you have, and in the natural resource industry on your side. So it is very fitting that this fits in well with the committee discussing this and the talks today. It's something that is proven here, and will work extremely well in Canada as well. And as an organization, we look forward to being part of that and improving wildlife management and natural resource management in Canada.
Thank you very much. And appreciate the opening remarks of all of our witnesses here today, and look forward to the questioning now. We'll move to the first round, and up first we have Madame Leblanc for up to 5 minutes.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you to all our witnesses this morning. You've given us a lot of information in little time, but we'll take advantage of this question period to explore a little further. First of all, from Ms. Gagné, I'd like to know how you see certain things. You have discussed how the cooperative system contributes to the vitality of communities, particularly to minority communities, official language minority communities. And I think that is one goal of the Canadian government. It's to promote communities across Canada. So I'd like you to describe the role of the federal government in the development of the cooperative movement. How would you qualify the importance of that role? At present, the Canadian government, through Canadian Heritage, is conducting public hearings across Canada on the federal government's role and also on the results of the roadmap, which one might say is the strategic plan on official languages. That roadmap comes to an end in March of next year, and the government is now looking at the possibility of a newer version. So Mr. Moore is traveling across Canada and holding discussions. The results of those discussions have been very good, it seems. I think what we need to bear in mind is this. Francophones, historically, have always come together so that they could consolidate their community life, as it were. And it's even more important for them to be able to do that in minority language communities. Look at Nova Scotia, for example. Those are minority language communities. Small communities, they're quite remote, some of them. And people come together so that they can develop an economic life. If the federal government didn't support those communities, that would jeopardize their very survival. And that's not just my opinion, it's the opinion of people on the ground. So, if I understand it, you do see a role for the federal government in the emergence of new cooperatives. So you think they should be providing help and support to new cooperatives. The federal government, in your view, does have an important role to play there to support the cooperative movement. Absolutely. I don't want to provide a vision necessarily of what the federal government's going to do, but it has always had a presence. It's had a presence for years in the development of the cooperative movement, both in the creation of new cooperatives, in their emergence, in innovation. Without the support of the federal government, even with the help and financial support of the entire movement, we could never achieve what we have achieved today without the help of the federal government. So we need the support of the federal government. We need as well its capacity to legislate appropriately so that cooperatives can take advantage of that foundation. Thank you. My next question is for Mr. Brun. The Jenkins report on federal support to innovation, that's the report to which Ms. Monique Leroux Desjardins contributed. The report states that Canadian businesses will have to innovate so that Canada can maintain its current standard of living. How do you see the cooperative movement contributing to innovation? And do you have any examples you can provide? Thank you for the question. The characteristics of cooperatives often make them drivers of innovation and development. They are strongly rooted in communities, and in so being, they are very aware of the local needs, the needs of local communities, which are often very specialized. That's why the Desjardins movement adopted a networking mode of operation so that stakeholders on the ground are the most involved. That said, access to financing and capital is extremely important. And if we are to promote that development and that innovation, we have to provide for a number of mechanisms that are conducive to providing startup capital so that initiatives can go ahead. So cooperatives do contribute in that way to innovation so that they meet the needs of members. Thank you. My bell's gone off.
Much. We will now move to Mr. Gore for 5 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci à nos témoins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses for being here this morning. I have a question for Mr. Bras. You said that the Desjardins movement is one that is a very secure financial base. Year after year, the Caisse Populaire have consolidated their bases. What are the reserve funds of the Caisse Populaire funds that provide the financial stability that you mentioned? That's a very good point and question, and I'm glad you have brought this into the discussion. I spoke only very briefly of the Desjardins structure. We have a network, autonomous financial institutions that are brought together into a group. Since it is a financial institution, a savings institution, there is a protection by government organizations. There is deposit insurance, but there is an intermediate level that is the stability fund, in which each of the individual caisses, each individual credit union provides a contribution, and that creates a solidarity that underpins the stability of the whole. So if one part of the organization is in difficulty, the rest of it can, as it were, come in to help. I can provide more technical details on how this works, if you like. But it's an intermediate level within the group, and at that level we do constitute reserves. This is extremely characteristic of credit unions. Because they're democratic in their makeup, because it's members who vote, we have a way of operating that is somewhat less aggressive financially, and that is more secure, and that provides a counterweight to traditional corporations. Each individual credit union also has its own reserve fund, in addition to providing the funds to the cooperative reserve, as it were. The Stability Fund is managed by the group as a whole for the benefit of all individual cooperatives within it. That said, each cooperative, each credit union in the Desjardins group can provide its own additional cushion. My second question is to Ms. Gagné. We know that insurance mutuals have been around for a long time, 160 years in Quebec. They're even older than our federation as a whole. Could you talk to us a little about the financial status or condition of mutuals in Canada, insurance companies? How is everything going? That's a very good question. Would you care to talk about it? On the whole, mutuals in Quebec are in very good financial health, be it the Pro-Mutual network that you talked about or the others. There are over 50 in Quebec and more than 100 across Canada. Given the difficulties there have been in the life insurance sector, those in life insurance are finding it more difficult. We've seen the Canadian Union go bankrupt because of difficulties with very low interest rates, so it's very difficult to maintain reserves at an appropriate level for those mutuals. But mutuals involved in damages insurance, home insurance, agricultural insurance, they're doing very, very well. They're in very good financial health. The market share of mutuals in insurance in Quebec is what, 40% more? It's about 15%. Thank you. I'd like to come back to the Desjardins movement. 35,000 jobs are maintained in Quebec. 45,000, closer to 45,000 throughout the Caisse Populaire network across, yes, that's the whole group. So I don't have much time, but I'd like to hear about the Caisse Populaire. How does it work? How does the structure work? I'll try to be brief. The Desjardins movement is it's the members who hold the individual cooperatives. They have governance structures, I should say, that elect the president of the Desjardins movement. So all the credit unions are brought together into a federated group, and that cooperative network itself has a number of share capital subsidiaries to serve all the other niches and other activity sector like damages insurance, realty, and trust services. So on the whole, we have a structure that has a central point, as its central point, the federation. But the federation isn't just, it's not a headquarters, it's a federation with genuine powers on the direction the movement takes. And that's the difference that characterized the Desjardins movement has made it possible to develop as a cooperative. Its operation is both autonomous and vested in small organization, but also represented in a larger body that has genuine power and can develop on a different scale. And often that is the issue, the problem cooperatives face, development beyond a certain level.
I'll move to Mr. Boulanger for 5 minutes.
Merci. Bonjour, Monsieur Dame.
Good morning. I have a few brief questions. Thank you for the brief that we have received. It is, and for the documents you submitted with it. Desjardins is one of the 3 top cooperatives in Quebec. So can anyone join in? Can anyone be at the summit, or is it by invitation only? The International Summit of Cooperatives is open. It's an initiative that was established. It includes the academic sector, the business sector, and the International Alliance, the International Alliance of Cooperatives. So any member of the committee who wished to attend could? Yes, absolutely. Everyone is invited. Mr. Laflamme, I read that you're the Director General, the President, the Assistant General Manager, and President of the Federation of Funeral Cooperatives of Quebec. Could we have some information on that organization? How many co-ops does it include? How many members? I'd like a little background, because I have a feeling that you're concentrated primarily in Quebec. I know one is being established in Ottawa with 500 members. Could you send us that information? Yes, I'd be happy to. We have 26 cooperatives in Quebec, but 15 members outside Quebec also. In PEI, we're very present. I don't know if any members from here are there. There's 7 funeral cooperatives in Quebec, and there's some in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia as well. One's going to be operational in Ottawa very, very soon. So I'd be happy to provide you that information. Well, we hope not to need you for quite some time. This morning, 3 topics were briefly raised and had been touched on little, if at all, in our previous questions. The Mallet study, fiscal integration, tax integration that is unfavorable, that disadvantages the cooperative movement. That's something I'd like to understand. There won't be time this morning, Ms. Gagné, so I'd like to ask you either for a copy of the Mallet report for all committee members or for an explanation of why this happens. Second, a transfer of businesses. We know that historically in Canada, the private sector is facing and will continue to face a generation transfer crisis, and the notion that the cooperative sector might bring solutions that otherwise might not exist is a very important one. So if you would, And if others listening might be able to provide information or suggestions, that would be excellent. I think we should include that in our reflection. The third is somewhat more delicate. It's the issue of demutualization. I'd like to ask you to comment on that now. I won't have to ask Mr. Adams any questions, unfortunately. Very quickly on demutualization, we have submitted a brief to the Minister of Finance on that. We are against it. We are against a demutualization of insurance mutuals in Canada. But if it were to happen, we would wish the Minister to ensure that the collective wealth accumulated in the past 160 years be kept within the cooperative movement. Ms. Gagné? The Mellet study will be sent to you without fail this afternoon. With regard to corporate transfers, a study has been conducted recently. We know that this is a particular challenge for the cooperative movement. It is a corporate challenge generally, but it's also an important challenge within the cooperative movement. So we're looking at it very carefully with researchers. We can send you that study as well this afternoon. Transfert d'entreprise, corporate transfer. I think there has been something said by Desjardins about corporate transfer. We are partnering with the government of Quebec. There are tools that provide access to capitals and that deal with the issue of succession in the cooperative sector. Demutualization has to be seen in context. We talk about a regulatory framework that has to be suitable, a legislative framework that has to be suitable. What the cooperatives provide is that protection of reserves. As previous witnesses have said, cooperatives have a much higher rate of survival. Why? Because they're more stable, because their governance is more cautious, they accumulate surpluses over time, they develop reserves that depend on their success on the markets. But those reserves must be used to help them to develop. They mustn't be an incentive to demutualization. The current members shouldn't be allowed to appropriate those reserves. So when we talk about demutualization, we can say that a company might want to develop its structure, have it evolve, but if it does that, it's unacceptable that the result be to unduly enrich either members or the leaders of a cooperative or mutual.
Very much, and we'll move to our second round of questioning now, and up first I have there Mr. Lemieux for 5 minutes.
Merci à nos témoins pour votre présence ici.
Thank you to our witnesses. I have a few financial questions for Mr. Brun, perhaps. You represent Desjardins. On the committee, we have a number of times heard from several witnesses that when co-ops seek funding so that they can expand or move projects forward, they face a number of challenges. Those challenges have been explained as perhaps a lack of education in the financial sector. They can't find the funding they need, the financing they need. So I'd like to know whether, well, this is my opinion, but I think the problem is a little more complex than that. Like demutualization, it's quite a complex issue and not necessarily particular to co-ops. So perhaps you might explain what the challenges are when a cooperative seeks capital or financing to expand their operations. And in your view, is it just a question of education? Are co-ops poorly understood? Are there, by contrast, legal barriers? Is it difficult to seek collateral? Or is it difficult for financial institutions to perceive cooperatives of having appropriate collateral? Is it easier for cooperatives to work with a financial co-op to get funding for projects and so on? Thank you, Mr. Lemieux. That's a very good question. And it is, as you said, a very complex one. So we'll try to keep our answer reasonably general, but if there is additional information to give, please rest assured that we'll be happy to provide it to all committee members. We can provide more technical information if you wish, for example. When it comes to funding, I think, first of all, we have to make a distinction between the funding of a small cooperative, startup capital, and financing or access to capital by a larger cooperative. So for a small cooperative, it can be difficult to obtain startup funding because they can't always share equity or property in the same way as a traditional corporation. With a large cooperative, the financial institutions don't all know them as well. There might be more awareness with Desjardins, so there are issues of awareness, and there are also legal issues, though. The legal issues, let me give you an example. The Desjardins movement in spring issued over $1 billion in capital in permanent shares, but to do that had to work very closely with the government, with both levels of government, just so that it could structure that issue of shares, which became permanent shares of the cooperatives, and will bring in dividends. So that issue of capital can be done, but must be done very closely, by working very closely with government so that it meets all the criteria in place. But when that's done, it can be very successful. So that capital, which is issued by a cooperative, becomes they become first-class shares. Cooperatives, given their structure, are more stable. There's more loyalty. They're more deeply rooted in communities. But they also have difficulty in gaining quick access to capital since they can't issue shares at will. So they often keep a reserve, a safer, more secure capitalization reserve. So they're often at 17%, for example. Desjardins at 17%, and that's much higher than major Canadian banks. So there's a need to work very closely with government so that adjustments can be made and so that the legislation is properly adapted not only to the way traditional corporations work, but also to the way that cooperative operations work. Is there anything you would like me to elaborate on? Mr. Bélanger was talking about the funeral cooperatives, the Federation of Funeral Cooperatives. We are clients of the Caisse Populaire Desjardins, and they've agreed to fund both our network and individual cooperatives within our network. So the Desjardins credit unions are playing an important role in finding existing small and medium-sized businesses.
Much. We'll now move to Madame Brosseau for 5 minutes.
Super. Merci tout le monde.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Lebrun. Quebec is clearly a province with a very dynamic cooperative movement. Desjardins is like a torch. Could you please explain what Quebec does to promote the development of that cooperative movement? Could the federal government take similar measures to give a more dynamic impetus to the cooperative movement in Canada? I think the simplest response is that there must be close cooperation between cooperatives and government. There must be an ongoing dialogue with government. to ensure that rules can be adapted quickly and meet the needs of cooperatives. In Quebec, cooperatives have been around for a very long time. The Desjardins movement is celebrating its 112th year of existence. But above and beyond that, there is an ongoing dialogue with the government. One of the best examples was this issue of shares that I was just talking about. It required very close cooperation between government and the cooperative. Another aspect is the protection of cooperative reserves. In Quebec, the cooperative's reserve cannot be shared. That simply means that assets accumulated over the years cannot be appropriated overnight, either by private sector financiers or by new members or by leaders of the cooperatives. So that ensures both stability and longevity for the cooperative, and those are the two main pillars that keep us stable. Now, the federal government is reflecting on mutual insurance companies and the possibility of having of protecting reserves. So those questions must be addressed. Could I also point out that when the Cooperative Development Initiative was established by the federal government, the small amounts that were paid out by each provincial council in individual provinces, so that advisory services for startup could be provided, had a very strong leveraging effect. In some provinces, there was no support for the cooperative movement or for cooperative development. The program did make it possible to leverage assistance from provincial governments, and the fusion of those small sums led provincial governments to, and they said, well, this movement is there, the federal government's involved, let's see how we can promote cooperatives in our province. So we've seen a progression in the commitment of provinces to the movement. So recent cuts and changes, the end of the Economic Development Corporation might have consequences. If somebody wanted to start up a new cooperative, there could be a significant impact. It's not very easy to start up a cooperative. You need support, be it from your province or from the federal government. So these cuts are going to have an impact. The Cooperative Development Initiative, if cut means that it's going to be very difficult for cooperative to start up advisory services in both official languages across Canada, and it will have a direct impact of official language minority communities. So it's very important for us to find some way, some solution, some alternative to replace something that's going to be slowly dying until March 2013, and to see how we can bring those services back. They're essential to communities. If we look at the future, I think we'll need good communication and support. How do you see the future?
Notice the time has expired, but I will. You have put a question, and I'll just, if you would like to answer it, but just make it brief, please.
Comme je disais au début, je ne crois pas qu'il est de notre rôle de...
As I was saying at the beginning, I don't think our role is to tell the government what to do. However, we believe that the government must continue playing that leveraging role. It must have a role with the cooperative movement that helps foster its development and that helps encourage the provinces. Within its own departments, it has to promote understanding, knowledge and expertise in the area of cooperative development that expertise must exist within departments that create legislation.
Across to the government side, and we'll have Mr. Payne for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and my questions to the witnesses through you. And first of all, I'd like to thank the witnesses for coming today, and also our video conference, Mr. Adams, for joining us. I'm going to have a few questions, but I think I want to start with Desjardins Group. And in terms of the umbrella group, how does that play right across the country, and what regulations are you faced with, obviously from province to province, and then thirdly, what in terms of federal regulations are helping to allow you to move from province to province and have these organizations as part of the umbrella?
Okay. Well, this is quite a large question also for such a group as Desjardins. So Desjardins is constituted, the Caisses Populaires are incorporated under the provincial Quebec legislation, and under the Federation. And as I mentioned before, there is the subsidiary side, which are basically a share capital company owned by the group. So on the insurance side, those companies are also some provincially incorporated, so you would need what license to operate in the other provinces. On the, let's call it the banking side, for the Caisse Populaire, they can act within their own province. That's why Desjardins has mainly a Caisse Populaire in Quebec. It also has the Caisse Populaire of Ontario, which are under their own federation, which is affiliated to the Desjardins Group. So there's, of course, always a challenge because of those multiple jurisdictions in which Desjardins is operating. So this is always the kind of challenge we are facing. But what we have to say is that we try to serve the members throughout Canada. So on the banking services, sometimes you will help through tools like the virtual tools or the Internet, but mainly the banking services to the individual members are based in Quebec or in Ontario under the Federation of the Caisse of Ontario. In the rest of Canada, Desjardins is mostly active on the insurance side, so it's the general insurance and the life insurance, the wealth management sector.
Okay. I just had some questions also for Mr. Adams. I just found it interesting that you would have cooperatives, but I'm not certain how that actually works in terms of membership, what kind of fees, and how does that help provincial, and secondly, where exactly in the provinces, is it in Quebec, is it Ontario, that your organization is working on developing these cooperative land deals?
Well, most of the cooperatives that we work with there are informal through the landowners. So some of them will have an actual contract that they sign or an agreement, but most don't. Most are informal in that handshake deals where they agree to follow a loosely set of guidelines that are developed by the cooperative members to better manage the habitat and wildlife that are there. Now, where the provincial and the federal government comes into this is through making this information available to the sportsmen and women of Canada, promoting those cooperatives as a model for managing wildlife. And so it's less in a monetary end or an oversight end, and more in a promotion and teaching end from the agency side. We are based out, actually we work throughout Canada, mostly eastern Canada, spend more time in Ontario and Quebec than the other provinces, mostly because we're a membership-based organization, and we have more members in Ontario, Quebec, and New Brunswick than we do in western Canada. So we have a volunteer base, which are our members, that help teach, because we're an educational organization, and that's what we provide to information on, how to manage deer and other wildlife habitat, working cooperatively with the Ministry of Natural Resources and other managers to work together to make sure we can improve this. So because of that, our membership base, we have more in Ontario than anywhere else, and then that helps facilitate that movement and grow. And just as we've seen on the United States side, increased numbers of members, which then facilitate cooperatives throughout mostly the whitetails range is where we work with deer more than anything else. We're starting to see that same thing on the Canada side, starting mostly out of Ontario, to a lesser extent in Quebec.
I'm still a bit vague in terms of what happens in terms of membership. The land groups become the membership. Are there any fees having to be paid?
Actually, no.
Sorry?
I'm sorry, no, there's no fees. The membership that I spoke of, it was membership to our organization, the QDMA. That is not required for these cooperatives. Many times that is the information that provides the impetus for people to be involved in the cooperatives, but there is no membership fee, there's no membership base. It's open to anybody who wants to be involved and to learn more about wildlife and habitat management, teach others on it, and then collectively bring these smaller properties together so that you have a larger acreage base to have a bigger impact on those habitat and wildlife programs. But no, zero fees, certainly nothing to us, and it's all voluntary and in most cases informal.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. We'll move now to Mr. Harris. You have the floor for the next 5 minutes.
Merci beaucoup à tous les témoins d'être.
Thank you to all our witnesses for being here today. Before we begin, there is some committee business that I have to take care of.
I'd like to serve notice of motion at this time that we intend to bring forward a motion that the Special Committee on Cooperatives invite the Minister of Agriculture to appear before the committee before August 30th, 2012, and the clerk will be receiving an email shortly in both official languages with that motion to be discussed later. Encore merci d'être ici.
Again, thank you for being here today. I have a number of questions to ask. We can begin with you, Mr. Brun. The summit in October is something you mentioned. Imagine 2012. Could you tell us something about the summit? Thank you. As I said in the introduction, 2012 is the International Year of Cooperatives, as declared by the UN. All countries are invited to work together and take part. And in Canada, Desjardins is by far the largest financial cooperative, almost 6 million members. So there was an option of taking part in a number of events, but as we thought about it, we decided to cooperate and to invite St. Mary's University and the International Alliance to invite the world to Canada to see how cooperatives work in Canada. This was also an excellent springboard to commission specific studies on the development of cooperatives, on the evolution of how these organizations work and contribute to economic and financial stability. So instead of participating in a local event, we wanted something that would bring people together in Canada. This kind of summit has never been held. It's a first worldwide. We're very proud of it, and we hope it'll be a tremendous success. Thank you. Well, I know we're eager to be a part of it and to have an opportunity to learn about best practices here and around the world. We hope that the committee will not present its report before we've had a chance to be at the summit and see what we have to learn there. Ms. Gagné, thank you for your brief. I note that there are a number of recommendations in it, and there are some questions I'd like to ask about them. The third recommendation, to transfer the statistical data compiled by the Rural and Cooperatives Secretariat to Industry Canada. Why is that recommendation there? Well, as you know, the Rural and Cooperative Secretariat was put forward a few years ago by the Conservatives, and for some years has been working with cooperatives. It's a gateway for cooperatives to the federal government. So with those cuts to the Secretariat's resources, these statistics on which we rely to provide an overall profile of what's happening in cooperatives in Canada, those data aren't going to be there. part of those data were compiled in 2010. They were collated in 2010, but there is nobody at the moment who can process them into an acceptable form. So these data are important for us because they're the only ones in Canada that can give us some idea of the size and scope of the cooperative movement in Canada. There is nothing else. So this was an important investment by the federal government, a data processing system for these data. We want that to survive. I completely agree. In two recommendations, the second and the third, you mentioned Industry Canada. Yesterday we heard that there was a thought of transferring responsibility for cooperatives from Agriculture Canada to Industry Canada. Well, that's been under discussion for a number of years now. I remember a standing finance committee a few years ago where the question was put. The transformation of the cooperative movement, its function within a number of very disparate sectors, its evolution within the Canadian economy, combined to mean that we aren't just agricultural cooperatives. We aren't just in any particular field of activity or sector. We're everywhere. We're not just in health. We're in fisheries, we're natural resources, funerals, forests. So that diversity means that being part of Agriculture Canada, we're not just associated with agriculture alone. So we need a gateway that not only provides access and cooperation with the federal government, but is representative of the nature of the cooperative movement. So we thought Industry Canada would be the right fit, a department that could meet those particular needs for cooperatives, would be that bridge.
We'll now move to Mr. Bowen for the next 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome to the panel. I join my colleagues in thanking you for being with us this morning. A couple of questions. First, Mr. Adams, does your organization work with other national groups like Ducks Unlimited? Do you have any partnership arrangements there or any kind of liaison between your group and others in Canada here?
Yes, sir, we do. We work with Ducks Unlimited. We work with the National Wild Turkey Federation, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, and numerous other nonprofit wildlife conservation organizations, as well as state, provincial, and federal organizations. So we don't have a specific liaison to work with those other groups in Canada. I serve as our Director of Education and Outreach, so I would facilitate that role. But yeah, we work closely with many of those other groups on numerous issues.
Thank you. To the panel now, across Canada there's different groups that are mutual groups, credit unions, different groups called co-ops. Do you see anything in a national theme down the trail within the next 5-10 years where we would have maybe an organization from one of the provinces establish themselves in other provinces and become part and parcel of the financial landscape of the country in terms of, like the Royal Bank is everywhere, Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce is everywhere. Do you see mutuals also taking that role across the country, being financial institutions that you can plug into anywhere in Canada? Yes, no, maybe?
Yeah. Yes, well, absolutely. Probably not in the way you're mentioning, like Royal Bank of Canada. as I mentioned in the introduction, Desjardins Group is already close to 200 billions in assets, so which is it is quite a large financial institution and active throughout Canada through its Caisse Populaire or the subsidiaries. We are also providing services or products to other credit unions. You don't have to estimate the inter-cooperation that we do together. So that's one of the characteristics of co-ops. We try as much as possible to work together. Within Desjardins, we even have a special team specialized to discuss, to be in a continuous contact with the credit union, to see how we can work better together, how we can offer those services. But at the same time, the purpose of a Caisse Populaire or credit union is also to remain grassrooted in its community. And that's why I mention always the way we work is more through a network. So it will be a network of Caisse Populaire or credit union under a federation. We believe that a large part of the success of Desjardins is because its federation has real effective power over the whole network. In the rest of Canada, you have centrals in every provinces, but you have some actives in more than one province. For example, Central One is a central active in British Columbia and Ontario. So you will see, I believe, a lot of evolution on the credit union side and the Caisse Populaire side in the upcoming years.
Right. Good. Madame, what's your vision?
And for the other cooperatives outside of the financial system, I would say that they are in front of the same challenge than any other enterprise. And this is to an international market, an opening market. So they have to be extremely strategic and begin to think to go outside of their own, I would say, primary vision. So, like, for example, AgroPure that you will have this afternoon here, you can ask them. They are now in Brazil. They are looking at different ways to maximize, their work, the way that they are doing business, and to extend their market in many ways. La Coop Fédérée is the same now in Ontario and in the central of Canada, New Brunswick and central Canada. So all our cooperatives are thinking strategically to position themselves inside of an international market.
Okay. How's the time, Chair?
We've got no time left. So we will move now to Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the witnesses. It's interesting to hear because the credit union I belong to, which is actually First Ontario in the province of Ontario, obviously started out as an auto workers credit union with one branch, and now I think is the third or fourth largest in the province, and has moved along. In fact, their ex-CEO is here this afternoon, who's now the CEO of Alterna, Mr. Leahy. And so, as you talked about, Madame Gagné, and I believe Monsieur Brun as well, this idea that folks are innovating and changing because many places that had, at least on the financial side, credit union side, many small industries would have had one branch credit union, whether that be at places like Ferranti Packard, for instance, that used to be open in St. Catharines is now closed. That credit union had to find a place to go when those employees no longer had a place to work, and ended up merging with different ones. I think they went to Meridian, actually, which is the largest in Ontario. And so do you see, you started to talk about that innovation and how, the sense of the visions perhaps and mission statements are changing, especially on the financial side. But I think you were also alluding to the sense that the vision and perhaps the mission statements were changing on the non-financial side of cooperatives and looking at a broader picture that, yes, can sometimes be within a province and sometimes not, in fact, I think internationally. So I'm interested to how can policymakers help that type of innovation for those who wish to choose it? Because cooperatives are about decision makers on the ground deciding they wish to change their vision not someone tell them they must change their vision. That's the opposite view of, for-profits or sort of the investment style where someone at the top says, well, we're going to go buy this or go buy that. Cooperatives are a grassroots organization that says, what do the members want to do? You basically, if you change your vision, you go and ask your members, what do you want to do? Is there things that we can help when members decide they want to change that vision? Or should we just leave you to do it on your own? And I'll certainly take whomever.
Just a short comment, if I may. I don't believe the credit union, and especially I can say for Desjardins, we're not changing our mission. No. We're not changing our vision. Our vision is still to contribute to the economic growth of the members and the community, to support the community. We do that, of course, through financial services, because this is what we do. But we still maintain the same focus. We're just adapting probably the way that we react, that we interact with the other and among the other Caisses Populaires. We have the challenge of how concentrated we will get, how many Caisses Populaires we want to keep, how do we stay grassrooted and connected within the community. So those are part of the challenge. But as for the mission that we have, we're still clearly focused on that. I can say for Desjardins, with I said the 200 billions in assets, but we made 1.5 billion last year, and let's say over the last year we're giving back an average of $500 million to the community, or through sponsorship, through directly to the members, and etc. So it's always the same mission to go back, but the challenge of the way we will reach that goal, of course, is changing through time.
Deux volets à la réponse au niveau local.
Locally, when we talk about innovation, it's innovation in sectors that the cooperative movement hasn't been involved in to date. Energy, wind energy, for example, in Ontario, home services for an aging population, as we see in Canada. Those are important sectors in which cooperatives have not yet existed. And the cooperative movement and its desire to meet Canadians' needs sees a significant emergence. So, component 2 of the answer, when we move to the international stage, how can cooperatives work internationally together? We did talk about the agricultural sector. The largest agricultural cooperatives in the world will be there in Quebec and talking about the possibility of doing business together. We've been working somewhat in an isolated fashion within individual countries. Europe is establishing structures that will enable cooperatives to be European rather than just French or German or British. So at some point we might need to do the same thing here in Canada, cooperatives that can work in the States and in Europe and elsewhere in the world.
Reassuring to know that the visions and mission statements aren't
changing,
Mr.
Allen,
even though the adaptability has to change as far as the broader picture. And my good ear did hear the tweet of his button over there, so that's my time up.
It certainly is, and I appreciate your indulgence there. We will now move to Mr. Preston for the next 5 minutes.
Thank you for coming. And we continue to learn more and more about cooperatives, credit unions, Caisse Populaire, mutual insurance. It's not all one thing. It's a collective group of a bunch of great things. But I asked a question of our witnesses yesterday. I'm going to start off with that. Cooperatives seem to have a greater success rate. No, they don't seem to be. They have a far greater success rate than standard operating corporations or sole proprietorships or any other startup businesses. You do a better job. You last longer. You're more likely to be successful. I'm trying to catch that lightning in a bottle. What is it? Why do cooperatives? Why are they more successful?
First of all, they are rooted in the community. Second, they answer direct needs of the community. And thirdly, it's democratic. Democratic in a sense that it takes so much time to have a consensus among the people that want to start the cooperative, that when it's done, it starts like a flying star, a shooting star. So it is, I think, the three major reasons why they last longer. And through different periods, I would say, different times where difficulties are emerging, all together, they have an expertise that multiply the knowledge of each other. So it brings different alternatives, different point of view, and because of that, it brings a certain, I would say, capacity to go further than just looking at we let go because we are not enough strong or whatsoever. Yeah.
Desjardins is among the largest of the financial institutions in Canada. Started off as a grassroots organization in one place and grew. But you, as was just said by Madame Gagné, you recognized a need. You didn't go places you weren't needed. You went to where you were needed and became successful that way. Please correct me if I'm incorrect, if I'm not stating correctly something you said, but I believe you said you're democratic and that's how it works, and you take less risk because of that, because you must have commitment from your members to move forward on items. Would that be did I paraphrase you right if I didn't quote you properly?
Well, probably I wouldn't say we take less risk. I would say we were more prudent in the way we approach. Of course, we will take some risks. We're a financial institution also. But what we are member and service oriented to the member. That's our first purpose. So profit comes, but it comes later. As some financial institution, profit will go first to the shareholders. Us, it's service for the member, and of course, profit is somewhere in the equation.
Well, as Mr. Alwyn said, and I agree, I mean, it is about the members. I mean, the mission statement doesn't change. It may grow bigger. It may change. The activities going against that mission statement may be different, but you start off with, I'm serving the members, or somebody said yesterday, I'm helping others, I'm serving others by being part of a cooperative. So, but your decisions come from a broader scale. In a standard corporate structure, one person may very well make billion-dollar decisions. Right or wrong, may very well make them. And you're in a cooperative situation, it's about the group making the decision for the risk. Right? And one vote, one person, and that's how we get there. A question, something else that came up in one of the other panels earlier was small credit unions. Case population. You're the biggest, so I'm going to pick on you because you are run by the same rules as all financial institutions across Canada. But some were saying that some of the rules are a bit onerous for a one-off shop, for a very small case popular or credit union. What are your views on that? Should you be judged, or should you be forced to follow different criteria or procedures than the smaller guy because it's harder for him? Or?
No, that's an excellent question, and I would say the credit union or Caisse Populaire don't have to have a special treatment, but it's more the rule that needs to be adapted or just thought in the way for example, smaller credit union or Caisse Populaire. I'll just give you an example, a clear example that comes up even for Desjardins right now, because as I mentioned, we are not one big organization. We are a federation of small financial institutions. So when you're talking about, for example, money laundering, what do? I don't have one centralized piece of company where I can grab all the information from everywhere. I have to visit every place. So sometimes the rules can be just thought and adapted to the reality of a cooperative. Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Is there a point of order?
Chairman, but
okay, well
it's
then.
The point of pride. I make it a point,
pride,
Mr.
okay.
Chairman, to make sure that members realize that Desjardins was founded by a clerk of the House of Commons at the turn of the 19th century.
I'm glad he found good employment.
Indeed.
By the name of Alphonse Desjardins.
It wasn't me.
I think I saw some anger on Paul's face there, but anyway, we do have time. Just one last round of questioning, and that's for Mr. Butt. 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much for being here, all of you. I appreciate it, and I'm certainly learning a fair bit more about cooperatives and how they operate. I am interested a little bit, and I know Alterna will be here later, and they're a major player in the village of Streetsville, which we're very proud to have in my constituency. But I am curious about the credit union system and getting a little bit more information on specifically how it works and how it works when you are operating in different provinces and different regulatory regimes. So maybe, Mr. Bruin, you can explain how do you manage to operate when there really are provincial regulatory requirements that you must fulfill if you want to operate in different provinces, even though you term yourself as a national organization? What are the differences? Are there some barriers to the fact that there's really not a significant federal role as far as the regulatory aspects of day-to-day kind of operations in a cooperative model, other than that you're a financial institution and you have to meet some of those federal regulatory barriers? Are there things that the federal government and the provinces can be doing to mirror or better align some of the regulatory challenges that under which you have to operate?
Yes, let's just add first that this is more regarding when we say financial services, it's the banking services that we have, because, well, Desjardins will operate in every provinces, but through the other type of services, life insurance and etc. So for the banking type services, of course, since it's provincial, since you have your Caisse Populaire, you do that through your caisse. And Desjardins is acting in the other provinces, but it's through affiliation. For example, the Caisse Populaire Federation of the Caisse Populaire of Ontario. The other one can be client of Desjardins. They can buy some services, for example, in compensation or some products, and as we do also with the credit union. So of course, it is an ongoing challenge because it's provincial everywhere. And that's why, when you will talk probably to Alterna, that's why Alterna constituted a bank, a federal bank, so it could serve its member or client in other provinces. So this is an ongoing challenge. Right now, the federal government has put forward a new piece of legislation to allow federal financial cooperative. Which is nice, but it has also some challenges because it doesn't allow the way to work in a network or in a federation like Desjardins is, and which we believe is essential to remain grassrooted in your community, because you want to remain really connected to your community and loyal to your member, and you ask that in return to your member. So this is one of the challenge. The reserve also, which is possible to share, is also another challenge. So we need a lot more discussion, of course, because right now I believe the Caisse Populaire and the credit union are really tightly connected with our provincial authorities, and that's part of their success too.
Just, Mr. Adams, just for your, glean a little bit more information about your organization, because I think I've got a minute or so left to understand. Are there any other regulatory barriers that you see operating in Canada that we can be looking at as a committee, that we can be considering, or would you generally say that you're successful in the way you're presently operating, and that really, as far as the federal regulatory regime is concerned, that really you probably don't want any more government, maybe you don't want more government interference in how you are operating? Have you got any ideas for us other than what you've shared with the committee earlier?
Well, we were incorporated in Canada in 2006 and received charitable status a year or two later, which was a big hurdle for some of the educational opportunities that we like to provide. But since we were able to get that charitable status, we're able to do a bunch of educational opportunities there, seminars, events, workshops, teach a lot of people about wildlife management, obviously the value of cooperatives here. So from that end, now we're pretty free to be able to do what our mission is, and that is essentially teach people. So from that end, no, I don't think there's any additional federal oversight that, or a regulatory end that could help us in that meet our mission any better.
Your time is
You
up.
probably don't get to hear that a lot, I'm guessing.
Okay, so thank you. We did go a little over time. We started a little late with some of the technical difficulties, so I thought I would allow that. I'll thank all the witnesses. I just would note, Mr. Adams, I know we didn't get a lot of chance for questions for yourself. I know there was some questions that Mr. Payne had around the membership and some of the structure of your organization. If you could provide some information in writing for the committee, I'm sure that would be very helpful for us. I know the other two organizations we have today have both been able to submit written briefs, so I would strongly encourage that your organization do the same. We are requesting those by August 7th at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. So I would ask if you could provide some more written information to the committee. That would be very helpful to us. But with that, I'll thank all of our witnesses today for your great testimony. And what I will now do is suspend until 10:45 when we'll begin our next panel. So meeting suspended. reconvene the meeting. We have our second panel all set up and ready to go. We have with us by video conference the Ag Energy Cooperative Limited. We have William Ravensbergen and Rosemary Gage. We have with us here in person La Co-op Fédérée, Denis Richard, and Jean-François Herrel. And we also have the Conseil Québécois de la Coopération et de la Mutualité, Alain Simard. And we'll follow the order that we have on our agenda. So I will ask the Ag Energy Cooperative, I'm not sure which the two is making the presentation, but whichever of you is making the presentation, I will turn the floor to you. You have 10 minutes to make an opening statement to the committee. So the floor is now yours for the next 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. We will both be presenting, and it's a privilege for us to be here with other cooperatives as change events for growth, or agents for growth and sustainability of cooperatives, and to be represented as a viable alternative to standard Canadian business models. My name is William Ravensbergen, and I'm the chair of the Board of Directors for Ag Energy Cooperative Limited. I've held the position of chair for the last 3 years and director for an additional 3 years. P. Ravensbergen & Sons is a founding member of Ag Energy and is a user of its services, and has been since its inception in 1988. As such, I have an intimate knowledge about our governance, the mechanics of the organization, and a member's user's perspective. I have personally invested my time, energy, and funds to ensure that Ag Energy is a successful member-based service organization that deals with solutions that are sustainable for our members and customers. Ag Energy is an Ontario-based cooperative representing members in Ontario and serves more than 1,000 customers in Ontario, Quebec, and British Columbia. We are a services-based cooperative that provides natural gas and electricity solutions to its members and customers. We were incorporated in Ontario 24 years ago. Our beginnings served as cost-effective procurement of natural gas for greenhouses as a result of energy deregulation, as energy typically is one of the largest input costs for our sector. Ag Energy is a for-profit cooperative with annual sales in excess of $20 million. Our primary focus is to provide cost-effective energy, commodity and investment opportunities to our membership. We are a lean organization of 10 employees serving agriculture, agri-tech, and agri-food. We are expanding our offering to include managed cooperative services for other co-ops. Our board of directors is accountable for our governance, and is currently 8 directors and 2 trainees, all of which are from member organizations or are members. Our board represents our entrepreneurs, owners, and member staff with ties to the ag sector. For our members, we operate on a break-even philosophy so that they may procure their energy at wholesale prices. For our other consumers, i.e. non-members, we provide competitive solutions. Our focus is the delivery of natural gas solutions of greater than 50,000 meters cubed and 150,000 kilowatts of electricity consumption per year. We are a member and actively participate in the Ontario Cooperative Association and depend upon policy and support from federal and provincial governments to ensure that co-ops are a supported business alternative. We expect that government will support its constituents and embrace the cooperative principles to ensure growth and sustainability of the co-op sector as a means of investment, employment, job creation, tax base, etc. Some of the obstacles we have faced, limited policy reform and education, affordable financing structures or reasonable financial covenants, grant structures or government funding which sometimes excludes co-ops as a standard, and excessive red tape in dealing with government or support services. At this point, I'd like to pass on the presentation to Rose Marie Gage, the CEO of Ag Energy, and the chair of Guelph Energy Cooperative, a co-op established by 3 founding members, one of which is Ag Energy, and the Guelph Energy Cooperative was created to provide green energy solutions in the community of Guelph, Ontario, where Ag Energy is headquartered. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Dear Committee Chair and Committee, sincerest thanks for the opportunity to share our thoughts regarding enhancing cooperatives and their support structures across Canada. We are presenting a number of ideas which may be advantageous for future job creation and the growth of the Canadian economy by Canadians and for Canadians. Ag Energy's recommendations for your consideration are as follows. 1. Recognize that cooperatives are a vital and viable means of business as a model for Canadians to supplement the existing definitions of business structures, for example, sole proprietor, partnership, joint venture, and so on. 2. Ensure that the Federal Cooperative Corporations Act is a flagship or leading-edge model for all provinces to use as a template for progressive improvements to their respective provincial co-op corporations acts and to ensure future viability, innovation, and competitive enhancements. 3. Reduce all forms of red tape in the processes that govern and support all cooperatives, irrespective of co-op type or industry served. 4. Eliminate all boundaries or hurdles for cooperatives in gaining access to capital financing, innovation center support, government programming, and so on, that is currently open to other businesses and excluded to co-ops. For example, create something akin to an affirmative action program or co-op equity program with explicit guidelines, a positive outreach program, and accessibility to all. The program should report tangible metrics that prove it is effective and proves benefit to the co-op sector. And another is to modify existing programs that appear arbitrarily closed to co-ops due to a lack of understanding or a narrow scope by its custodians. For example, angel investor matching programs by FedDev up to $1 million that can be raised that are matched and provided by FedDev for accredited investors. 5. Consider supporting co-op ventures by requiring all, or at least many more, funding programs to include broader community benefit and community support amongst the funding criteria. While other entities could also meet such criteria, co-ops would be particularly well positioned precisely because they are community-based, locally owned enterprises. Many programs already do require applicants to demonstrate broader community benefits. Extending such criteria to more programs would be truly to provide a boost to cooperatives. 6. Move the Co-op Secretariat to Industry Canada or Service Canada to ensure wider representation for all cooperatives across all industries while ensuring that all expertise is maintained or improved upon. 7. Create 2 advisory committees for the Co-op Secretariat that represents all provinces and territories and a wide variety of co-op industries. It is desired that this is represented by the co-op sector and not government employed. It is suggested that one represents for-profit and the other not-for-profit, reporting to an executive committee which is comprised of both. 8. Establish a web-enabled presence for co-ops with tools to assist growth and development, the ability to share successes and best practices, and a means to ensure continuous learning for the co-op community. This can have the look and feel of a co-op learning and sharing center, complete with resources and details, but without the expensive bricks and mortars of traditional centers or institutes. 9. Create a director or board development program that enhances or builds upon existing training materials akin to the Institute of Corporate Directors that will be funded from future user fees. Please ensure that this is an affordable model or means relative to the current ICD structure. 10. Enhance means to capitalize cooperatives, whether it is through tax credits, a use of self-directed RSPs, or other incentives as they create jobs and provide taxes to the communities that they support. 11. Amend the Income Tax Act to clarify that co-ops may raise more than 10% of their member equity in the form of investments through self-directed RSPs. 12. Eliminate the sunset clause around the deferred preference shares that is in place for 2016 or to extend it for another decade to lapse at 2026. This would further assist in the continued capitalization of cooperatives. 13. Consider extending tax-deferred preference shares beyond the agricultural co-op sector so that all cooperatives are able to utilize this means of retaining member capital within the cooperative. 14. Create an entity similar to the Sustainable Development Technologies Canada entity that supports the commercialization of for-profit cooperatives. This can be focused around the for-profit co-op sector to bring broader benefits to communities. This organization can be governed and funded in a similar manner to the Sustainable Development Technologies Canada entity. The federal government can provide the seed monies for the original structure, and the Board of Governors or Directors can come from various co-op corporations and reflect various industries. This would serve two purposes. One would be to ensure profits and ownership is maintained within Canada, and two, to assist the co-op movement to have a shared financing vehicle that considers innovation and potential investment outreach internationally. On behalf of the board, the staff, and the members of Ag Energy Cooperative, we thank you for your time and consideration today. We look forward to your questions and also your report, and welcome the potential improvements that you will make along the way as a result of this review today. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And we'll move now to La Coop Fédérée. Monsieur Richard, you're making the presentation? Okay, so the floor is yours for the next 10 minutes.
Thank you. I'll be making my presentation in cooperation with Jean-François, who is accompanying me, who is Secretary General of the Co-op Fédérée. First of all, I'd like to thank the members of the Special Committee, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, and all the other members, for allowing the Co-op Fédérée to express its point of view on the agriculture cooperative sector and its place in Canada. To begin, I want to make it clear that we are not claiming to have a global or comprehensive vision of the issues and challenges facing the Canadian cooperative sector. However, we hope that in a short amount of time we will be able to provide you with an interesting and practical representation regarding the question before us. I'll ask Jean-François to describe the situation of the cooperative. Good morning. The Co-op Fédérée is the second largest non-financial cooperative in Canada. We are also a federation of agricultural and agri-food cooperatives that is 106 members strong and representing a total of nearly 90,000 members. With total sales of more than $6 billion, the La Coop Fédérée and its network of affiliated cooperatives provide employment for nearly 16,000 Canadians in 4 Canadian provinces. Our activities are concentrated in Maine and Quebec, New Brunswick, and Ontario, but through our subsidiary, AllML LP, we are also active in Alberta and have a sales office in Japan and Australia. The main industry in which we are active are farm input supplies and hardware materials and petroleum products distribution. We are therefore the largest distributor of agricultural fertilizers in eastern Canada and one of the largest independent petroleum product distributors. We and a few of our member cooperatives are also involved in the food processing industry, and several of our members are also present in the food distribution market. Through its subsidiary, AllML LP, we are one of the 2 largest pork and poultry producing companies in Canada, and we export more than $500,000 of pork meat to over 50 countries worldwide. We are at the heart of an organizational model that groups together agricultural producers, citizen consumers, food processing entities, and distributors, and I believe this provides us with a unique viewpoint. How can the Canadian cooperative sector innovate to meet the needs of its members? By their very nature, cooperatives and their networks represent a natural partner for people who have their community development at heart. Deeply rooted throughout the Quebec countryside, eastern Ontario, and New Brunswick, the Co-op network has perfected a business model designed for communities on the verge of devitalization that allows them to maintain basic services for their fellow citizens. These combination service station, hardware, and convenience stores are now the modern equivalent of yesterday's general store. There are now more than 15 of these businesses currently in operation, providing the community with basic services, thus helping to stop the withering away of these communities.
The interpreters are just having a little bit of difficulty in keeping up, so if you could just
too fast?
slow up just a little bit. Yeah. Thanks.
Sorry.
We intend to continue developing this new formula wherever possible. Furthermore, as part of Canada's largest employers, La Coop Fédérée and its network are significant agents of economic development in rural areas. For the past 5 years, La Coop has been involved in wide-ranging restructuring process named the Chrysalid Project. This process is intended to pool the production assets and agricultural services of participating cooperatives to ensure that they can operate as a single unified body. This new approach is very innovative in management terms since it paves the way for economies of scale and critical mass, which are usually generated by corporate mergers, yet it preserves the community's local involvement and feeling of belonging. It should produce several tens of millions of dollars in recurrent savings that will benefit our members and indirectly each region's economic status. Unsurprisingly, restructuring usually means closing businesses and job loss. The Chrysalid project does in fact plan to shut down several establishments, but they will generally be replaced by other employment-generating activities. In this respect, the Co-op network has reiterated its commitment to sustainably develop its activities and converting agricultural biomass. There are several pilot projects underway, and we have recently joined a group of Manitoba researchers, Prairie Bioenergy Group, to market technologies they developed to create a division dedicated to producing and distributing energy from agricultural and forestry biomass. In terms of innovation, La Co-op Fédérée is involved in several projects, particularly through its participation in cooperative research farms, the largest privately owned livestock and poultry research network in North America, as well as its own research farms. We are also involved in an ethanol fuel cell project and are partners in the fractionation of agricultural biomass molecules to manufacture bioproducts. In partnership with the l'Association québécoise pour la maîtrise de l'énergie, we are working on implementing a cooperative to collect carbon credits and allow Canadian businesses who wish to take part in this upcoming new carbon economy to benefit from economies of scale. This project is part of our executive's resolve to plan for the Quebec government's pledge regarding climate change and be prepared to seize any opportunity that may arise in a future carbon market, as well as to inform and to ready our network for climate changes and energy efficiency. As part of its Chrysalid project, we are also investing in a comprehensive program to modernize our information technology structures. There is additional pressure on telecommunication firms to modernize their own networks and enable the latest technologies to be introduced into rural areas. We are currently living in a knowledge-based economy, and delays in updating and upgrading communication technology infrastructures in rural areas is a huge impediment to their development. We have a concerted plan in these rural areas. In combination with an incentive policy, this will accelerate the development of high-speed internet and digital telephony throughout all these regions. For our part, we will invest almost $30 million to modernize our computer and communications infrastructure over a 5-year period. All of these actions and projects are proof that our network is committed to sustainable development of rural and peri-urban communities. I'll return the floor to Mr. Richard. Mr. Chairman, what are the means at the government's disposal to provide additional support and greater opportunities and visibility for Canadian cooperatives? We believe that a healthy and balanced economy rests on 3 fundamental pillars: an energetic and highly performing private sector, a competent and efficient public sector, and a social cooperative economic sector that allows for individual and group accountability and their empowerment in satisfying their own needs. Besides coaching its own network of affiliated cooperatives, La Coop Fédérée takes an active part in developing the cooperative movement in Quebec through financial support for structuring activities such as the Montreal Cooperative Issue Table or its financial participation in partnership with the Quebec government in a support program for the implementation of a new cooperative. However, the federal government also has a role to play in the development and implementation of cooperatives in Canada, just like it does with private enterprise. Reinstating a fund dedicated to establishing new cooperatives would be a step in the right direction. Transferring the Cooperative Secretariat to Industry Canada could also be a possible initiative if it were supported by sufficient resources to ensure the fulfillment of its role. And I might mention in passing, what is important here is that the development policies in the department not create any obstacles for the cooperative sector in Canada. To guarantee efficiency, the development of Canadian cooperatives must be adequately monitored. Moreover, since cooperatives are a model of economic organization that is different from share capital businesses, a well-organized cooperative secretariat would keep regulations or legislations from being passed that do not take into account their effect on the cooperative sector. As it pertains specifically to our sector of activity, a recent OECD study confirmed that the portion of food expenses in Canadian families compared with total household expenditures is relatively low and compares very well. compared with a number of countries throughout the world. There are statistics here. The proportion is evaluated at 9% in Canada, 7% in the United States, while in France it's 14%, and China at 35%. From the consumer's point of view, and despite recent price increases related to market hypervolatility, we can say with certainty that our agricultural and agri-food sectors are quite efficient.
However, the performance of our agricultural and agri-food sectors, which are at the core of regional economics, could significantly degrade if we persist in liberalizing the trade of agricultural foodstuffs without taking into consideration specific aspects of our sector of activity. Agriculture and food cannot just be bargaining chips in the liberalization of world trade. The COOP Fédéré, since we're a cooperative in the agri-food sector, we want to make it clear that, in our view, liberalizing agricultural trade is desirable, but it must be a sector that keeps the presence it has. You'll be hearing more in the next few days. Agri-food, in our view, must remain regulated to some extent. The COOP Fédéré believes that liberalizing the agricultural trade is desirable, but that it must be the subject of an explicit negotiation between all of the countries that take into account food security.
You've actually gone a little bit over time already, but I see you're near finished. I'll just give you 20, 30 seconds to wrap up very, very quickly.
In conclusion, I would remind you about one thing regarding trade liberalization. We want it to be regulated, and I'll give you the viewpoint of Nobel Prize winner Paul Krugman, who said, as part of at the Forum for the Future of Agriculture, we have had a very serious outbreak of human suffering and political instability resulting from a really quite brief spike in the price of food. It was not an extended period. It was overtaken by events, by the broad collapse of economic activity brought about by the financial crisis. Had it gone on any longer, it might have been much worse, and all the indications are that the food crisis of 2008 was a dress rehearsal for future crises, and we'd better have some mechanisms in place to deal with these. Thank you for having listened to me. Thank you for having taken the time to hear the COOP Fédéré. We're, of course, available to answer your questions. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution today. Now we will be hearing Hélène Simard of the Conseil québécois de la coopération et de la mutualité. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, members of the committee, thank you for having received us today. It's very important, I believe, for the development of all of Canada's regions. It's important that it's clear that we're all in favor of developing an instrument that will make it possible to build a better economy. The Conseil québécois de la coopération et de la mutualité brings together about 40 organizations. We represent 3,000 cooperatives in Quebec that provide over 92,000 jobs and bring together over 8 million members. Together, these cooperatives generate $25 billion in business and have assets estimated at over $173 billion. In 2009, Quebec's cooperatives and mutuals paid out an amount exceeding $800 million in dividends. Let's remember that 75% of activities are in the regions, so that money goes to the regions. $85 million in donations, sponsorships, and community involvements. That is the power of cooperatives. In Quebec, during the International Year of Cooperatives, we have received support of over 30 organizations from all sectors, as well as the Quebec government, which endorsed the Declaration on the International Year of Cooperatives. These organizations, which cover all sectors, unions, employers, environment, education, municipal federations, and so on, all recommended that conditions conducive to the development of cooperatives and mutuals be established that are well adapted to the particular needs of cooperatives. That support is clear in Quebec, and Quebec recognizes the role played by cooperatives and mutuals in social and economic development and their role in sustainable prosperity. Like diversity in nature, we need to stimulate diversity in the kinds of businesses that exist so that we can have a strong economy. We're profoundly convinced that in stimulating cooperatives in new areas of activity, in promoting innovation, the Canadian economy will become stronger and contribute to its prosperity. Cooperatives are active in new economic niches, addressing growing needs of Canadians in urban and rural environments, for example, renewable energy, domestic assistance and home care, daycare, new immigrant integration, transportation, recreation and tourism, healthcare, community services, cultural industries, manufacturing, and so on. They are also an important means of ensuring the survival of businesses facing the absence of a succession due to the difficulty of replacing aging directors. With a survival rate twice that of other businesses, new co-ops are a strong incentive to stimulate and support such undertakings. The largest co-ops, moreover, are now reaping globalization's benefits as they market Canadian products around the globe. Co-ops have become thriving economic hubs for thousands of Canadians across the nation. In 2008, 63% of new cooperatives established in Canada were in Quebec, compared to 43% in 2004. So what's happened? The rate of survival of cooperatives is very much promoted by the survival rate of cooperatives in Quebec, and that's why we need specialized services to support cooperatives, and we need them to be provided by networks that foster sustainable and strong cooperatives. This model could be established for the rest of Canada through partnerships with provincial councils and partners. This can go ahead. The CDI was a very good example. Coordinating with the provinces would make it possible to foster innovation, strengthen the movement, and leverage assets. In Quebec, the CDI movement was coordinated with the cooperative movement in general through a committee, and this made it possible to avoid all the mistakes that we see in programs where there's sometimes overlap. Stakeholders could see all the projects and gain an overall picture of what was going on. The fact that cooperatives are owned by members, the fact that transactions cannot be made as they can in private corporations are the principal factors that lead to their problems in capitalization. One member, one vote fosters the ownership and involvement in cooperatives. The members own the cooperatives, and cooperatives generally distribute profits among members in direct proportion to the number of transactions rather than to the number of shares they hold. That difference gives our cooperatives a lot of strength, because when there are market fluctuations, when things are less stable, prosperity is down, members of cooperatives find patience that shareholders of traditional corporations, subject to the tyranny of quarterly results, don't have. In cooperatives, capital tends to stay where it is much more, but it does make us less attractive to risk capital investment. As the Young report on globalization showed, the imperatives of environmental protection, intensification of competitiveness are leading to increasing our needs for capitalization in cooperatives. They need more investment from members to get the capital they need. Government policies could have a decisive impact on the development of cooperatives, communities, and regional economies. Canadian laws do not take sufficient account of the specific needs of cooperatives, and this leads to tax inequalities. Let me give you a few examples. Applications of the integration principle that are at the root of our tax system, the choice of legislative vehicles through which people are taxed should not have an impact on the amount of tax paid, but those mechanisms don't always apply to cooperatives, and that leads to inequalities that disadvantage members of cooperatives. And they discourage investment within cooperatives. For example, capital dividends and the taxation of investment income and taxation of revenue from a subsidiary. This leads to significant issues, significant imbalances that can lead to differences of 21%. For revenue from a subsidiary, there are divergences of up to 15%. There is an analysis by tax experts in the Mallet report that sets out these problems. And for 2012, encourages governments to examine such issues and provide redress. Holding cooperative shares in an RRSP is beginning to be a major problem. In the 2011 federal budget, there were changes to the rules for holding cooperative shares in a registered plan. Now, if a member of a cooperative holds over 10% of a cooperative's capital, he or she may no longer be eligible for some advantages, and this is considered, in fact, a prohibited investment. That rule is intended to avoid abuse that, in fact, in cooperatives cannot happen, because share transfers in an RRSP is not related to an organization's decision-making power. This is an excellent example of the difficulties that legislative assemblies face and have to take into account when setting rules for cooperatives. We did have some recommendations that I would like to make. That the Government of Canada should undertake to create an environment conducive to the development of cooperatives and mutuals, tailored to their features and functions. The Government of Canada should consider the specific character of cooperatives in all of its programs, laws and initiatives aimed at businesses. This is a commitment the Government of Quebec has made, and I think it would be a very good idea for the Canadian government to make a similar commitment. That the Government of Canada should forge a partnership for developing cooperatives to support the creation of cooperative businesses throughout Canada. That the Government of Canada should review the overall fiscal environment for cooperatives to reduce or eliminate inequitable taxation. I will conclude in saying that, I haven't had time to talk about it in detail, but the Ernst & Young study I mentioned did refers to the issue of creating a federal cooperative investment plan similar to the Régime d'investissement coopératif du Québec. And our studies have shown how profitable that sort of plan would be for the Canadian government. So it wouldn't be an expense, but an investment. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Simard.
Our first round of questioning. And first up, we have Madame Leblanc for 5 minutes.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much to our witnesses. Thank you for your briefs. You are giving us a broad range of avenues, a broad range of recommendations. You're describing the situation very well, and you are proposing solutions, tangible examples of the contribution the cooperative movement and cooperatives in general make to innovation. So you're helping us meet the challenges that are currently before us. I think that's fantastic, and I would like to thank you very much for your contribution. I'm an agronomist and very interested in the agricultural side of things, but I'm also the industry critic. So I'm interested in industry and how cooperative organizations contribute to innovations. So, Mr. Richard and Mr. Harel, here's what I was wondering. You talked about highly innovative projects in energy that the Federated Co-op Fédéré was establishing. And I wonder whether you have sought assistance under federal programs for research and development, and whether you found those programs well adapted to your needs or to the needs of the cooperative movement as a whole. I'd like to hear your views on that. When it comes to R&D projects, the Coopérative Fédérée has been registered with a number of programs for some years. Sometimes we have to take a somewhat circuitous route since cooperatives are not directly eligible, and sometimes we need partnerships with other organizations to gain access to assistance. With regard to new developments in energy, we're almost always dealing with partnerships. The COOP Fédéré has for example, when we're talking about molecules that can create energy from biomass, the cost of research would be far too high for the COOP Fédéré alone. What you need is an organization that is very large. So we do approach it through partnerships. We're working with other Canadian organizations, not necessarily cooperatives. For example, in carbon, Desjardins is a partner. We find partnerships. On the fuel side, we have partners in Manitoba. Molecular research on ethanol and so on. The next ethanol generation, we have other partners who have been around for some time. And on the molecular side, I will let Jean-François tell us about our partnerships. We have a partnership with Enercan. We're often in that sort of partnership, so that because we're looking at the provision of biomass, increasing supply, and developing dedicated plants. So there's a whole agronomic sector in the research consortium, and that's how we can gain interest from people in industry. Would you see the federal government's role as being that of a facilitator in the development of partnerships of this kind? Well, those are high-risk sectors. So quite often, the problem is having dedicated financing. But there are already programs of interest in place. With regard to tax credits, major tax credits for R&D are something that major corporations don't have too much trouble obtaining from the programs. Quite often it's really at the farm level, the actual agricultural operation, that has a problem. We have there again established partnerships with institutions in Quebec. There's a group that is at the farm level dedicated to research and innovation, but not basic research necessarily like like larger operations would, but more applied, and that gives them access. Ms. Simard, you talked about the cooperative investment plan, and in your brief I read about it. I believe that you've already put forward those proposals to the federal government. What has the response been? Do you see anything positive? Do you have the impression that the government might be interested in that sort of...
All right, but I will allow you to just ask you to do so briefly.
Yes. Presentations have been made. A House of Commons committee did look at the issue, and there was a unanimous resolution by the 4 parties to support the plan. we've had an opportunity even to have Mr. Harper's support on the issue. So we do hope that the work will continue at Finance Canada and that we will see the plan appear in tangible form one day. Mr. Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank all our witnesses for being in attendance this morning. The presentations were very interesting. My question will be quite short. The Co-op Fédéré, you seem to be concerned about losing certain markets. Can you elaborate a bit more on what you meant about what could possibly happen, the lack of a balance that might result involving certain sectors of the co-op and difficulty in obtaining supplies if producers were to decide to produce smaller quantities of meat because of profitability problems. There are already some, but they might get worse. And could you explain to us how you see the situation evolving? The point that I was making about the sensitivity of the prices is not so much for the Co-op Fédéré. It's not threatened. It's for Canada as a whole. This financiarization of the agri-food sector, that the sector that was very stable because of the presence of cooperatives. These are businesses that do not necessarily do business over short periods of time. They are not acquired by foreign countries. The volatility of prices then and financiarization, I think, does present a long-term risk for Canada for the agricultural sector, the agri-food sector. That's a very important one as a percentage of GDP. There is a significant risk for Canadians that they will not be able to maintain the present level. The present level, 9% of their household expenditures. An average Canadian spends 9% then of the household revenue for food, whereas the Chinese 35%, and in Europe it's 15%. Since we have the lowest food costs in the world with the Americans, and we have a 7% level, the risk of increasing the percentage of our income of Canadians of having to spend more is much greater, of course, than for Chinese, who are already at 35. The cost of food for Chinese is likely to decline in relation to their household revenue in a world economy. But in the case of Canada, there's a likelihood that there will be an increase. What we are saying is the government should be careful when it comes to the liberalization of trade in the agri-food sector. It's important to have trade on the planet at the world level, of course. But in the agri-food sector, there has to be a minimum level of regulation in order to protect the success of the Canadian agri-food sector, where 9% is what is spent on food. And perhaps it could even decline to the American level of 7%, even though the Americans do subsidize their agri-food sector to a far greater extent in order to maintain this low level of. This was a recommendation made by the co-op then. It's important to have a significant player in the food sector. And the government must be prudent in its policies in order to be able to maintain this level at 9% cost of food. And in view of the fact that the grain prices are not determined in Canada, it's something that's determined at a world level. If there were to be deregulation, as we see, there's lots of speculation when it comes to trade in grain. Does this have an effect at the farm level or for producers? Producers are not always able to benefit from this type of speculation. If your question is about the effect on the farm, it does increase the level of risk when it comes to managing a farm in Canada because the input costs are added. A very volatile market. When there are significant increases that happen very rapidly, can create difficulties for a farmer. But of course, everything that goes up has to come down. And the price of grains will go down at one point, and farmers will be paying input costs that are too high, there will be an important economic impact. The farmer is no longer able to be only a business manager, must also be able to speculate in addition to managing his farm. And so, of course, that increased the risks. And in 2008, when the stock market was at the high, the Chicago grain market, between the producer and the user, there were 60 transactions between the user, the end user, and the farmer. And of course, this increases the risk for farmers rather than for speculators, because this is their business. And as a farmer, they have to become increasingly familiar with speculation.
Next, we have Mr. Belanger for 5 minutes.
Bonjour, messieurs, dames.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I did have an opportunity to take part in the official opening of a cooperative, Notre-Dame de Montauban, north of Shawinigan. And the village, for example, was losing its grocery store, its gas station, its hardware store. And the result of this was that there was a co-op where all these services are being provided together. And there's even an automatic teller machine, a gas station. And the municipal library, the public library, was added onto this, and everyone was satisfied. I would say that 80% of the families became members of the cooperative. I think that this was an extraordinary example of how providing local services is successful. But I think that this relates to another point that you mentioned yourself, that is Internet. To get there, I had to use my iPad, but there wasn't a connection here. What is the co-op doing in addition to devoting 30 million to ensure that there is a proper service and a new area of business for co-ops? I noticed this in Alberta and other rural areas. Is this a future area activity for your cooperatives? When people decide to take their own affairs to assume responsibility for it, what you saw, for example, in Notre-Dame de Montauban, the administration of the co-op has agreed to devote a part of its revenue to people who decide to assume responsibility for their own activities. If people agree to join in a cooperative, we will work together with them. This is not just a business decision. In a business decision, for example, we wouldn't decide to set up a business in this particular area. But since we are a cooperative, we agreed to take on a greater risk because these people were getting together in a cooperative. With respect to your reference to Internet, if we want to have a network that is affiliated to our cooperative network, as is the case for Notre-Dame de Montauban, it is important for us to have a permanent and efficient type of communication. Because in the regions, sometimes there are fluctuations in this type of service. In order to create this capacity to act together with our network, we do have to have centralized data. And this means that we require communication that is easy, Internet communication that is quick and reliable, so that everyone is able to be online all the time to reduce the administration costs. Decreasing the administration costs, it does require critical mass. And this is a type of thing that we're able to do with small cooperatives like this, but this is absolutely essential. Madame Simard, thank you for your presentation. You gave very specific figures relating to additional taxes that are imposed on cooperatives that have a vertical integration, as I understood your point. And you're saying that in the case of capital gain, this can go up to 21% higher than a private business. 4.5 cents investment income. Is this the case, Mr. Richard, for your business? You do have a subsidiary. We have OLML, yes. OLML is the best known of them. Is this the case, or have you been able to make type of arrangement to avoid this? First of all, we do accept the principle, namely that the business must respect the existing rules. And since large corporations do have ways of creating subsidiaries that can be adapted to the regulation, what the study has shown here is that for most cooperatives, the tax burden is far greater than for a capital company. We do have tax lawyers in our business, and it is sometimes possible to create certain businesses that will own other businesses in order to comply with the rules. But generally speaking, I would say that in the cooperative sector, we are penalized from this point of view.
Ask that you make it very brief. The time has expired. Just make it very brief if you can, please. Yeah, excuse me. I wasn't quite sure. As Mr. Richard said, the study this was a study conducted by tax experts, and it dealt with a more general situation. It was related to the direct statutes of the cooperatives. The tax measures relating to a subsidiary. There is no mechanism that avoids double taxation when a corporation pays out a dividend that is distributed to its members. It is through this type of mechanism that a capital corporation can avoid this double taxation, and a cooperative is unable to do so. As Mr. Richard says, small and medium-sized cooperatives do not have the possibility of structuring their business in order to avoid this type of problem. And that closes out the first round of questioning, and we'll move to the second round now. And we have up first in the second round Mr. Bowen for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome to the panel and to Bill and Rose. Good to have you folks with us. We appreciate your taking time to share your knowledge with us. And speaking of knowledge, there's 14 items, Rose, that you put together with your folks. And I'm wondering if you had to pick the top 3, what would they be and why would they be out of the 14?
Well, I think if we were to look at the largest, most overarching opportunity, it's really providing parity for cooperatives to other type of corporate structures, whether they're privately held or publicly held entities. So if you could do that, whether it incorporates grant structures or support services or tax application, all those aspects, that would be one. And that's a fairly big ask. Mm-hmm. Another one would be to ensure that when we're looking at cooperatives, opening up the co-op sector to be able to be across all boundaries and across all industries, and to provide some form of an innovation center, much comparable to point number 14. That would be a good area to focus in on to look at future advancement from a for-profit perspective, as profits will in turn ripple through the Canadian economy and make substantial improvements. And I think lastly, but I think also formidably, is the reduction of red tape. There is a federal program that is looking at red tape reduction right now. I would suggest some efforts looking into how to deal with the co-op structures and the co-op entities that are supported, and look to further enhancement of the red tape reduction program to incorporate cooperatives. And I believe those 3, if you were to embrace those 3, it would be a formidable change to the co-ops that are represented here today, as well as across Canada.
Okay, thank you for that. Turning to the panel, I've got one of your quotes here, Madame, and I'm wondering if you can put this in a bottle and we can take it home with us, because you say here, co-ops continued climbing in 2009 to a total of $11.5 billion for an overall 85.5% surge from 1999 to 2009. We got to get some of that and spread it around this country. I mean, that's phenomenal. How do you account for that? Share with us your secret.
Alors, c'est la croissance de l'emploi.
You're talking about the growth of the business in this particular sector. This comes from a study carried out by the Department of Economic Development, Innovation and Export of the Government of Quebec. The Minister of Economic Development in Quebec put exactly the same question to us. That is, what is the secret that we have? I would say that the secret is because of the structure of the cooperative itself. The cooperative is created in order to respond to the needs of the members. And when it has a good period of growth, then they think of reinvesting in order to create jobs and to provide better services to members. It doesn't it doesn't use this earnings, it doesn't send them to a tax haven or to start speculating in another sector of activity. It is dedicated to the mission for which it was created. And the mission that is creating jobs is part of the desire of these businesses, I think, throughout Canada, creating economic prosperity and creating employment. We're not creating wealth for the sake of wealth. We are creating wealth so that it can be distributed among the people, and it can be useful for the development of our territories, our regions, for the people living there and workers. And so this is a state of mind in which these cooperatives are managed, and I think that this is the explanation. It would not be possible if these were not viable businesses, and they are viable because in the rules of governance, the members of the board manage them like real businesses. Sometimes people think that a cooperative, because it's small or because it's responding to member needs, it is not managed like an actual business, but it is a business, and it does have the concerns raised by the members of the board of directors. It is important to have something that is viable at the end of the year, that is able to set money aside for the future, that is able to invest in equipment, to innovate, and to improve working conditions and living conditions for people.
How are we doing, Chair?
10 seconds.
10 seconds. Okay.
We'll get something big out, right?
To the gentleman, how did you establish outlets outside of Quebec with the ag services? You talk about BC and some other outlets that I'm wondering how you set that up.
So I'll ask that the response be a brief one, please.
À l'extérieur du Québec.
Outside Quebec, these are acquisitions of businesses. We are very present in southern Ontario in agricultural farm inputs because we have acquired businesses. We are also present in Alberta, in Red Deer. Once again, we acquired a slaughterhouse in Alberta. In Quebec, there's not so much as a foundation as cooperators, outside of Quebec, rather. If we'd been able to merge with cooperatives, we would have done so, but we acquired private businesses, very often people who were retiring.
Well, before we move to the next round, you just mentioned that you had acquired a slaughterhouse it was in Red Deer, Alberta, you said? Okay, so was that the one that was formerly a Fletcher's plant? Is that correct? Okay, well, I've been there many times. We used to haul our hogs from our farm there every week, so just a little personal note there. Anyway, we'll move on. We'll there you go. Exactly. We'll move on to Madame Brosseau for the next 5 minutes.
Thank you. Merci tout le monde. Je veux poser une question à tout le monde. Donc,
I'd like to put a question to all of the people who have spoken. We've heard of a number of initiatives relating to cooperative development, $4 billion that allow for the startup of cooperatives. I'd like to know whether this will have an impact on young people are interested in starting a cooperative. And can you give us certain specific examples of what these types of impacts might be in the case of cooperatives and for your members? It is correct that this $4 million will allow for technical support, and I think that there was an aspect devoted to innovation, that is certain startup plans as well as business plans, and the innovative and risk phase what we were able to see in the support aspect, particularly when it comes to communities with fewer specialists, there was a cooperative that was started up, and this was recognized by the United States. We're not dealing with this like another. First of all, we have to create a certain entrepreneurs. We have to make people understand what the rules of governance are that will govern the job. They develop this ability to manage a business. This is another type of approach from the individual approach. What is necessary is someone who will accompany this person, someone who is familiar with the cooperative environment and who understands how a business can be developed. This is why special assistance is required, some type of accompaniment. I think this is recognized throughout the world. And in the cooperative sector, it would be possible to do so on the French language side, because I was a member of the Canadian Council of Cooperation. There are lots of communities that pool their resources, but they do not necessarily have enough money to hire specialists to help them. So this allowed for certain startups in New Brunswick in particular, particularly in providing services to seniors. In the case of energy, I think there was an example given a while ago. In the case of New Brunswick, in the wind energy sector, there are also business services, a variety of businesses then that we're able to start up because of this more specialized support that is done with existing economic support that is provided along with existing economic support. This is something essential. It is like a type of keystone, so to speak, and without this it is not possible to start up a cooperative, or at least one that is likely to be successful. With respect to the point mentioned by Madame Simard, we talked about our Co-op Fédéré, our $6 million in business, and 90 years of experience. 90 years ago, when cooperatives started up, they did so either with the help of the local agronomist, someone who worked for the Department of Forestry, or the local priest. It is necessary for a cooperative to be able to start, as Ms. Simard said, someone to organize this collective action. These are businesses that have a better rate of survival. I think the statistics have shown this, but the startup is not as evident. An entrepreneur who has an idea is able to get together some money. He may start up himself. Sometimes it doesn't work out. In the case of cooperatives, it starts from a collective requirement, and organization is necessary. As I said, this is something important for the Canadian economy, for social economy, but in cooperatives, we do need help in starting up. And when they started to become successful, then, of course, as businesses, they're able to function. We are present in 50 countries in the world through Colimel. But 90 years ago, the Federation didn't have this type of resources. It took some help 90 years ago for us to be able to find ourselves in this position and to get some impulse necessary.
And to complete those comments, we work with our cooperatives. We have advisory services for cooperatives to help them do their strategic planning. So once the cooperative's in place, we are responsible for helping it grow, but we're not. It's not our role to help in their establishment, particularly since we're already in quite mature sectors.
For our next round of questioning, we have Mr. Lemieux. You have the floor for the next 5
Thank you,
minutes.
Chair. Et j'aimerais remercier les témoins.
I'd like to thank our witnesses for being here with us today. I consider it very important to have meetings on cooperatives because certainly this week, Canadians will have an opportunity to learn about your organizations and about cooperative success. We've heard a great deal of testimony highlighting the successes and strengths of cooperatives in communities and across Canada.
Just some of the comments we've been receiving on a number of days regarding government programming and I guess the challenges that co-ops sometimes face in accessing the government programming. And I was going through some examples yesterday where there seems to be fair treatment between businesses and co-ops. For example, both co-ops and businesses benefit from the lower business tax rates that are now in effect, from accelerated capital depreciation, particularly if they're in the manufacturing industry, that the preferred dividend tax rates apply to businesses as they apply to co-ops. So there didn't seem to be any disconnect there. But there was a comment here, the Ag Energy Cooperative, Rosemary, you're making a comment just about modifying existing programs that appear arbitrarily closed to co-ops due to a lack of understanding or a narrow scope by its custodians. So we've had a number of co-ops make, I'll say, general comments, but not really specific examples. And I understand it's difficult because if you discuss a particular project, it just may not have ranked high enough. I can just tell you from programs in my riding, oftentimes there's a certain amount of money available, and the demand exceeds the money available by usually a factor of 7 to 10 times. So that, if there's $1 million available, you get demands for somewhere between $7 and $10 million worth of projects, and you simply can't approve them all. But I'm wondering if you could perhaps provide us with some concrete examples, with or without naming particular projects, but of what you perceive to be roadblocks. Because I would think that government programming would not set out to exclude co-ops. I would think that it would be open to any business enterprise that they would be evaluated in a comparable manner and then ranked and then funded where possible.
I think it's very difficult to be able to provide comparable apple-to-apple type of examples. Really what we're looking at is just being point of mind alongside with any type of program that allows for funding of the co-op sector. So for instance, here was raised a point on angel investing matching programs, where if you have accredited investors, which has a specific category, as I'm sure you're familiar with, that looks to investment, if you can garner that type of investment and have the FedDev program open up comparable types of opportunities, that would be good. But at this point in time, this particular program just goes strictly through angel investment entities, and as such, it is actually excluded from the co-op sector because it's strictly to angel investors. Now, one could end up opening it up so that the angel investors also are from a co-op entity of angel investors, but that's not been comprehended as of yet, and perhaps that's just merely a new thought. So it's really just thinking differently than what we had, and rather than having very narrow focus to opportunities for granting, is having a little bit wider focus.
Speaking of, is in terms of economic development, we're very focused on jobs and job creation, for example. Here in Ontario, we have FedDev Ontario, and they have programs running, and they focus their priorities on job-creating projects and initiatives. But I would think put forward either by cooperatives or put forward by industry, put forward by a business. In other words, the project has its own merit, whether it's being presented by a cooperative or being presented by a business. And I know in my riding we have the Community Futures Development Corporation, CFDCs, that deal with a more local use of money, federal money to help. And we just had a sort of a cooperative structure get funding to launch a feasibility study on a project that they put forward. So again, like perhaps on this angel investor, I'm not aware of that one. Maybe perhaps that program is targeting one sector and not another. But in general, when we look at job creation programs or something along those lines, have you detected that there's a difference that you can put your finger on?
We have not had one specific outside of, I've just had exposure to this angel investment opportunity and saw that it did not include co-ops. It really was specific to an example that was in terms of angel investments, and it was through angel investment entities. So the funding would come if there was angel investors through an angel investor group. And so it's really looking at and saying, can you do something comparable and provide dollars attributed to growth that would allow for perhaps angel investment for cooperatives? And so it's just really looking at parity, but we have not found specifically at this point in time through our past anything that has been a tremendous boundary, because we have been fairly narrow in terms of our scope, which has really been in the offering of commodities to our membership, as well as looking into some green energy opportunities. And we have successfully garnered some granting opportunities when we've partnered with local universities.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, thank you. And next we have Mr. Harris for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the witnesses. Merci d'être ici. Ms. Gage, maybe I'll start with you, and just to follow up on that, are you familiar with any co-op programs that are making use of investment or opportunities through FedDev?
We have actually gone ahead and worked in conjunction with a couple of cooperatives, and I have had exposure, but I'm not, I can't remember, truth be told, at this point in time what the specific ones were, but I do believe that they did get some form of granting. I don't believe it was exceedingly large, but it was still some form of relief for their cooperative in order to get structured. I also am of the impression that Ontario Co-op has also received funding, and I'm not sure whether it's federal or provincial, to allow for training programs, and that has allowed for us to successfully garner a recruit via on Co-op's employment base, and that individual is now part of our full-time staff. So yes, there have been opportunities to be able to use and gain support and job creation as well.
Thank you. It's certainly something for us to look into a little bit more. Now I want to move on to your recommendations, and then also ask the same question for Co-op Fédéré. Your sixth recommendation is to move the Co-op Secretariat to Industry Canada or Service Canada, but I'll just focus on industry because many other witnesses have brought this idea forward as well. Why have you put that in? Why do you think it should be moved to Industry Canada?
Limiting aspect to it for being currently where it is. However, in being on a conference call with other cooperatives, it was very evident that those who were in non-agricultural sectors felt that that was a hindrance. And so for us, as long as whatever opportunities were provided in terms of expertise and skill sets were still provided, there was no reason why it should not go to Industry Canada, where a wider platform or services, whether they're perceived or not, are actually available. So perhaps it's just a matter of perception that individuals feel in terms of cooperatives that they are not getting as much value when it's with the current entity.
Okay, thank you. Maintenant pour Co-op Fédéré, parce que...
Now for the Co-op Fédéré. I've got a French copy. I wanted to be able to quote. You said, and now I have to find it. Perhaps I'll just go to the English version.
Industry Canada could also be a positive initiative if it were supported by sufficient resources to ensure the fulfillment of its role. Vous aimeriez l'idée de faire le transfert, mais aussi en parlant d'avoir suffisamment de...
To have enough resources.
Do you think that the Secretariat does have enough resources? Because that's what you need. Does it have enough resources to fulfill its role? Well, we believe the reason why we made the recommendation to go to industry is based on our Quebec experience. The Department of Industry and Trade develops companies. It is frequently the organization that sets the policy, has programs that develop business in Canada and stimulates the economy. It has those budgets. So cooperatives might be a different form of corporation, but having them under agriculture puts us at a risk of having different policies applying to us. So in Quebec, cooperatives have been integrated into industry and trade, and that's made it possible for people in the department to set policy that applies to all kinds of businesses, all kinds of operations, and there's an advantage there. So budgets can be also distributed to cooperatives as they are to other forms of businesses. Since in Canada, cooperatives have been under agriculture historically, and now they're under agri-food. That's how it used to be. But though it made sense in the past, in 2012 it no longer does. We have cooperatives in energy, for example, so how suitable is it for them to be under Agriculture Canada, for example? With regard to resources, do you think the Secretariat has the resources it needs?
The second part of my question, if briefly.
Well, I will allow it, but very, very briefly, please.
No.
Thank you. If we want dynamic cooperatives, as we've said a number of times, what we need is a mechanism. Call it what you like, but we need a mechanism that monitors and supports these cooperatives so that the government can understand what really goes on within a cooperative and the cooperative network.
The floor for the next 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think I'll start off with, and thank you all for your presentations and your recommendations. We're compiling quite a list here of things for us to look at, and sorting through them may or may not be easy, but many of you are hitting on some of the same things. So, but I heard something new, Mr. Ravensburg, in your piece of presentation. You talked about the organization, and you talked about expanding your offering to include managed cooperative services for other co-ops. Can you give me a quick version of what that means? Are you helping other people start co-ops or manage their co-ops after they've started? Or are they associated with the co-op you have, or are they at arm's length?
It's Rose here, actually, and I'll take this one on as I'm working on that more directly than William. William serves as the governing head for the entity. Yes, we're looking at providing services to others who are looking at creating co-ops where we can provide value. So, for instance, we have already invested in an infrastructure, whether it's our IT, our membership categorization, our customer database, and so on. And so where it makes sense for us to be able to lever what we have and proffer our skills to others, we would like to be able to do so. And that way what we are doing is we are diversifying our skill sets, and we are diversifying our revenue streams, but also supporting others without having to actually go through the same learning curve or the same investment.
My question also was, are they associated to your co-op, or are they arm's length organization who just come to you and on a fee-for-service basis hire your skills?
They are not owned by us. They would be either entities where perhaps we might take a stake into it, or perhaps they would be just generic co-ops that would be looking for services. And so it could be arm's length, or it could be completely exclusive on a fee-for-use basis.
Fantastic.
We are open to the opportunity.
Great. From our panel, is this prevalent throughout your organizations too? Is this happening on a general basis where co-ops already existing are helping manage other co-ops, or helping startups with other co-ops and giving them your expertise?
Oui, ça se fait couramment parmi les...
Yes, it's often done at the Quebec Council. This is a current practice. An isolated cooperative is a fragile one. So we encourage them to be part of both the Federation in the right sector and in the Regional Development Corporation. Exchanges on best practices take place, on business practices, they pool resources, and that's how organizations are helped to succeed. Quite often, those organizations, and let me clarify something, if we look at the support programs available in our federations, self-financing by members is over 70%. And I'm eliminating all the major networks that are in themselves contributors to the assistance given to small cooperatives in startups and support. So when we look at small and medium-sized cooperatives brought together into new federations, like in the energy field, funeral services, cable, etc., all those networks are starting up, are being established, and we can provide support for initiatives. But let's not forget that members contribute a great deal, and that's a characteristic of the cooperative business model. People develop themselves and contribute to their own development.
Why we have a great success on the longevity of cooperatives is cooperatives helping cooperatives stay in business and go further in business. Monsieur Richard, the same thing in your organization? Are you helping other cooperatives succeed within your network and outside of your network?
Well, first of all, a cooperative is a business with a board of directors that monitors and works for its longevity and survival. So our priority is not to assist other cooperatives, except those in our network. As we were saying, we have a service that provides support for our own members. So through our own support system and other channels, we do help other cooperatives, but that's not our main.
Heard of it. I mean, it sure beats the, hi, I'm from the government, I'm here to help.
Sorry, Mr. Preston.
I'm here from the cooperatives, and I'm here to help. So, go ahead.
But we will move now to Mr. Allen. You have the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. And I hear what Mr. Preston is saying, but I think what the cooperatives are saying is, hi, the government hasn't helped much yet. And so Mr. Lemieux talked about the sense of job creating, and FedDev was meant to be a job investment fund and for creating jobs, et cetera, et cetera. It seems, what I've heard in the last number of days of testimony from co-ops is you ought to be at the top of the list because of your success rate, your longevity, and the fact that you create jobs, rather than it seems almost off the list. It's sometimes on the list, but sometimes there's a list that you should be on and folks don't know that that's the list that you're supposed to draw from. So as much as maybe the government doesn't have to be in your backyard all the time telling you what to do, it certainly ought to be there to assist when you're looking for assistance from it. But these are all wonderful things. I mean, clearly, and to Mr. Richard, the sense of, you talked about a sense of restructuring, because we've heard all these wonderful stories, and they are. But not all is a light, and I hate to be the proponent of the dark cloud, but there are moments in time, no doubt, when things don't go as well as the members want. What makes you different than a for-profit, investor-oriented shareholder company when their bad times come? What is the difference between you and them? How do you see yourselves restructuring? Do you restructure differently? Do you look at it differently?
La situation.
First of all, the business lives in the same economic world with the same type of economic imperatives. So you have to have the same type of ability to manage as any other kind of business, no matter how it may be constituted. One of the basic differences in a crisis, differentiating the two types of business, I think that some people already mentioned this. A cooperative redistributes its surplus at the end of the year, pro rata, in relation to the activities of each of the members. Capital companies redistribute their results on the capital they invested. And it's the investors, and particularly in public businesses, every 3 months they are required to account for their activities. Agri-food sector is a fluctuating sector. Whenever there is a crisis, they must respond to their shareholders and explain why they have not had good results in a particular month, and perhaps for the next year. And the investors tend to flee this type of a business then. But our members don't go away. They are ones that use our services. They are our clients. They understand the situation, and they have a long-term need for the cooperative, and they accept that the cooperative is not able to redistribute in a particular year of a crisis, because in their business it is necessary for the business to stay afloat, keep in business. If I had capital to invest, I would wait for a year, and put in another sector of activity. But since I am an entrepreneur, the business must remain in place. I do not withdraw my capital. I am more patient because it is important for my business. I am a user. This is the case for the agriculture, but whether it be energy or any other area of activity, the owner is the user and is patient and understands what the situation is in a crisis.
So longer-term view, and I'm reminded of, I think the business press this morning talked about Apple, which is the glowing star supposedly in the last year, went down the last quarter. So it seems like all of a sudden the company's headed for the doldrums, and yet it's the wealthiest company in the world when it comes to capital assets, but somehow the last 3 months have sent it into a tizzy, according to the business press. I never hear that about my credit union, actually. It's usually not in the business press, actually, except when it merges, and it's certainly not. The last time I checked, I got my share dividend last year like I have for the last 48, let's say how old I am, 47 years. So I was a kid when I went there. My father made me join. He said it was a good thing for me. My father was right, rest his soul. But, Madame Simard, you talked earlier about the Ernst & Young study, and you've touched on it. I wonder if you wanted to share any more about it. I know it's in your brief, but it's basically, sort of go look at it. It's a good idea to go look at it, and I think you're right, and we should probably do that. But I wonder if you wanted to flesh it out a little bit more, and I hear the bell, so you're not going to get much time to flesh it out, but at least add a few more words to it.
I could perhaps say that this study is available in both English and French, and I can send a copy to you. I think it probably would be more eloquent than whatever I might have to say. But what I think is important to remember is that it did give an overview of the problems of capitalization and propose a certain number of solutions. And I think that this could probably be very useful in your work.
So I want to thank all of our witnesses today for your information and participation, and it was very valuable to us as a committee. And we will now suspend until 1:45. Meeting suspended.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Meeting is now reconvened. This afternoon, we have with us two panel members. First of all, from Alterna Savings, we have Mr. John Leahy, the President and CEO, and from the Excellence in Manufacturing Consortium, we have Alan Diggins, the President and General Manager. I'm not sure if there was discussion about who would go first, but how about I turn it to you, Mr. Leahy, as you're listed first on my sheet here. So that seems like the appropriate thing to do. So I will turn the floor over to you. You have 10 minutes to make opening remarks to the committee, and then we'll turn to Mr. Diggins. So, Mr. Leahy, the floor is now yours for the next 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, for inviting me to be part of this important study into the opportunities and challenges facing the cooperative sector here in Canada. My name is John Leahy, and I'm President and Chief Executive Officer of Alterna Savings and Credit Union Limited, headquartered here in Ottawa. My objective today is to broaden your appreciation for the positive impact that financial cooperatives or credit unions have on the lives of underserved or marginalized Canadians. Alterna's history is proud and dates back more than a century. In 1908, banks were not in the business of lending money to average citizens, and in those days there was no legitimate alternative that Canadians had to turn to. The Civil Service Cooperative Credit Society, the first Canadian credit union established outside of Quebec, was founded in Ottawa in response to loan sharks who were charging people an astronomical interest rate of 200% a year, and doing business, we're told, right here on Parliament Hill. Perhaps the where of where they did business makes for an interesting myth, but what's true is that credit union members pooled resources to support each other, and in so doing, were able to deliver far more affordable deposit and credit services. In 2005, the Ottawa-based Civil Service Cooperative Credit Society and Toronto-based Metro Credit Union merged to form Alterna Savings. Alterna Savings, which today holds over $2.3 billion in assets and employs some 450 people, provides financial services to members through 22 branches located in Greater Toronto, the National Capital Region, as well as Kingston, North Bay, and Pembroke. Our Quebec clients are served through 2 branches in Gatineau by our wholly owned subsidiary, Alterna Bank. Like most cooperatives, we're also consistently strong supporters of the communities we serve. In 2011, we invested 4.24% of pre-tax earnings in community economic development, more than double our minimum targeted commitment of 2%. I know the committee has heard and will continue to hear from presenters on the merits of cooperatives, as well as how government can use legislation, regulation, and subsidies to help Canada's cooperatives maintain their enviable record of success. I'd love to spend an hour supporting each and every one of these suggestions, but given the time limitation, I've chosen to focus my remarks on sharing with you 2 concrete examples of how cooperatives positively impact the lives of underserviced and marginalized Canadians. Cooperatives, through a proven business model, are known the world over as an effective means of positively enhancing local economic development. Credit unions, in fact, were formed for precisely this purpose, to provide access to the financial services local citizens and entrepreneurs needed to build strong lives and enviable communities. Over Alterna's 100-plus years, the challenges of access have continually changed, but remarkably, there have always been people in our communities who struggle to gain access to our financial system. Credit unions have always been about access, people helping people, and Alterna Savings is no exception. A case in point is our long-standing status as a pioneer in microfinance. The objective of our microfinance program is to promote entrepreneurship, foster job creation, and aid in the economic growth of our community. To do this, we partner with leading community organizations to provide much-needed financing to entrepreneurs who simply do not qualify at their local bank. Our experience is that this lack of access is particularly acute for new Canadians, high-risk Canadians, and marginalized individuals. We wanted to measure how well our microfinance work was doing, so we engaged Carleton's Institute for Social Innovation to do an evaluation. Going into that work, we already knew one thing for sure. Our financial cooperative makes no money on microfinance. At best, we break even. That's, of course, why the banks don't do it. What we wanted to know, however, and what Carleton's study confirmed, was that the program delivers the kind of quantifiable social benefit that makes the effort worthwhile. Microfinance helps individuals contribute more meaningfully to their communities through higher quality of life, reduced reliance on government assistance, increased job creation, and business expansion. I've brought copies of the Carleton study for you to look at later. It documents why this program is so important to Alterna's community economic development efforts. However, the impact of our program is best appreciated by telling you a story. One of the amazing facts that the Carleton study unearthed is that 95% of the businesses financed by the Alterna microfinance program over the past decade are still operating. One of those entrepreneurs was a single mother working 2 jobs to support 4 children and struggling to provide even the basic necessities for her family. With the assistance of a $5,000 Alterna microloan to get a healthcare service business started, we're happy to report that the business now employs close to 40 local citizens, generates over $1 million in annual revenue, and is a strong competitor to our economy. Those businesses are real. They pay taxes, they buy goods and they buy goods and services, and they employ people in meaningful jobs. Our communities are better off every day because of this program. The second example I wanted to share with you today comes to us as a result of our banking work in the broader cooperative sector. In this example, Alterna is a proud participant in an effort that demonstrates the power created when cooperatives cooperate. The Cooperative Housing Federation of Toronto, or CHFT, partners with 31 local Toronto housing cooperatives. A few years ago, its executive director set out to make a difference. He and several colleagues had a dream that young people growing up in these housing cooperatives should have a chance to attend university and develop successful careers. Through sponsorships from individuals and cooperatives such as Alterna Savings, as well as groundbreaking local academic partnerships with every university and community college in the Toronto area, CHFT has now been able to provide almost 200 young people financial scholarships to pursue a post-secondary education. Many of these young people come from low-income and or immigrant families. In fact, in many cases, they are the first in their family to attend college or university. These opportunities for continuing education are opening important new doors for their future. By the end of 2013, CHFT expects to have awarded more than $1 million in post-secondary financial scholarships to deserving young people who have not only achieved academically, but have been actively involved in the development of their cooperative housing communities. These awards are concrete examples of how a combined cooperative effort can have a real impact on the lives of those living in our local communities. Alterna Savings, through its financial services business efforts, also supports other cooperatives through strategic financing as well as the supply of cost-effective products and services. As an example, we're proud to support an organization like Toronto's Centre for Social Innovation. CSI, as it's known, not the TV show, is an organization that provides shared workplaces, safe opportunities for socially minded business people to network, as well as shared business services. The future promises to be challenging for financial institutions, particularly small financial cooperatives. Alterna Savings, formed by the merger of two smaller credit unions in 2005, is a prime example of the consolidation trending in Canadian credit unions over the last 2 decades. The practical reality is that financial cooperatives, in Ontario at least, and to a lesser extent across Canada, will need to consolidate and increase in sophistication if they are to survive in the emerging financial services marketplace. Alterna Savings was pleased when the federal government announced a proposed regulatory framework for federally incorporated credit unions. We see that as a positive and progressive development for cooperative financial banking in Canada. Canadians are spoiled when it comes to banking. They're used to national institutions they can access anytime, anywhere. Today, credit unions fill most of those needs very effectively, but as technology shrinks our world and consumer expectations continue to evolve, some credit unions will want and perhaps even need to move outside their provincial boundaries and expand extra-provincially. This new legislation will allow that to happen. It will provide credit unions a strong option for enhancing service to members and as a result support the long-term growth of cooperative financial institutions in Canada. We're excited about the prospects for a reinvigorated financial services industry that includes a strong and growing credit union alternative for our members and all Canadians. One last point I wish to touch on before closing is the increasing regulatory burden being placed on financial institutions, particularly small organizations. Now, Alterna Savings acknowledges and agrees that a strong regulatory framework is critical to protecting the safety and security of Canadians. However, collectively, we are concerned that increased regulations may be swamping small financial cooperatives unnecessarily. Regulations are, in most cases, being applied consistently regardless of an institution's size or complexity. The result is a much higher relative compliance cost for credit unions. The government's Red Tape Reduction Commission emphasized in its final report that a one-size-fits-all approach to regulation tends to disproportionately burden small business. Credit unions are small businesses. Most cooperatives are, in fact, small businesses. We agree with this conclusion and urge the government to follow through on its commitment to require regulators to examine current and future regulation through a small business lens. This modified perspective is needed if we are to ensure that new and existing rules do not unnecessarily affect credit unions adversely. Credit unions provide strong competition to the big banks in local communities across Canada. We're not looking for special rules. We're simply looking for the small business lens that was promised in the Red Tape Reduction Commission. In fact, in many communities across Canada, credit unions are the only provider of financial services. Banks are already heavily advantaged in terms of size and scale. Let's not provide additional unintended advantage for the larger banks by making regulatory compliance unnecessarily difficult for the financial industry's small business. Mr. Chair, that concludes my remarks. On behalf of Alterna Savings and Credit Union, I wish to commend the government for undertaking this important study. Across Canada this year, cooperatives, including credit unions, are celebrating the 2012 International Year of the Cooperative. Cooperatives have played and continue to play a vital role in building our country, and we hope that the insights provided in your final report will serve to further promote and support cooperatives' contribution to our community. I thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you today, and I'd be pleased at a later on to respond to any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Leahy. I did allow you an extra minute there, and that was, I think, with just the two of you, it was certainly okay, and I'll extend the same courtesy to you, Mr. Diggins, if you require an extra minute or so. Just because we did have one witness move to an earlier panel, we do have I will allow a little leeway for you. So, Mr. Diggins, you now have 10 minutes approximately to make your opening remarks as well.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm not a cooperative. Excellence Manufacturing Consortium is a membership organization, and a consortium is a non-registered, federally chartered, not-for-profit organization. So we're not a cooperative, but I'm still trying to figure out how I got invited here or how we got invited here to respond to this, but I'll tell you our little story. Certainly the nature of our business is cooperative in nature, and we have endorsed the formation of a true cooperative, a purchasing cooperative, the first one in Canada. But just a little bit of history to maybe understand who we are. While I was working with a college system up in Owen Sound, Ontario, which is 2.5 hours north of Toronto, we had a lot of opportunity to have the manufacturers working together in that community. And one of the reasons we focused on manufacturing was that manufacturing has got the biggest advantage to create wealth in any community, in any small community, province, or the country. So I focused on that activity, working with the manufacturers, and got to know them all very well. At about that time, in the mid-'80s, we had a plant close, a 500-person facility close, and that was devastating for a community of 19,000 people. So we got together with all the plant managers and said, okay, what can we do here to offset this? Now, we're not going to have another 500-person facility located in rural Ontario. That was true then and certainly true today. And we said, if we work together and continue to help each other out and share each other's resources, we did the math, and we said if we did this for 3 years and each one of us grew by 5% over 3 years, we'd replace that 500-person facility. And that was 18 manufacturers, 3 of them fairly large size. That then led into a lot of really interesting activity. We call it sharing and stealing with pride in an informal way, but it's really about having the manufacturers share their resources, share their ideas, share their problem solving, and we facilitate that. So we get manufacturers together, and we've got 55 regional, geographically regional consortiums across Ontario and the East Coast, where we pull manufacturers together on a regular basis and get them working together. When you drive down any street, any industrial area, and you see buildings with hundreds of people in them, problems have been solved, and they're staying in their own buildings and staying quiet. What we do is draw them out of the buildings, get them working together, and again, helping each other out. So we've grown through the years, again, to now have 55 regional consortiums across eastern Canada. We have recently launched a manufacturing portal, if you will, online manufacturing portal, which will take us right across Canada and help manufacturers through the age of online learning. The other thing that has happened just recently is in Alberta, they call what we do in Ontario and the East Coast clustering, and that is getting together, helping each other out. And through the province of Alberta and the Productivity Alberta, a branch of the government out there, we have been invited out to take our activity to Alberta to create that ability for communities, small communities in particular, draw their manufacturers out and help them work together and get better at what they're doing, be more competitive, and keep jobs in Canada. One thing we have done as a membership organization in Ontario, because Ontario has unregulated energy rules, if you will. Well, Alberta and Ontario are the only 2 provinces that have unregulated opportunities. So we formed a purchasing group, if you will, not a co-op, where we've grouped together manufacturers to buy electricity and natural gas. And the power of that has been phenomenal. I've got some results here if you wanted to see them, where we've got medium-sized manufacturers who, by working together and us doing the due diligence, if you will, on finding a third party to manage this, we've got manufacturers that are easily saving $100,000 a year just by having the power of working together in a co-op type of fashion. From the very beginning, going back 15, more than 15 years ago, we were always involved with purchasing people from the buildings and the various communities we were in, and they always wanted us to get together and try to save money buying this and buying that. A very complicated arrangement. And we listened to this for a lot of years, and last year we didn't incorporate, but we licensed our name to a co-op, a not-for-profit cooperative. We're an EMC purchasing cooperative. It's owned by the members. It just launched a year ago, and it's just nicely getting going. It is the only one of its kind in Canada. In the United States, for manufacturing, it's the only one of its kind in Canada. And in the United States, there's only one small one that is struggling along. There's been great uptake on this purchasing cooperative, which may be of interest to you folks. But again, by working together, and I'll give you a simple example of the power of that group. One of our members, a little manufacturer and an assembler, really, you go into his building and you say, where do you spend your money on? Where's your biggest cost other than payroll and that kind of stuff? And he goes around, he looks at all the little pieces, and he says, I don't spend a lot of money anywhere. I spend a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit here. And we said, well, what's your biggest check you write each year? And he said, well, I assemble these little things and I ship them. And he said, I spend $500,000 a year on couriers. The lights came on. We got some of our other members together. They formed a committee and they went out and got all the couriers in Canada together. And as we sit here now, that was about 4 months ago, we sit here now, that young fellow in his business is now saving 45%. So he's paying about $200,000 less in shipping than he was before. And that's the power of cooperative. So I could go on for about 45 minutes of what EMC is about, but that's substantially, it's a membership organization working together. And
you go on 45, but I'd give you 4 if you want.
I don't know what else I could do in 4 or 5.
That's fine.
I think I'm just looking at a couple of notes here. Really, we're about creating excellence, awareness, and innovation is really what we're about. The excellence is created by getting people like yourselves together, helping you give yourselves permission to share and borrow ideas and thoughts, and behave that way. And that's not a normal behavior, that's a learned behavior. So if you, sir, had a manufacturing facilities and there was something in this gentleman's building that you saw that you really liked in terms of process that would save you a lot of money, in our organization, it'd be okay for you to go and talk to Joe and say, would you mind if I steal that idea from you? And your answer would be yes, and I'll help you do it. That's the power of working together.
All right, sure. The rest no.
That's right. So that, Mr. Chair, is a very brief synopsis of what EMC is about.
One thing you'll find in this room is that on one side of the table, they're always going to be okay if the other side steals their ideas, but not vice versa. So, but certainly appreciate your remarks. Well, no, certainly not. It's only a commentary on the nature of our business, of course. That one side is always happy to have the other steal the ideas, but no one wants it the other way around. Anyway, we will move to our questioning now. And first up in the first round, I have Mr. Harris. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And on that note, when they come up with ideas that we like, we vote for them. Now, Mr. Leahy and Mr. Diggins, thank you for coming today. And Mr. Diggins, thank you for your candor at perhaps confusion why you're here, but still I think made a relevant presentation, certainly about working together and, frankly, I mean, the power of economies of scale, about how when you group together in a collective, in varying forms, you're able to get better rates for yourselves, or in the case of employees, they're able to get more favorable deals with their employers. So thank you for still coming today. But my questions are going to be for Mr. Leahy and Alterna Savings. When I was younger and treasurer of the Ontario New Democratic Youth, we were a member of the Metro Credit Union. And it was always great to deal with them, and they provided services that weren't available at the big banks, and we were certainly thankful for that. Now, I wanted to ask, because as I understand it, Alterna is part of a pilot project that's working with some housing cooperatives. Of course, housing cooperatives are dealing with a number of challenges right now. Primarily, it's things like they're 20 to 30 to 40 years old. They've got a roof that needs replacing, capital infrastructure costs. And many of them still have mortgages left over. And as a result, they're looking to, in many cases, blend and extend in order to refinance to be able to pay for these capital projects. Now, I understand Alterna is involved in some of those pilot projects. Are you familiar with them? Could you explain a little bit about what that project is and why it's going to be beneficial to co-ops?
I'm very familiar with it. In fact, one of our senior officers who just retired about 8 months ago, I asked him to stay on a consultancy arrangement to focus exclusively on this on our behalf. There are approximately, if my numbers serve me right, about 60 housing cooperatives in Ontario. This exists across the country, but we focus simply in Ontario. But there's about 60 in Ontario that are in the situation that you very aptly described. They still have long-term mortgages on their property, and they have significant challenges with respect to the aging infrastructure of their facilities. And so we've been working with the Cooperative Housing Foundation, I think that's their name, but the National Cooperative Housing Federation, to work on this pilot to establish a mortgage product that will allow utilizing the record low interest rates that we expect will certainly, if they commit today, would be committed for another 5 years, to allow them to take equity out of their housing co-op to pay for the necessary expenses. And we're in the latter stages of putting together the first financing package for a housing cooperative in the Milton area, and we haven't completed it. There's a couple of things that are still being worked out that are outside of our control. The most notable, I believe, is they still have mortgages with CMHC that the national institution is negotiating with CMHC on.
One of the challenges they've been facing is to break those mortgages with CMHC. They're looking in the area of possibly 8 to 10% penalties, which, I mean, if you're a 90-unit co-op, you've got a little over $1 million left, and you end up having to spend over $100,000 to break this old mortgage. That's a lot of equity, a lot of money that could be put into those units and that building. But you mentioned there were a couple of challenges. What's the other one?
The challenges are more within our control. They have to do with the ensuring that that the right controls are in place in terms of making sure that the money gets spent where it's supposed to be spent, and monitoring, as you may know, any kind of construction lending, is fraught with risk if you're not properly controlling the outflow of the cash, and so there's some mechanics that are still in the process of being sorted out. The documentation, because it's a bit of a unique arrangement that we're trying to put in place, and if we can get this first one done, which I'm confident we will, then we can use that as a template for the other, as many of the other 60 that want to do it. Now, the total 60 would be somewhere in the order of $200 to $250 million in lending, which would stretch Alterna's capacity. So once we get the pilot in place, we'll be working with the cooperative sector to look for other participants.
Okay, thank you. And the time that has expired.
Did I miss the beep?
Yeah, we were doing a count up rather than a count down, so there's no beep, but I can assure you we gave you about an extra 25 or 30 seconds. So, you know what I'll do? I'll give you one of those next time. Mr. Payne, you now have the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank the witnesses for coming today. And Mr. Leahy, you talked about a national framework for allowing credit unions to expand across the country. Maybe you could give us a little bit more information on that and how that is going to benefit your organization and or any other credit unions.
Well, the credit unions, if you aggregate all the credit unions up together, they're about the size of the national bank. But because we're all independent institutions, our capacity to utilize that size is somewhat strained. Now, we do some of the things that Alan identified, like working together and cooperating. But the reality is that for some of the larger credit unions, seeking out diversification of risk is probably one of the most important reasons why organizations would spread across the country. So, for instance, You're going to hear from Van City tomorrow. You know, a big chunk of their operation is in Lower Mainland BC. That's a major earthquake zone. So that's something that they live with since the day they were started. The major banks also operate in that, but their risk is diversified by virtue of being in other parts of the country. So that's one of the reasons why organizations would do that. In some of the other provinces, you know, the market share of credit unions is actually quite high. In Manitoba, it's approaching 45 or 50%, whereas in Ontario it's about 6%. So what you're going to see as people move into other provinces, you're more likely to see credit unions come to Ontario than to see Ontario credit unions go someplace else. It'll help us in Ontario because it'll raise the profile of credit unions. And we're small. Our history is a little different than it was in other parts. We grew out of a lot of cases out of manufacturers that are much smaller today or don't exist. So the connection that we have with the community is different in Ontario than it is other places. So from our organization's perspective, we think that it will drive credit union investment into Ontario and provide us opportunities to partner potentially, maybe merge, but certainly partner with other institutions, and in so doing diversify some of our risk by being able perhaps to invest in other provinces.
But I wanted to ask Mr. Diggins a question. Particularly, you talked about the clusters and going into Alberta and working together with manufacturers there. And I'm just wondering, I've heard of certainly clusters in Alberta, and particularly in my riding in Brooks, Alberta. I didn't know if you were involved in that group or not.
We're going out in the fall to do kind of a look-see, if you will. In our first 1 week out there, we looked up in Fort McMurray, Grand Prairie, and Saskatchewan border in the north, and then Edmonton and Calgary. Our understanding is that they're going to want us Lethbridge and Medicine Hat to start with, and then grow it out. The key to being successful out there is there are some groups, like you mentioned, in place out there, but none of them are doing exactly what we do, and that is getting the people out of the buildings and working together. So our challenge is going to be to make sure that we line up with those other organizations, we don't interfere with them, there's no duplication. And we've worked in a lot of communities, as you know, in 55 communities, and we haven't bumped into anybody yet, and our model is such that we can be flexible. In the northeast of the province, we may actually be doing our business for the construction industry, because there's very little manufacturing up there. So that may change our model a bit, but the philosophy and how we do business can apply anywhere. You know, John just mentioned a few minutes ago, it's working informally amongst the cooperatives in lending.
Back to Mr. Leahy again, and you did talk about regulatory burden. I'm just wondering if you got 2 or 3 prime regulatory issues that you would see as being able to help the credit unions, particularly as you mentioned about the size and versus the complexity of the major banks. And if you have 2 or 3 of those that would be beneficial to here, that could be reduced to help your organizations.
Well, and in some ways it may be as much about what might happen as much as what is happening. But you know, money laundering and terrorist financing reporting. You know, there was you know, it's a very burdensome undertaking. I mean, it's hard to argue that you shouldn't be reporting on this stuff. So I mean, you know, I'm reticent to even bring it up because we all know that you know, it's important. But much of the reporting, you know, seems from our perspective to go into a black hole.
Sorry, well, I'll just allow you to very quickly respond to that, but the time has expired. But very quickly, if you want to respond to that.
Well, we think it could be simplified, but what we're really particularly worried about is it becoming more onerous. People talking about moving the $9,900 limit to $5,900 or something like that. That would increase the number of reporting exponentially. So we're more worried about where it might go rather than we've coped with where it is.
Thank you. Just before we move to our next, I'm just going to use my prerogative as chair here. There was just something that it got my attention in your response to Mr. Leahy to one of Mr. Payne's questions. You mentioned, I think it was the market capitalization in Manitoba of credit unions was 45%, and in Ontario about 6%. Was that? Market share. Market share. Yeah. It caught my attention. I was thinking about Alberta, my home province, and I just was curious if you knew the number for Alberta. And the reason I ask is, obviously there's the Alberta Treasury branches in Alberta, and I wonder how much effect that had on the share of the credit unions.
Well, ATB, based on what I know, and I'm certainly no expert, does have a big effect, but the market share in Alberta is significantly higher than it would be in Ontario. And part of what explains it is that every province has a different set of powers. And Ontario probably has the narrowest set of powers for credit unions in the country.
You don't have the number for Alberta, but would you have a guess? Or would that be fair?
They'd probably shoot me, my friends in Alberta, if I got it wrong.
All right. I know you don't want to be put on the spot, and I appreciate that. That's not a problem. So what I will do now is turn the floor to Mr. Belanger. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Incidentally, I might, if we do have a business session, mention that there's one area that I think everyone forgot, myself included, to perhaps consider inviting, and that is sports teams. And I know that we have, I think it's 3 of the Canadian Football League teams are cooperatives or cooperatively owned, and I don't know if there are any more in the other. So if we have a chance, we should perhaps consider that. It's a good. I gather also the Green Bay Packers are, but I don't think we should be inviting them. Anyhow.
We've already had an American.
Anyhow, Mr. Leahy,
Mr. Belanger,
you're.
Sorry, we'll stop here.
I'll turn now.
Sorry, Mr. Belanger. I'm not using your time for this, but do you know the 3 teams?
Saskatchewan is one for sure. Yeah. I believe Winnipeg. And perhaps Calgary, but Calgary is a different kind of arrangement.
Yeah, I don't know that they're a cooperative.
All the proceeds have been reinvested into the community, into the team.
Okay.
And it's owned by a small group, which may be a cooperative model. I'm not sure.
Okay, that's a great suggestion. Appreciate that. And as I said, that didn't come out of your time. You've got about 4.5 minutes remaining. So.
Alternative is the first. I thought it was the first one in the country, so we'll leave that in abeyance for now. But you're also the only. My understanding, the only credit union that owns a bank charter, correct?
Van City owns one as well.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay,
but theirs is, they own one as well.
Okay, and the reason you've used it, if I understand, is because of your origins, in the sense that it was part of the civil service, and therefore you have clients on both sides of the Outaouais River, and you just couldn't walk away from that.
That's exactly right.
That was okay. Now you're aware. Well, you mentioned it in your text that. The government approved in the 2010 budget the creation of a banking co-op. And coincidentally, just before we met on July 10th, the government pre-published on July 6th the regs. Yeah. So you have a sense of what those are. Without prying into the business development plan or any proprietary information, is Alternative satisfied with the conditions that have been created for the co-op banking universe in Canada?
Under the proposed regulations?
Yeah.
Yes, I'd say we are. I think what we have to recognize is that this is the first iteration, so it's not perfect, and everybody knew it wouldn't be perfect. So I think it will evolve over a period of time, but there's nothing in the regulations that we object to.
Minimum capital requirement, things like that. Okay.
We think it's appropriate. I mean, certainly the regulatory standards that OSFI applies is a significant step up, probably, for most credit unions.
Yeah.
So that'll be a challenge for them.
Okay. On the matter of compliance costs, we are all aware now of the FinTrack requirements. And I hope that we're not looking at going down to lower than what it currently is. Certainly, I wasn't aware of that. We may be. But are there other examples of compliance costs that apply in an unfair manner to smaller entities?
Well, really, all of the, in our estimation, most of the requirements around regulation are in this country, because the financial services industry is dominated by the big companies, is that it's really designed for their needs. So, for instance, we run this small bank, as you've said. The new, CDIC fast, I forget what they call it exactly, but fast-track deposit arrangements, which are designed to allow CDIC to take quick control of an organization that's in trouble. They're quite substantial for a small organization like ourselves to put in place. Now, we have met their requirements, and we use some chewing gum and baling wire to do it, and we're in full compliance. But it was still, a significant amount of effort, which for us, we look at it and we think that it's a bit of trying to kill a fly with a sledgehammer. But the requirements were really designed for a large organization.
Okay. On the matter of CMHC and the notes, I had a meeting with the CMHC officials, and they clearly indicated that their hands are a bit tied because of the nature of the mortgages, them being closed mortgages, so they have to recover it all. And unless they're so I'm not blaming CMHC, but I gather that if the government were to tell or direct CMHC to behave differently, that money that these mortgages represent, that's at fairly low rates now, could easily be relocated and re-engaged in other matters. As a financial expert, would you believe that that's possible?
I'm not sure I fully understand what you mean when you say
what they're told me is that because they're, say that if they have a $2-3 million locked mortgage at rates of 2.3 or 4%, given the rates today, they could possibly replace that money fairly easily. But unless they're told to do so, they figure they're locked in and they can't. My question is, could CMHC, if they were given the green light to allow for the closed mortgages to be bought off at a lesser penalty, equivalent to the others, say a 3-month penalty, would they be able to relocate that money productively and not lose on it?
Okay, so just before you start, we're about 35 seconds over time. I know it was a clarification of the question you'd asked earlier, so I allowed that. I just will ask that the response be as brief as it can.
It's really hard for me to answer that question because, CMHC's powers have been significantly changed in recent times. I think the reality is that the arrangement between the housing co-ops and CMHC are commercial arrangements, and they do have commercial requirements. I do believe that there are some benefits to everyone if there was a way to find, if we were able to find a way to meet in the middle somewhere. But it's pretty hard for me to answer that question.
Okay, thank you. And we'll move into our second round of questioning now. And our first up there is Mr. Bowen. You have 5 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks to the gentleman for sharing your time with us this afternoon. Alan, when I listened to your presentation, I thought a good move, a business move that allows you to buy for 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 industries at one time, and as my colleague Dan has said, economy of scale enters into that equation. What happens to any profits that the company accrues? Is there a share dividend, or is it banked or for future use?
It goes back to the members. The cooperatives are facilitated by third party. Actually, this one is facilitated by people who came out of the Home Hardware Cooperative, a very sophisticated group. And a lot of the money in the early stages is going to be to insure the receivables, if you will, because if you can guarantee the receivables for a vendor, they're going to get better prices in the end. So in the probably initial 5 years, some of the profits will be turned back into self-insurance. It'll go back to the members, as well as the objective of this whole thing is volume rebates. That's where the real money is for the big purchasers with steel and that kind of stuff. So, but it's a cooperative, true model of cooperative, and the people running it, third party, work for a percentage of the profit. So it's a pretty clean model.
Right.
Yeah.
So is the around the board table, is it the co-op model? Pardon me, one member, one vote?
Correct.
Has nothing to do with how many shares the member may have in the corporation.
No, EMC, our organization, we've licensed our name to it to give it the strength. So we've got two shares, if you will, and that's just to kind of keep the spirit and the making sure that it follows the model that we've established over the last 15 years in terms of how the relationships work between the manufacturers. But every company that joins only gets one share. Yep.
Good, thank you. Mr. Leahy, I was interested in your analogy of the money moving to the west, or the opportunity for involvement of credit unions and co-ops headed west. What about the west coming east? What do you see happening there? Is that a possibility, a probability, or it not going to happen?
Well, I meant to imply that it was far more likely that the credit unions in the west would come east than the ones in the east would go west. I think that the western credit unions are very strong. They have a long-standing, successful history. Now, some of them I don't believe would be interested in going outside their province. I think they are quite competitive, but others have different views. And I think Ontario represents a big opportunity for them. It's the biggest consumer market in the country, and it's where credit unions have the lowest market share. So for sophisticated Western credit unions, I think that they'll take a long, hard look at it.
Mm-hmm. What do you attribute the small market share to? Obviously, there's lots of opportunity for financial operations here, there, and everywhere.
I think it's a function of things that have happened over a long period of time. My observation, I spent most of my life in the banking, so when I came into the credit union, I spent a lot of time trying to figure out exactly that question. Many of the western provinces in particular, I think the provinces see having their own financial institution sector as very important to their local economies, because in their minds, and I think there's a lot of truth to it, is that Eastern Canada hasn't always been a consistent and reliable supporter to them. So they see themselves as needing to be self-sufficient, and a financial sector is important to that. That's not the case in Ontario. Ontario has been the home of the banks, and I think the Ontario government, I think that they like credit unions and they're committed to credit unions, but they don't see it as strategically as important as perhaps some of the Western provinces do. The powers that have been provided to credit unions partly reflect, I think, that, but credit unions in Western Canada have broader business powers. They also have unlimited deposit insurance. And so, I think that they've had a kind of a friendly environment. I think their history is different with consumers as well, because consumers, I think, share a lot of that willingness or wish to be independent of Eastern Canada. And again, that's not true in Ontario. In Ontario, you can hardly go, go very far before you find someone that is either employed by a bank or is married to someone that's employed by a bank. So banks have a very strong history in Ontario, and credit unions, having really developed in the industrial sector, which has shrunk in Ontario, were hurt by that.
Okay, thank you very much. Time has expired on that round. And we'll move now to Mr. Allen. You have 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chair, and thank you to both to come. And as Mr. Bowen was asking the question, and as Mr. Leahy was explaining, we were conversing earlier. Mr. Leahy used to be the CEO of First Ontario, where I've been a member for a long time, but it goes back to the auto workers, actually, and specifically to General Motors. Not auto workers in St. Catharines or Niagara, but actually one plant. We used to have what we used to call QU men, because they were men at the time, they weren't women, would come around and sign you up as a new employee when you entered the workforce to join the credit union, and that's how they drove a membership base. But when plants closed, and I think of my late brother who worked at Franny Packard, also belonged to a credit union at Franny Packard, which John would remember, of course. It made electrical equipment. When it closed, the credit union closed as well. And so the history of Ontario credit unions is driven by, small manufacturers, large manufacturers, and then at one point in time they couldn't merge in Ontario. So when you died, you died. I mean, and one of our branches when you were CEO was Holy Rosary in Thorold, which was actually the credit union to the parish. It wasn't attached to an industry or a company. It was Holy Rosary Parish of Thorold. The credit union was for the parishioners, and you had to be a member of the parish to belong to the credit union. So there's a different dynamic, I think. But I want to touch on some, and I want to actually get to both of you. The time will run short. If you can compare your first almost 55% of your first part of your career, Mr. Leahy, with your second part of your career, which is now ongoing, between the banking aspects of where you were, and you were there for a substantial amount of time, and your CV correctly points out, and I already knew this, that you were senior executive there for a long time, compared to what is happening in the credit union movement and what you saw coming into it and what you've subsequently seen. If you can give us a sense of the importance of why credit unions are truly needed, not only in this province but across the country.
For about 2 years, I ran CIBC's retail network across Canada when they were in the midst of the TD CIBC merger, which didn't happen. And, if I had 10 priorities for the year, they were all about money. It was all about growth. It was about income. It was about profit. And, that's the nature of the beast. That's why they're so strong. I went to the credit union, and it was all I could do to get profit even on the agenda. And I think that's it's one of those examples where neither extreme, in my view, is the right place to be. I think what you see that the profit preoccupation of the banks causes them to abandon things or to not pursue things that they probably could afford to pursue, but don't represent the next incremental best investment for them. And I think credit unions play to a different agenda. Now, I think we have to be a lot more focused on profit, because the reality is we need capital to support our business. But we don't, and it's true at Alterna, and it was true at First Ontario. Profit isn't the first, last, and most important ingredient in my day. And so that's why we can do micro-lending. There's no way we can get micro-lending done at the bank because you don't make any money at it on your income statement. People would laugh at me. If they did do it, they would do it in the charitable division. And it's not about charity. This is business. This is helping people create viable businesses and create viable lives. And I think credit unions and cooperatives, because they don't have the drop-dead profit motive, are much better positioned to support social innovation and community economic development.
Can I throw a bit of a curve at you? I grew up in the bank, and the last thing I did in the bank system was create the first commercial banking center for any charter bank in Canada. And that branch was, that center was made up of lenders who understood manufacturing. They had dirt underneath their fingernails and understood it. I call them old-fashioned bankers. I've spent the last 5 years watching the old-fashioned bankers either die or retire. And there's not much opportunity for manufacturers in Canada, period, to enjoy old-fashioned bankers. And I may have a conversation after this, but there may be an opportunity here. I've been to at his level, to 2 charter banks, and they're just not listening. And there are so many manufacturers in this world that need old-fashioned bankers that understand people. A good example is our chairman. Bought out a section of part of a General Electric, spent $400,000 of his own money trying to management buyout with 30 of his people that put $7 million in, and they could not find financing in Toronto. This is up in Owen Sound, and I listened to him for a whole winter, and there was one old-fashioned banker left, and I said, Jim, enough of this. Can I call a banker I know? And I did that on Monday. They saw them on Tuesday, had their money on Friday. So there might be an opportunity to look at forming cooperatives in the financial side for manufacturers that's run by guys with dirt under their fingernails. Bit of a curve for you.
Okay, thank you very much. Time has expired on that round. And we'll now move back to the government side. And Mr. Butt, the floor is yours for the next 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being here. In particular, Mr. Leahy, good to see you again. Alterna has a wonderful retail location right in the heart of the village of Streetsville, right across from my constituency office, and walk by it all the time, and I see it's a busy hub, so congratulations on a very successful location there in my my home riding. I would like you to talk a little bit more, and congratulations, by the way, on the 2012 Micro Skills Corporate Spirit Award that you recently received, and I mean, obviously you're clearly a leader in that. You've indicated you're not doing it because it's a money maker. It's not making everybody millionaires, but you're doing it because of the cause, the mandate of the credit union. I think that's wonderful. You gave one example, I know, in your opening remarks about how the Micro Skills program works. Did you want to maybe expand on that a little bit more and talk about how it's an important part of your mandate and generally what it's designed to accomplish for the clients that are approved under that program?
Yeah, we have established inside Alterna a community economic development group, if you will, line of business, and microfinance is part of that. Microfinance was developed by the old Metro Credit Union over a decade ago, and it was focused to help people get off social assistance. It's very specifically focused on people that are underserviced and disadvantaged in the community. We do two or three things that I think differentiate our approach from other people. First is that we require them to get education in how to run a business. And many of the micro lending programs that you see across the country do not require that. And as a result of that, they have much higher failure rates. So we require them to go through that. And most of that is actually training that is provided by or sponsored by the federal government. So, thanks for that. The second thing we require them to do is to do a business case. And many of these people have never done that, and we help them through that. We mentor them through that. But they have to put a business case, because at some point in time, if they're successful, they're going to grow out of the micro-lending side of things, and they're going to have to sit with one of the old-fashioned bankers, or maybe one of the new-fashioned bankers, and they're going to have to convince them that their business is viable. So they need to know how to manage the business. And then the third thing we do is that we mentor them. We actually, in many ways, we hold their hand through much of it. So I think that's probably what differentiates us most from that. The other thing for Alterna is that Ontario is one of the few provinces where there isn't any government subsidy for microfinance, and any losses we have on the program, we do eat. But it's a relatively small program, but it's effective. It's an important piece of our overall community economic development, but it's not the only piece. And overall, the overall piece is profitable. This particular piece, we try and, in terms of on our income statement, we try and keep it break even.
Second area I want to talk about in my short time of questioning is getting back to the housing cooperatives again. Both Mr. Harris and Mr. Belanger have raised it. There might be some confusion for the general public that may be watching about how these original mortgages, these 35-year agreements with CMHC and housing cooperatives were entered into, but CMHC had to go out and borrow that money at that time when there were high interest rates. So they were able to borrow long-term bondholders, get a lower rate, and actually pass on that mortgage rate at no markup to those housing co-ops. So now it's great to say interest rates have dropped and everybody should break their mortgages and all that, but everybody has to understand that it's a domino effect, right? CMHC has to pay penalties if they want to break those long-term funding agreements with the bondholders. But the question I have more so for you is, I assume credit unions would be very interested in having mortgages or providing project financing or retrofit financing to housing co-ops, given the rates today, so on, once those first mortgages have been paid off, or perhaps in a second mortgage position where you could negotiate that with CMHC. There are some projects that have been allowed. They've been given exemptions by Canada Mortgage and Housing to go out and get a second mortgage or project financing because they had a capital need or they had something else they needed to do. I'm assuming credit unions would be quite interested in lending to cooperatives. They've got asset value there. There's a real estate holding that's there. It's worth something. It sounds like a sound investment to me, and I'm assuming credit unions would jump at the chance to lend to co-ops, housing co-ops.
I believe that to be true. Certainly Alterna is very interested, and that's why we're participating. And I agree with you. These are commercial loan arrangements, and it's like any. People come to us all the time. We have our, we're on the other side sometimes, and sometimes we negotiate, sometimes we can't. So, I think that there's ways to get this done, but it may require a little bit of flexibility on everybody's part, and that's the negotiation and the discussion that's underway right now.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, your time has expired, Mr. Butt. I appreciate that line. And we'll move next to Madame LeBlanc. The floor is yours for the next 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Again, I want to thank the witnesses for great information that they are providing. And I just wanted to go back to the micro-lending programs that you have. I think it's just great. I think it's something that is very, very interesting. And I was wondering, do you see, because you were mentioning that sometimes you have to, you have to eat the loss that is going, and I think you probably would be interested because of the need of expanding such a program. Do you see a role for the government, either partnership as provincial, federal government, in helping? Would you see a way in how it could help in expanding such a program that has such great benefits?
Well, I think that there's always potential role for government. Like, for instance, one is that we rely on government-sponsored training programs in how to set up and run a business. So I think that maintaining those types of programs would be critically important. Some of the provinces have programs where they will share in the losses of such a program, and I think those, I think that's some benefit, but I think it tends to encourage organizations to think of this more as charity than anything else. These people do have to go out and engage in the commercial world, and so they should kind of learn how to do that right from the first moment. How we've mitigated some of the losses is that we enter into some partnerships where organizations will guarantee the loans for us. So, for instance, we have a partnership with the City of Toronto dealing microloans for disadvantaged youth in the West End, in the Jane Finch area. They guarantee the loan losses, but they use our program. And we apply our adjudication and our standards and all those kinds of things. So I think there's ways to drive partnership. I'd be reluctant to say that government should get too involved, but I think that there are some critical points in the process where government can be very helpful. I think heavily on the education side of things, because that's something that we have found, and I think research shows that small businesses fail in large part because the owners are not prepared for operating the business.
And I think the requirements that you had set out are very wise in order to help entrepreneurs succeed, whether the size or whatever. I would like you to help me understand what would be the difference or what would be the advantage of a financial institution, cooperative financial institution, to be like federally regulated, provincially regulated. Could you explain to me briefly what would be the difference or what would be the advantage? You were mentioning a July 6 legislation. And
the main difference is that you're allowed to operate outside of your home province. There are some other powers perhaps that the banks have that perhaps would accrue to a credit union, but many of the credit unions outside of Ontario, at least, or west of Ontario, have access to some powers that the banks don't have. So, for instance, BC credit unions going into the federal jurisdiction have to deal with two particular problems. One is they no longer would have 100% deposit guarantee, and the second is they would have to withdraw from their insurance operations which they're allowed to do that the banks are not allowed to do. So the primary advantage in going to a federal jurisdiction is the ability to operate extra-provincially. And, that's not to be undersold because, as I said, diversification of risk is an important thing for any financial institution. And we find that, we know that business owners that might be resident in Ontario do business in BC. And so when you tell them that you can't help them in BC, where do they go? They tend to go to the banks. If you're lucky, they'll go to a credit union in BC. But they don't like to break up their business. So, there are some advantages, but there are also some growing pains that people will have to get their minds around before they go federally.
Okay, thank you. And time has expired on that round. We'll move to Mr. Lemieux. You have the floor now for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to explore the the issue of financing for co-ops, because we've had a lot of witnesses explain that co-ops have challenges seeking capital financing. And I'll start with sort of the newer co-op. When you have a new co-op, they basically raise money by selling memberships. They don't have a lot of capital, and they probably don't have a lot of capital assets, and don't have a lot of track record because they're new. So, but what I'm wondering, though, as a lending institution, do you see that a co-op is disadvantaged more than a business that's starting that also does not have, actually, it has less membership than a co-op, so it's got less, perhaps, low-level financial backing. It, too, would not have a lot of capital assets. That's why they're seeking a loan in their early stages. So could you comment on that? Is it just sort of two different but perhaps similar scenarios where, yeah, you know what, starting up anything is really challenging. Money is hard to come by. Or do you feel that co-ops are disadvantaged more than a small business would be?
I don't think that co-ops would be more disadvantaged than others, all other things being equal. I mean, if they, anyone that has to come with a good business case and a good sense of what they're undertaking. I have to admit, Alterna doesn't do a whole lot of that at this point in time. Just we don't have the skills to do it. We do some of it. We're helping finance a funeral co-op, for instance, in Gatineau right now, and they're in the startup phase. And I think helping anyone in the startup phase is not for the faint of heart. And I will tell you that by and large, regulators don't like us doing that because of the risk profile that tends to go with it. So I don't think they're more disadvantaged. I just think it's a really hard thing to do.
At the other end of the spectrum are sort of, I'll just call them the medium to large size co-ops. We had one here in particular a few days ago, and saying that they had like an $8 or $10 million project, and they were having difficulty seeking funding. I don't quite remember the details, or if the details were provided in what it was. It could be, I would imagine, related to perhaps lack of a track record, perhaps the way in which co-ops report their financial record, and is it open to the public, et cetera. So maybe it's harder for a lending institution to evaluate risk with a co-op. Perhaps it's related to the membership structure, and when members leave, they take their money with them, and does that provide more risk to a lending institution? So I'm wondering if you could perhaps shed some light on the other end of the spectrum, which is the medium to large size co-ops, why they might find it challenging to seek capital funding.
On the level of security that they're putting up against the loan. I mean, at the end of the day, it's easy to give money away. It's really, really hard to get it back. And no financial institution wants to realize on security. So most credit unions focus the majority of their lending on commercial lending, on loans that are secured by real estate. And so when you go outside of that, the number of credit unions that are actually positioned to participate in that narrows quite quickly. And so I don't know.
Sorry, could you just repeat that? You're saying that co-ops that lend money use real estate as
credit unions. Most credit union lending that isn't agricultural. I mean, agriculture is a little different.
Okay.
But most credit union lending that is commercial is secured by real estate. And And, that reflects, the size and the risk tolerance and the profitability of credit unions. So, for instance, my particular credit union, we do lots of things that the banks don't do, but one of the things we also don't do what the banks do is make a ton of money. And so our ability to backstop high-risk loans is relatively limited. Okay. And so for us, the quid pro quo for us is we tend to rely on real estate-backed lending. And so my guess is the one that you're talking about either hasn't talked to a credit union or is talking about financing something that's secured by receivables or inventory.
It might have been related to that, but I think it was also related. They were looking for a large loan, and credit unions might not be able to do that, which would have meant parsing it into...
We do pretty big loans.
Oh, okay.
We partner with, Alterna's done loans in partnership with, Van City through its Citizens Bank, through Concentra Financial in Regina, and that sort of thing. So we can do reasonably large loans, not $500 million loans, but $30 to $50 million loans are not unusual.
And for the customer, is that a one-stop shop? Like I go to you and you will partner with someone else, or is that me running around?
Time is expired, but I'll let you just finish up with
Thanks,
this.
We work it out. That's our competitive advantage with the banks is we try not to send people to pillar to post to organize their own. We try to work as a one-stop.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll move now to Madame Brosseau. You have the floor for the next 5 minutes.
Thank you both for your presentations. I just find that we're learning so much so fast, but it's amazing. It was really nice going through this book, Mr. Leahy, and reading all the good positive testimony and to hear the stories of people and families, and you've really changed their lives. It must be really heartwarming to know that all the work you're doing is changing lives. Also, towards the back, you mentioned that the demand is far greater than our capacity. So it seems that there's a lot of demand for it. Is there expanding in the future? Because you're mainly based out of Ontario, and is there expanding or mergers? Is there anything in the future?
As I said, we package microfinancing under our community economic development effort, and we are in the process of trying to expand that. Microfinance, I think the point in that report is that we currently have 3 people doing it. If we had the capacity to put 9 people on it, we could keep 9 people busy. And if we had 15 people, we could keep 15 people. I think that there is a lot of demand for microfinance, but it's very labor intensive. And as I said, in terms of direct income statement, you don't make much money. So it's really hard to put too big a piece of your operations right up against it, because at the end of the day, regulators do require us to make money to generate capital to protect our depositors. So it's a balancing act.
Well, do you feel that credit unions are more or less susceptible to a financial crisis than that have plagued the world's most largest prominent banks? Are they more or less acceptable, or are they better off?
I think the credit union system in Canada has demonstrated that it's a very strong set of institutions. We're just as regulated as the banks. Some of the standards aren't quite where the banks are yet, but the reality is that our business is pretty bread and butter. Like if you look at Alterna, half of our balance sheet are residential mortgages. We write nothing off on those. Half of what's left are secured lines of credit, which are secured by residential real estate and probably have loan-to-values of 25 to 30%. There's virtually no risk to that. And our commercial loan portfolio, which is the rest of it, has 0 delinquencies because we're pretty conservative lenders. And I think that's pretty true of most credit unions across the country, certainly the large ones. There are some small ones that are struggling, but they're relatively modest in size. And the regulators are working cooperatively with all of them, and I think that they will either be wound down in an orderly fashion, like the Holy Rosary Credit Union, or they will be nursed back to health. But generally, all of the credit unions in Canada collectively have strong capital positions and strong liquidity positions. So I don't think we're more susceptible.
You do a lot of education. I was just on the Alterna website, or Alterna Savings website, and you have a lot of classes that you do to, really help people understand, what it means to take out a loan, and then you really kind of help them and follow them through. It's not just lending them money and leaving them there. You kind of just educate people so that they're actually learning and they're making good, educated choices. This is a practice you've always had, helping.
Well, educating consumers has always been one of the core principles of cooperatives. I would say that the degree of focus has ebbed and flowed over the years, but for Alterna, we find that educating consumers has a strong payback for us. Particularly, we've seen it in the micro-lending program. We see it in the commercial lending program as well.
I've heard from a lot of witnesses that education's a big thing when it comes
Absolutely.
to cooperatives. I didn't know very much about cooperatives before being on the committee, and I find I'm just learning so much. My colleagues and I, it's just an ongoing, and we're very, I think, proud, and we're very lucky. It's the International Year of the Cooperatives. This is great, but we're really looking forward for some answers. Do you think the federal government has a role in partnering up and enabling the development of cooperatives and nurturing them?
I think anything that the federal government can do to support the development of cooperatives is in Canadians' best interest. It's a proven business model. It's an alternative to the public company. It's not a replacement, but it's an alternative for the public company. And I think I've yet to see any scenario that caused me to believe that there's a downside to supporting the development of cooperatives. So my answer would be yes.
Sorry, I don't know if you've heard.
Sorry, we're out of time on the round.
Thank you.
Apologize. And we'll move now to Mr. Gord. You have the floor for the next 5 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to thank our witnesses for coming here. My question will be for Mr. Diggins. You developed a certain amount of expertise in an important area of the economy. Can you explain to me the background and the history of your organization? Yes, I'll repeat my question. My question is for Mr. Alan Diggins. You developed over time an area of expertise for your organization in order to respond to specific needs. Can you explain to me the background and the history of this situation?
Yes, I think it rose out of need, first of all, in Owen Sound when the one plant closed down. And I was fortunate at that time. It was a small community, and I had about a 10-year history with these companies when I was working for the college system, and developing a relationship with each of the manufacturers and then the people in those buildings. So in order for an organization like ours to be successful, we're in the plant, we're on the floor, we're not up here, we're not in the boardroom, we're where the money is being made and where the problems are. So how it started really was building one relationship at a time, and then getting those relationships working together, and really adopting the philosophy of sharing and borrowing ideas as being okay. And when we first were asked to, an example, when we were first asked to expand into another community, I took what we were doing in Owen Sound and I failed. And I failed 3 months in a row with what we were doing to get them working together. And I found out through a friend of mine after the third month of failing that this whole thing of expecting people to share and help each other out is a learned behavior. And we have adopted some philosophies, if you will, of how to teach people to give themselves permission to behave that way. So the fundamental success, if you will, or why it works is about the relationship building and having them understand it's okay to behave this way.
So this is a human-based approach that is very close to the reality of these businesses that you established in developing this expertise, and also in finding the right way to help deal with the problems and improve competitiveness. But in addition to all this, what type of particular services do you provide to these people? You said at the beginning you were not a cooperative, but there was a certain degree of cooperation in the approach that you had taken.
The primary way we get them working together is to get into a community, a geographic grouping of manufacturers, and we invite them into in a facilitated way to help each other out. That's the primary methodology we use. And after doing that 2 or 3 times to them in the community on a regular basis, they learn to understand the power of helping each other out. Through the years, we don't consult to or train to our manufacturers. We work for our manufacturers. So we've listened to them, and we've developed many programs and services that they need. And what we do is we provide the due diligence ahead of time. So, for example, with the energy program I mentioned earlier, we did a whole year of searching and due diligence on finding out what the best approach is, finding the best facilitators that there are in the province to make that happen, and then bring that to our members. And as we've grown, those trusted relationships we've developed with other programs has paid off well. Anything that the manufacturers need, they tend to come to us now. We listen, and if it's something that we can help them with and help more than 1 or 2 of our members, help the collective group, then we'll start pursuing that. And that takes a lot of work. So we do all of in terms of capitalization, I guess, we've done a lot of work ahead of time for any of the programs we bring to our members that takes out a lot of our time, a lot of our capital, a lot of our manpower to make sure that we get the best of the best that we can present to our manufacturers. So the energy program is one, and the purchasing cooperative, although we're just a member of it, that took similarly, we went through the same due diligence with that, finding the right individual to company rather to run that for them. And then many other programs from training to consulting to 360-degree health and safety programs, environmental programs, and that kind of stuff. So we have a very, very heavy investment in the front end before we bring anything to the manufacturers.
Merci beaucoup. Merci.
Thank you. We'll move now to Mr. Preston. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. First of all, Mr. Leahy, thank you for the work you do on the microloans piece. It's there's not enough of it out there, and the fact that you're doing some of it is making a great difference. The training programs you're putting the new entrepreneurs through, many of them probably have not ever been entrepreneurs before they've come to you from a microloan point of view, a microcredit point of view. Is it through the CFTCs? Is it that or local economic development agencies? I mean, you mentioned it maybe was a federal program, but
well, you're getting to a level that I'm probably ill-qualified to to comment. I can certainly get you the information.
It's fine, thank you. And I haven't read through the whole book, and it may very well say it in there. But again, thank you for doing that. It's a great way. Planting the seeds of business is a neat thing to watch. I mean, some of the plants wither, but most through extraordinary effort grow and succeed. You've also mentioned something else from a credit union point of view versus a bank point of view, and I'm not here to say bad things about banks, but I've often said the second most important relationship in my life as an entrepreneur was with my banker. My wife, of course, would have been first, but she's first? Yeah, she was first, honest, and she dislikes it when I say this story because I say sometimes they're pretty close. But the real answer is that what we're learning from the credit union, the Caisse Populaire, the cooperative banking sector is there still is that on-the-ground relationship. I happen to know the manager of my credit union, and whether I see him at the baseball diamond when the kids are playing or at the Chamber of Commerce, there's more of a relationship than, hey, that loan I need. There's that day-to-day. So that's an integral part. We're saying Alternatives has grown into a fairly large organization of those relationships. Do you work at all with other credit unions, smaller size, to help them succeed, help them with best practices that you found as you grew?
We do. Most of it is indirect because we share it with our what we call our central, which is Central One. But we share all of those stories. We have pretty open book to credit unions in terms of our policies and our bylaws and anything that they want of that sort. There's a credit union in town here, Your Credit Union, which is much smaller, where we provide their audit services on contract for them. To be honest with you, I think we could do a heck of a lot more. But we do some directly and indirectly. The reality is that everybody's just busy with coping to get through the day, and sometimes cooperation, as Alan suggested, is a learned behavior. And some of us didn't learn to share when we were kids, and we haven't learned yet.
The business gets in the way of the business.
Sometimes.
Right? Your day gets full before you can help the next guy. Your day is finished. You meant, just real quickly, you mentioned on the red tape reduction piece, on the compliance piece from a banking point of view. If you have some ideas as to how we can better suit smaller credit unions from a compliance point of view with large banks from a compliance point of view, we'd all be happy to hear it. We keep hearing it, but I'm not sure I've heard a solution yet other than, gee, I wish it would be better. So if you can think of something along that lines, I'd love you to provide it to us at some point.
We'd be happy to submit something. I'm sure Credit Union Central of Canada could help me with that, because they hear this all the time.
But again, I don't think any of us want to say, "Oh, let's quit complying."
No,
it's about.
No, it's not about changing the standards. It's about adapting the standards to the complexity and the size of the organization.
Alan, on your side, I've been involved in many purchasing cooperatives and business cooperatives, and whether they're formal cooperatives, and many of them, or most of them are now, in the sense of one member, one vote, and a corporation set up to do the purchasing, because there's so much money to be saved by people in like businesses working together, even if in fact they're competitors. You're creating an equal playing field, because those competitors are now buying, whether it's power or advertising or product, at a same price. Now you can beat them just by how good a business person you are. This is not a new phenomenon, but it seems to be growing exponentially, the people working together. In the sense of what you've done in Owen Sound, or what you're now branching out and have done, talk about the size. How much money do you think you've saved a group of manufacturers in a small community or a medium-sized community like Owen Sound by them getting together and doing either purchasing together or health training together? Can you throw some numbers as to what do you think they're saving?
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
Hundreds of millions.
Yeah, over a 15-year period in Owen Sound alone. Yeah, definitely. And it's not something we've done personally. We just facilitated that happening. Yep.
Oh, and so the dividend.
Sorry, is it related? If it's related, I'll allow just very brief. Okay, thank you. The time has expired. Now we've got just a few minutes remaining. We've concluded our second round of questioning. But what I will do is I'll start a third round. There's only about 3 minutes, I believe, so I'm going to allow you to utilize that 3 minutes. Mr. Bowen, you're next on my list, so you've got 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Chair. We'll have to listen fast and talk faster, I guess, guys, to get to 3 minutes. Anyhow, we've heard from a number of witnesses about the successes of different operations that they've been involved in. I'm just wondering what happens when an operation that you have funded starts to go sideways. Are there steps in place to help pull the project back onto the rails? Is there some formalized operations that take place? When do you get to the point where you say, well, this one isn't going to fly, guys? It's buried in the hangar someplace here, and we'll have to get back to it. Could you comment on that?
We follow, our policies are very similar to the policies of the banks in terms of, when and under what circumstances we would intervene on a loan. It's kind of how we apply the policy that's different. And, our last wish is to actually foreclose or to call a loan. And so we'll do most everything we can, including with residential mortgages before we'll do that. I had a lady on the phone last night. This is about the 10th time we've tried to intervene on her behalf. We just can't do it. But in lots of other cases, we're actually able to find ways to either defer payments, capitalize interest, but not always. But in most cases, our delinquency rates are very, very low, mostly because we work with our members.
In our case, you heard me speak about old-fashioned bankers and gave up on that route, with all due respects. That's right. So I did after 5 years, come up with a couple of fellows that one of them has bought and sold 27 manufacturing facilities, buy them and that were in trouble and make the adjustments to make them successful and then sell them. Coupled him together with a young fellow from Deloitte, came out of the Deloitte group. So unfortunately, I do get a lot of calls from plant managers saying, help. And you bring in that kind of expertise in manufacturing that the fellows bought and sold, and couple that with the kind of the banking finesse that the Deloitte fellow has, they come up with a lot of really novel ways and good ways to correct a balance sheet or just pick out an operational issue that is upside down, and that seems to be working very well. And so we've taken a different approach as opposed to the banking, and I've sat in your chair of having to call loans and that kind of stuff too. So it seems to be working well that way.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. You're just about right on time, so I appreciate that. So we will close out this panel. Thank you very much to both of you. It's been very excellent, very informative. We very much appreciate your time. And so what I'll do now is suspend the meeting until 3:30. For our second panel this afternoon, we have with us two organizations. Agripure, we have Madame Bedard, Lorraine Bedard, and Mr. Serge Riondo. And then we have the Fédération des Coopératives de Développement Régional du Québec, Madame Francine Furland. And so what I will do is have the two of you give us your opening statements. So I'll turn it over to Agripure. Who's making the statement on behalf of Madame Bedard? So you have the floor for the next 10 minutes to make your opening remarks. And what I will do is, because there's only the two groups, I'll allow a little leeway once again. If I see that you're coming close to the end of your remarks, but if you can try to keep it as close to 10 minutes as possible. Thank you.
First of all, Agripure would like to thank the committee for its invitation to appear here today and for its interest in Canadian cooperatives. I'm the corporate secretary, and with me today is Mr. Serge Riondo, president of the board. I see that you did receive our brief. What I'm going to give you is a shorter version of it, and we'd also like you to visit our website, agripure.com, where you can see the main brands that we deal with, the prizes and awards our products have gained, the highlights of our history, and the annual report for the last fiscal year. We're very proud of it because it says a lot about cooperation and the manner in which Agripure expresses its cooperative pride. The 13,000 dairy farms produce approximately 8.4 million litres of milk each year. This production is processed in a number of plants. Combined sales of $13.4 billion, accounting for 15% of total sales in the food and beverage sector in Canada. The Canadian milk processing sector provides employment for close to 24,000 people in every part of Canada. The industry is highly rational. Three major processors share slightly more than 75% of Canadian milk production. It's interesting to note that the cooperatives have a very strong presence in the Canadian dairy sector. In addition to Agripure, which processes 25% of Canadian milk, other dairy cooperatives include Agri-Foods, Gailey Foods, Scotsburn, Amalgamated Dairies, Farmers Dairy, Dairytown, Nutrinor, Northumberland, Agri-Lait, Fromagerie Saint-Albert, Organic Meadows, and Société Coopérative Agricole de l'Île aux Grues. Agripure is a major player in the industry. We process almost 2 billion litres of milk in Canada, and our 300,349 members produce a great deal of our milk. We provide jobs for 4,600 Canadians. The dairy industry is governed by a supply management system. We believe that this has provided a stable environment over the years for the dairy industry, allowing it to develop while taking up the challenges from changing conditions in both domestic markets and international trade laws. The industry can provide consumers with competitively priced dairy products. We firmly believe that everyone has a significant role to play in the industry for it to maintain its balance, and the government has to ensure that it does not put barriers that affect that balance or make it possible for foreign processors to have access to Canadian markets without being subject to the same rules. Agripure is a major player in the Canadian dairy industry and also the third largest non-financial cooperative in the country. It is among the 6 largest national cooperatives. Agripure has a real and significant impact on the agricultural sector. Thanks to its management style and leadership, the cooperative distributed in the past 5 fiscal years to $482 million to its members in patronage dividends. 25% was paid out in each corresponding fiscal year, and 75% was distributed in the form of capital issued by the cooperative to all members. The capital is redeemable by decision of the Board of Directors after a minimum period of 5 years. This means that over the same period, Agripure members received $230 million, and that was the cash portion of the patronage dividends and the repurchase of shares previously issued by AgroPure. AgroPure also plays a significant role in the Canadian cooperative movement. It's a member of the Conseil québécois de la coopération et de la mutualité and is working to promote the creation of a bilingual national body to represent all Canadian cooperatives. It's also a member of SOCODEVI, which works in the area of international development to encourage countries to take their respective situations in hand by creating cooperatives. It provides financial support to these organizations in order to promote recognition of the cooperative movement and of co-ops as a viable business model. Like all large cooperatives, AgroPure receives numerous requests to support the co-op movement. Like any other co-op, however, we have to ensure our own profitability. The support that comes from within must not be allowed to serve as justification for a government to disengage from providing appropriate support. We must remember that Canadian co-ops belong to Canadians, that they're active in all sectors and regions, and that they contribute to collective well-being through self-determination, equity, equality and solidarity. They're a source of collective wealth, and all Canadians, including the government, should take pride in their co-ops. The government must renew its support. Previously subject to the Quebec Cooperatives Act, in 2000 AgroPure decided to place itself under the Canadian Cooperatives Act, which would better reflect its business situation. Since that time, AgroPure has had the opportunity of entering into strategic alliances with other co-ops. Since it's already governed by the Federal Act, that was an advantage that facilitated projects and plans. We've operated under this legislation for 10 years, have examined it closely occasionally, and in 2000 and 2009 consolidated our bylaws accordingly. We appreciate the fact that Canada's government has incorporated Section 159, recognizing the distinctive cooperative nature of agricultural co-ops operating under a supply management system. This allows them to continue expressing their significant cooperative nature in spite of the legislative framework for supply management. We understand that the Special Committee has now adopted a mandate of reviewing cooperatives in Canada, and is not amending the legislation. Thus, we ask the committee, the government, and the Assembly to properly review through consultation the entire sector, and we will work with you to ensure that all amendments, that will work with you in case amendments are contemplated. We can only encourage you to take into account the specific characteristics of cooperatives when it undertakes any legislative amendments, and to ensure that any legislation passed includes the cooperative business model. For many years, AgroPure's cash flow from operations has been sufficient to meet its own needs, to reinvest in infrastructures. The real problem for large co-ops happens when a major acquisition comes up. The fact that our members have already contributed to the co-op by reinvesting a significant portion of surplus earnings each year, combined with the financial demands placed on them by their own farms, therefore limits the additional amounts that we can ask of them. AgroPure welcomes the federal government's decision to introduce a program for deferred taxation of patronage dividends. This gives members the option of deferring taxation. We would be pleased if we could announce to our members that the program will not only be renewed when it expires in 2016, but will become permanent. We'd also be happy to see the federal government create a program based on the cooperative investment plan now existing in Quebec. Programs like that encourage members to be disciplined and patient and to reinvest in co-ops. A number of unpublished studies prepared by large firms will be released to participants at the International Summit of Cooperatives. One of these, prepared by Deloitte, will examine productivity, financing and capitalization of co-ops. The committee would find it interesting. The government has announced that the Cooperative Development Initiative program will be cancelled. Until now, this three-pronged program supported new cooperatives and made it possible for provinces to also help. this government might be underestimating the place of cooperatives in Canada. It's important to re-establish the support structures, and we invite the committee to make a recommendation to the government accordingly, that it renew the CDI programs. Co-ops are associations of persons that own democratically managed economic enterprises. As such, they're not like other businesses, but they are indeed enterprises and must therefore be viable and prosperous. Would like to draw the committee's attention to government financial and tax assistance for enterprises, co-ops, or otherwise. Regular support programs usually favour applicants who announce job creation. However, for enterprises already in place, the government must distinguish between creating wealth and transferring wealth. Job creation must not be the main factor considered in providing financial assistance, because this has an adverse impact on Canadian companies, both co-ops and others. The government should incorporate a criterion relating to increased productivity into its financial assistance programs to promote investment in Canada, as well as improving competitiveness of enterprises abroad. Some simplification of requirements for assistance programs would also be helpful to all enterprises. All Canadian enterprises, including co-ops, would benefit from such improvements. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bédard, for your contribution to this afternoon's proceedings. Now we'll hear from Madame Ferland, the Fédération des coopératives de développement régional du Québec. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, honourable members. It's a great pleasure to meet with you today, and thank you for setting up this committee to review cooperatives. As you heard, I'm the president of the Fédération des coopératives de développement régional. I'm going to talk about CDRs. These organizations have been in Quebec for over 30 years and play an important role in economic development in Quebec. Their mission is to promote the cooperative business model, provide support for promoters of startups of all kinds of co-ops, and provide support after startup. 11 organizations cover 17 administrative regions of Quebec. They're grouped in federations that provide support for them. That is the position from which I speak, and that's the role that I want to explain to you. I'd like to begin with a recommendation that the Canadian government establish a partnership for the development of cooperatives in order to support the creation of co-ops across Canada. In support of that request, I will make 3 points. First, evidence that Quebec's economy is being stimulated by cooperatives. Secondly, that it's very important to have high-performance networks to support co-op startup. And third, efficient support measures to create co-ops. Let's begin with stimulating Quebec's economy through co-op activity. As we have said, cooperatives exist in about 40 economic sectors. In addition to the major sectors we all know and that we've talked about today, agriculture, funerals, forest, health, education, there are more. We find co-ops in renewable energy, domestic help, home care, daycare, transit, recreational tourism, health, community services. One example was given this morning. The entire cultural industry, as well as the manufacturing industry, and the list goes on. Cooperatives have a presence in all Quebec's regions, both urban, and not surprising, and rural, the cities and the farms. They are organizations that perform very well economically. They're responsible and redistribute wealth created while providing services that meet members' needs and while creating quality jobs. For a strong economy, we believe that we must promote diversity in the forms of businesses that are created in both public and private sectors. Much value is added by cooperatives. We are persuaded that by stimulating the development of cooperatives in new areas of activity and by promoting innovation, the Canadian economy will become stronger and will contribute yet more to its own prosperity, while paving the way for the future. Moreover, cooperatives are an excellent way of ensuring longevity and avoiding delocalization. Many studies have shown that the lack of succession among corporate leaders is a major issue in our economy. There are a number of solutions to this, clearly, but one of them is succession through the cooperative business model. That succession through the cooperative business model fosters mobilization of workers and the maintenance of local jobs. It also promotes retention of capital here and encourages revitalization of communities. With respect to performance and longevity of corporations, a recent study by Quebec's Economic Innovation and Development Department has shown that that growth among cooperatives is very high, twice that of other corporations. After 3 years of being in place, the three cooperatives out of 4 have survived, as opposed to 1 out of 2 of New Quebec businesses. 6 out of 10 cooperatives make it for longer than 5 years, compared to a little under 4 out of 10 traditional businesses. That's quite a difference in percentage. After 10 years, 4 out of 10 cooperatives are still in business, compared to 2 out of 10 traditional businesses. So 44% against 19.5%. So that study has been conducted twice, and both times, after 5 and 10 years, we notice that the results are exactly the same, and there are obviously reasons for that. The excellent performance of the cooperative business model can, to some extent, be explained by the structure of the cooperative model, the legislative framework that governs its governance, the board of directors, the democratic way that it operates, and its obligation to set up a reserve that will properly capitalize the business are all important factors. In addition, technical and specialized assistance that cooperatives receive from startup on also constitute added value. That's why we must ensure that these specialized services, that this expertise is provided to support cooperatives. We can say that this remarkable survival rate of co-ops in Quebec did not happen on its own. It's happening because of the efforts made by other co-ops and by the Quebec government to assist them. Those figures also show clearly that there is a strong economic incentive for stimulating and supporting cooperatives, new cooperatives in their development, to help them survive and to help the economy remain stable. I'd like to highlight the importance of a high-performance network to support co-op startup. Regionally, the regional co-op development organizations are the gateway. They promote the formula and help it survive. They provide advice and support, business support for existing co-ops. The network includes over 1,100 member organizations, over 1,500 co-ops created over the past 20 years. 140 new co-ops were created in 2011-12 alone, and that means 375 jobs maintained. The federation that brings these organizations together foster consultation, cooperation, best practices, and the development of niches that leverage more activity in the sector. In Quebec, organizations that create and help create and support cooperatives have a very strong role. In New Brunswick, for example, a regional development cooperative has been operating for over 10 years. Moreover, The operation of RDCs and their impact in cooperative development has a very positive effect on other Canadian provinces, which are looking on it with great interest and exploring the feasibility of setting up a similar model in their areas. Lastly, effective support measures for cooperative development. In 2008, 63.1% of new cooperatives established in Canada were set up in Quebec. That's 63%. Did you know that between 2004 and 2010, 595 new cooperatives were established in Quebec, creating 2,845 jobs? That economic dynamism can be explained through partnerships that were forged between the Quebec government and the Quebec cooperative movement. The government's goal in forming those partnerships is to promote business development for existing co-ops, to create or maintain jobs in the regions, and to meet new needs in Quebec. We believe that a similar federal government support model could be established across Canada based on partnerships with provincial cooperative councils and their partners. In conclusion, we'd like to remind you that cooperatives have a significant impact on the economy. They are high performance, they survive very well, and in Quebec, they are supported by organizations designed specifically to support them, and that is what has guaranteed their success. So I would repeat our recommendation that a partnership be forged to help cooperatives develop so that more cooperatives can be created across Canada. We have some jewels across Canada, some superb co-ops, but those well-functioning and large co-ops were not large 50 or 60 years ago. So if in 25 or 50 years from today we want other well-functioning cooperative networks, we have to begin now in setting them up and providing the needed support for cooperative development so that we can stimulate new co-ops. The Canadian government certainly has a role to play in the establishment and support of those new cooperatives. So let us build a future together so that we can have a better future. Thank you for your time.
Nous avons notre premier.
Thank you for your contribution, Ms. Ferland. Our first round of questions will begin with Ms. Leblanc. Ms. Leblanc, 5 minutes. I'd like to thank our guests for their very interesting testimony. I'd like to ask you a question first, Ms. Ferland. Since you've made a very interesting presentation in which you referred to the role the federal government could play in generating a more dynamic cooperative movement across Canada. The federal government, you say, would have a role to play. How would you see that role? What measures would you see the federal government implementing to create more dynamics in the movement and to support emerging co-ops? Far be it from me to put words into the mouths of politicians who are here to establish those very measures, but I think that all support measures, all programs that could help existing organizations to structure their activities more effectively would serve as levers. They leverage for their action. Provinces sometimes have some means and some ideas, but may simply be lacking that leveraging power. So the federal government, in my view, could do a lot of that leveraging with other provinces so that it helps the movement spread. We've seen some excellent co-op results across Canada, and I think we need to draw inspiration from those successes and facilitate the establishment of new, broad co-op networks across Canada. The Development Initiative was, in my view, an excellent example of a series of measures that provided excellent support for cooperative development. I sat on its steering committee for 6 years. I was there from the start, from 2003 till 2009. And the projects that we were seeing before us from across Canada, targeted priorities, made it possible for alliances to form. But those alliances were necessary. However, without the financial support, those alliances would not have been as useful. So it's not because people don't have ideas. Sometimes they simply don't have the means to make those ideas a reality. And that's where I think the federal government has a role to play.
Madame Bédard et Monsieur Riendeau.
Ms. Bédard, Mr. Riendeau, how do you see the challenges facing emerging cooperatives? What are the particular challenges that face them? AgroPure is well established, but as Ms. Ferland said, one doesn't begin big. And you, as a well-established cooperative, did say that quite often small cooperatives are trying to forge ahead. What are the main challenges facing them, be it in agriculture or in a different sector? That's a very good question. I can start by saying that AgroPure is a co-op, but not a federation of co-ops. AgroPure's membership, the members are direct, so they're not members of local cooperatives that are then members of a larger federation. They are our members directly. In answer to your question, how to help emerging cooperatives, I would say that our associations, our provincial and national associations, are there for that, be it the Canadian Council of Cooperation or the Quebec Council of Cooperation and Mutuality. We support them financially. We provide quite a lot of financial support, investing over $300,000 in those organizations. We support a research chair at Sherbrooke University worth some $50,000 a year. The International Year of Cooperatives that's coming up, we are supporting that to the tune of $300,000. And I would like to thank you, the government, for having supported the UN resolution to make 2012 International Year of Cooperatives. I think that is a clear demonstration of everyone's interest in cooperatives as a business model. The smaller emerging cooperatives, I think, need financial support. It can take the form of administrative assistance to help them start up, for example. The start is often the roughest time of all. Then they need experience, and once they start growing, Ms. Leblanc, your time is up. But in your brief, you do talk about the federal government's role and the role of governments in supporting the costs incurred by emerging cooperatives. Thank you. Mr. Gold, 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my thanks to our witnesses. I'd like to talk about AgroPure's international activities. We've had cooperatives in front of us who work provincially and across Canada, but you also work internationally. As a co-op, what has led you to develop that international model? Well, at the outset, I'd like to explain. We're in the dairy sector. We're in a supply management system. And the foundation of a supply management system is that we have to produce enough to meet Canadian consumption needs. That said, if we go back in time a few years, AgroPure was a more regional, provincial organization that then became pan-Canadian after all companies were rationalized, be it processing operations or retailers. There was a lot of rationalization on all sides of the equation. And now there are 3 major processors that deal with 75% of all Canada's milk. AgroPure is one of them, as we said in our brief. Moreover, we have clients on both sides of the border. Even though the borders between the U.S. and Canada are tight, impermeable as it were, that doesn't mean our clients don't work on both sides of the border. And that has made it possible for us to work with our clients. What's important for us isn't to become large. We expand in a spirit of maintaining a level of strength that's equivalent to those of other similar players in the world, be it as part of a supply management system or in a more open system like the U.S. is. I think that the size of a given operation means that, well, there's a size you have to maintain if you want to generate a certain volume of business.
Both on the cooperative and private side, and it's important for us to ensure the survival of the business. It's been in existence for 75 years. We want to make sure that it keeps on for our members. However the market develops, we want to make sure that our cooperative remains a strong one and it is able to process the milk produced by our members and to be sure that they're able to have this done in our facilities. Can you tell us whether the cooperative model of AgroPure has made it easier? Has it given you a competitive advantage when it comes to acquiring foreign companies? I think that we are all subject to the same type of commercial rules. I can talk for our own sector. I don't claim to speak for everyone. But I would say that in the particular environment that we find ourselves in the dairy sector, whether the business is cooperative or not, we face the same type of challenges in responding to our customers' requirements. And when it comes to development, we have the same concerns and the same obligations to be competitive. And I said the important thing is to have a sound business that's in a sound financial position so that it can continue to develop. And we've been lucky so far. The capital is approximately $550 million in the cooperative to support the economic development of this cooperative. The members, the dairy producers who are members of AgroPure, this does give them a certain latitude then. And in certain cases, this may, when we talk about a merger between two cooperatives, it's easier. There was a merger, there was the acquisition, so the total number of businesses acquired in its existence are 425. So through the effort of the members and the capitalization, this allows AgroPure to be in a sound financial position. We have the traditional type of bank loans and so forth. Thank you, Mr. Good. Mr. Bélanger for 5 minutes. Thank you. Out of the 125 businesses that you acquired in the past, or can you tell me whether there were cooperatives among them? At the beginning, this was the case, but the most recent acquisition was in 2004. It's a cooperative in the west of the country, in Western Canada. Even though it was a cooperative, it was an acquisition because, but the members nonetheless had to be in agreement. Yes, the members had to agree. And depending on the size of the investment, of course, then the board of directors does have to have a certain amount of latitude. I want to make sure that I did understand something that you said. You talked about the fact that from 2007 to 2011, there were $425 million paid in patronage dividend. This 22% was paid in cash every year, a percentage of the patronage dividend, the rest in capital. There are portions of the capital that remained. Out of the $425 million then, from 2007 to 2011, $230 million then were paid to the members. The source was not the same, but the end result, yes. In 5 years, our members received $230 million in their pockets. The $425 million represents what percentage of the surplus altogether? Would it be a third, a half? No, it's more than that. It's 65%. I'd like to come back to something else here. I'm not sure I'll be able to get everything in. When it comes to the Federation of the Regional Development Cooperatives, can you tell me how much of your activity is in urban sector as opposed to rural? What is the breakdown exactly? That's a good question. I don't have a precise answer to give you. However, I'd say that generally speaking, there are more cooperatives in a rural environment, but I couldn't tell you what exactly the breakdown is. Since the 19th century, there's been a great deal of urbanization in Canada, increasing urbanization. This is not a static situation. If there has been a trend at the present time, would you say that the level of activity in urban areas is increasing or is decreasing in the past 5 years? I would say that it is not decreasing. I don't know if I'm able to give it to you at the drop of a hat here, but there are certain sectors of activity that are being developing in an urban environment. I'm thinking, for example, of the cultural sector. Cultural cooperatives in small villages are uncommon, but in the city of Quebec, in Montreal, you certainly will find them. This is a sector that has developed a great deal in an urban environment. There are also lots of cooperatives in immigrant communities. Certain cooperatives are starting here. The cooperative formula is very adaptable. It arises from a need, and the need is different depending on the particular setting or environment. This is another area that we have not examined. That is cultural cooperatives. I think that this is also an opportunity for us. And perhaps you could give us some examples of this type of cooperative if we don't have time to hear from representatives of them. Some of us might perhaps be able to pay a visit. My last question. You did make an interesting recommendation, quite different from the types that we have heard so far. And I'll read this recommendation then. Namely, the recommendation that you read to us. It's not so much the creation of jobs that should be the main criterion for investment. And you say that productivity should be one of the main criteria when it comes to determining a need for aid. Could you tell me what exactly your thinking is on this? Is it all right if I give you the answer? Very often. And we are attempting to make a constructive recommendation here, not a reproach. When we look at the financial situation, whether it be companies coming from outside to invest in Canada or in a particular province, or whatever, let me read this recommendation.
I just wanted to read the sentence because it is the one that's rather crucial. La création d'emplois.
The creation of jobs should not be the main element studied in granting financial aid, because this is a disadvantage for Canadian companies, whether they are cooperatives or not. This is the key sentence, I think.
Possible, its time has expired.
Okay. On va dire rapidement.
To give you a better idea, and I won't be giving you a precise example, but we'll attempt to make clear what we are saying here. Very often, the creation of jobs is considered to be one of the main criteria to be studied if financial assistance is given to attract a Canadian business or to attract a business to Canada. What we are saying here is the government should look at whether this is not simply moving wealth from one area to another rather than creating wealth. Because very often the company that sets up will simply be removing its activity from one place to another, as opposed to actually creating jobs or wealth. And very often, certain rationalization takes place on the part of these companies that are being investing in a given sector, which means that research, for example, research and development or significant expenditures are already taking place in the other country, and they are not necessarily taken into account in this calculation. So what we're saying is we should look at the overall situation when the government invests, whether it be a subsidy or whatever, that it be a new company. Sometimes it is beneficial, but other times it is not, and so we have to take a look at all the aspects.
Pretty significantly over time there, and I did allow it, but I just ask members that we'll be careful as we move on, that we try to stick at least fairly close to the time. So I will move to the second round of questioning now, and I have first there Mr. Preston. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I may get back to that last bit, but I wanted to ask some other questions first. You mentioned that in general, rural Canada or rural areas are maybe more impacted by cooperatives or cooperative enterprises than urban, but you gave some great examples of some urban enterprises, cultural enterprises that are now working in a cooperative sense, and moving forward that way too. I think I come from a rural area of southern Ontario, and we really do see the value from a cooperative point of view, replacing enterprises that may otherwise have been there that we would no longer have. I think we saw some examples yesterday, whether it was a credit union starting up because a bank was leaving a community or those types of things. And so we really do see the imperative to rural Canada, the fill-in that cooperatives bring. You mentioned also from a success. We keep talking about this, and I'm quite pleased that we're repeating it for those that may be watching about the success rate of cooperatives. That the successful startup rate at 5 years or at 10 years or even at 1 year or 2 years versus the standard corporation or sole proprietorship or any other form of business startup, how much more successful cooperatives are at the benchmarks that you've said. And we've started to, I keep asking the question because I really want to get that in a bottle if I can. What's making that more successful than the startup of a regular business? I do some mentoring from an entrepreneurial point of view, and if we can try and capture some of this. But I think you hit it. I'm going to give you credit. Maybe I heard it earlier today and it didn't sink in. But cooperatives are based on a need, and then the business forms around the need. Whereas an awful lot of other businessmen, even myself, I have an idea, and I start a business based on an idea, but I'm not sure there's a need. I just am better maybe, or hope that in the end of the day I'm better than the other guy who's in the same job as I am. But cooperatives start with an advantage by you're starting with the need. Something is missing, and so cooperatively people get together and form that. Would you say that's a fairly good assessment of why cooperatives are more successful? pretty hard to fail if you're filling in a need. If there isn't the need, it may be harder.
Je vous remercie de la question.
I'd like to thank you for this question because I would say that there are a number of ways of answering your question. I'll take it from one angle. The cooperative arises from a need, that is correct. Business that shuts down in a village of 1,000 people, this will have a far greater impact, even if it only has 25 jobs, than a business with 500 jobs that shuts down in Montreal or in Toronto. So people will organize themselves together to get this business back. We talked, for example, about community services this afternoon. I can give you an example if you have the time to hear about it. People will make use of this because they understand the impact this has on the local community. A cooperative is a business, but it's more than a business. It's a business that has an effect on its environment. It's a business that is anchored in a particular territory, and it is also a business that is an engine for change in the local environment. So people will make use of it. If there is a service that people are losing, the last, for example, food market is just shut down in a village, and they decide that they will organize to restore this service, then of course they are going to be using it, even though they may be paying a bit more than if they go to the supermarket that's 100 kilometers farther away. Because they realize that if they don't make use of it, then the entire vitality of the area is going to be affected. So I think it is due to the fact that it comes from a need, that is a survival rate, but it is also a result of the fact that people can understand its usefulness.
A question of our friends from AgroPure. But the same thing happens. I would assume that a number of years ago, AgroPure started as a good thought of some dairy farmers getting together and cooperatively creating a business, and you're still in that business. You still have dairy farmers. Are dairy farmers your only members? Can anybody be a member of AgroPure other than someone who has a dairy farm?
Il n'y a que des fermes laitières.
There are only dairy farms at the present time that are members.
You're now into
sorry, your time has expired. Was it a very brief question?
No, it wasn't. It would never be a brief question.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Well, then I guess you're going to have to wait till the next chance you have. But thanks for the honesty. We'll move now to Madame Brousseau. You have 5 minutes.
Donc, je vous remercie pour votre témoignage.
I'd like to thank you for your testimony. I think that you've presented a very interesting point of view. We know that is the International Year of Cooperatives. And there will be cutbacks to the particular program, CDI, and it'll be more difficult for cooperatives to be established. The Secretariat and so forth will be affected. I listened to your testimony. You are of the view that it will be more difficult for new cooperatives, that these cutbacks will have a harmful effect on cooperatives and perhaps the future startups. It is quite clear that any program that does have a positive impact that sustains development, and when this program is not renewed, then there will be effects will be felt. Unfortunately, I would say that the remainder of Canada will be far more penalized than Quebec, because in Quebec we do have a partnership agreement with the provincial government that provides support to organizations such as our organization, the CDR, for the development of cooperatives. You probably know that when we talk about community services, people say we're going to be losing our only grocery store. What will we do? We'll set up a cooperative, but people do need some type of support to do this. They don't have the resources available to pay for a feasibility study, to pay a tax lawyer. We'll look at what programs are available and so forth. So we are the ones, the regional cooperative development cooperatives are the ones that enable them to set up a cooperative that is properly incorporated with its bylaws and so forth. The federal initiative did provide a great deal of support for the development and was also sort of a lever for the provincial boards, for the provinces in general then. It provided services both in English and French, but unfortunately it would appear that this initiative will not be renewed. It's unfortunate. It's certainly not what we would like to see in the cooperative network. But if the Government of Canada does have something to suggest to replace it, then we would certainly be happy to see it. I think that we do have to be positive on this. This is the second day that we've heard from witnesses on cooperatives. I think that this report will be a chance for us to highlight the role being played by cooperatives and what we can do in the future to provide the required support and establish a proper relationship or good relationship with the federal government at the Canadian level. I think that in Quebec there is a dynamic cooperative movement. Would the government be able to take measures similar to those that exist in Quebec to provide a stimulus for the sector in Canada? I think that we certainly would be able to do so. This is certainly something that we would like to see happen. If there were possible to have similar measures at the federal level, then this would certainly have a kind of snowball effect. I did refer briefly in my presentation to this, but there's this issue of the new business leaders, the fact that there's a relocation of businesses that are bought out by foreign interests, and after a certain number of years, they may shut down. Unfortunately, there is an alternative with the cooperative formula, a way of keeping these businesses in our areas, in Quebec and in other areas of Canada. The federal government could have a program that provides support to job maintenance in our regions so that these businesses stay in the regions where they are rather than letting them go to foreign interests. Can you explain to me what the major difference is in AgroPure? What is the major difference between you and a private business? We are a cooperative. That is, we are democratically managed. We have a board of directors that is made up of our members. So the way in which we manage the cooperative is not different from other businesses, but there are certain values that are reflected in our organization and that come from the grassroots. And we do have a way of keeping a relationship between our membership base and the management, and I think that this is a factor in our success so that we can continue to work for the benefit of our members.
Now to Mr. Lemieux. You have 5 minutes.
Président, et merci pour votre présence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming here. We're hearing a lot about the success of cooperatives in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada. And it's been for a number of days, and we've been hearing witnesses say that cooperatives are a success story. I did listen to your testimony. And the financial situation of AgroPure is very sound. You paid out $425 million to your members over 5 years, and there was another witness who pointed out that the return to members was 11% last year. And of course, this is quite extraordinary because it's much better than the banks. There's also the news that cooperatives are twice as strong as private businesses in a situation of an economic crisis. I believe that this was a study carried out in Quebec. But I think that we also have to remember that from the government point of view, we are dealing with a deficit of $23 billion, a huge amount. That is 10% of the government's revenue.
Demanding that we balance our books. And the way I think of it, much as members of the co-ops would demand that their co-ops balance their books. And this program of CDI has been operating for 10 years. And we've seen the success and the fruit. We're hearing it today from you. Il y avait un agrandissement au Québec. Vous avez dit de...
You said that in Quebec there was an increase of 595 new co-ops in the past 5 years in Quebec. So this has been a success, but we're going to have to do something about our expenditures.
Does AgroPure operate with a deficit, an annual deficit that's 10% of the revenues?
Je vais vous dire que non.
I think that I can tell you that the answer is no.
Of 10%, would their members demand that expenses be reviewed so that the books could be balanced, so that the co-op could survive, thrive, grow, etc.?
Mais je pense que...
I would say that the cooperative model, you're dealing with certain requests, and we are coming here to propose suggestive solution, to propose constructive solutions. When cooperatives create wealth, this wealth is shared among their members. But if there's a 10% deficit in a co-op, then of course there is no wealth being created. And the members' investments are endangered. So they have to, it would be necessary to review expenses and look at the financial situation. And this is what is happening to the government. I think it's important to understand that this particular program, CDI, was not being cut back. It is expiring. It was put in for a 5-year period, and after a 5-year period, we've seen very positive results. But now that the government is reviewing its expenses, and it has to deal with certain financial issues. But I'd like to put another question to you. It relates to the funding for other projects, because we've been hearing testimony to the effect that it is always difficult to come up with money to expand projects or initiatives to reinforce or strengthen co-ops. But I think that you did set aside $550 million for capital investments in the future for projects and initiatives. Can you tell me whether other cooperatives are able to do the same thing? Instead of returning a large percent of their revenue to their members, that set aside year after year a certain reserve so that there will be money for capital projects. We have not always been in this economic situation at AgroPure. We haven't always found ourselves in such a strong financial position as at the present time. It was a result of a very strict discipline observed over the past several years in order to be able to pay dividends to our members so that they would also be able to leave a part of this money to the cooperative. Then, of course, the enterprise has to be able to make money. That's the first criteria. We have to be competitive. We have to be able to respond to market requirements. This is our first responsibility as a business, of course. I cannot speak on behalf of other cooperatives. I don't know what their situation is, but based on our experience, yes, our members have been, we've been paying out most of our surplus in the form of dividends. However, our members do leave a part with the cooperative so that this can be used as a general reserve and for funding. That the part of the capital that is held in the cooperative belongs to the members, but the cooperative is able to benefit from this to develop it. This is why we mentioned our brief that in certain cases, when we like to see this type of program renewed, then the costs could be paid in deferred tax at a time when the members receive this money, that the tax be paid at the time. This would allow for capitalization, better capitalization of the cooperatives. This would not be a very expensive type of assistance, and it would also help the cooperatives. fund themselves more quickly.
That's really one of the things we request, and I think that's going to be helpful both for the organizations and for the government.
Now to Madame Freeman. You have the floor now for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you'll allow me, Mr. Chair, I'll just make a quick comment to the the comments that I think my colleague, Monsieur Namur, was talking about earlier. My colleague from across La Rivière-Outaouais. I find it interesting that $4 million is something that is not seen as a good return on investment when we're talking about in a recession. These are areas where jobs will be created in regions, and in an area like yours and mine, where we do see companies leave and cooperatives form as a result, that keeps jobs in our regions in a time when we need them. And they do form because these jobs are leaving. And that's why I think that this $4 million, when you're making choices in a budget in a recession, is well worth the investment. That's my little comment. And I will now move to Madame Bédard et Monsieur Riando. Je suis bien contente de vous avoir ici comme
I'm very happy to see you here. AgriPure includes the Oka cheese-making operation, which is in my riding, and it's an excellent example. When it was bought from the Abbey, jobs were maintained, jobs were created in the region, and it's an excellent example of something that a cooperative can do and of how cooperatives do bring benefits to our regions. Since you have a very large international cooperative, I think you've also been in operation for 75 years. Well, to have grown the way you have and to have the success you've had to remain competitive. So I'd like to ask, in your experience, how do cooperatives contribute? What sort of role do they have to play in innovation? Does that make any sense? Yes, of course. Well, really everything comes down to competitiveness, regardless of the sector you're operating in. We have to be competitive, be it in the area of innovation or otherwise. AgriPure is the only dairy industry or dairy organization to have invested millions in an R&D center to support innovation, to find new ways of having dairy products consumed in Canada to meet the needs of Canadians. And we've done it without any financial assistance from any government, be it federal or provincial. But it does give us an opportunity. We might have been able to go further, but it does give us an opportunity to innovate and to remain very competitive. That's what we are trying to do. And that was one of the ways in which we sought to grow. That's very interesting. You always need to engage in research and development if you are to remain abreast of new technologies, and cooperatives also have to do that in order to support themselves. And that's one difference between cooperatives and traditional corporations, would you say? Am I right in saying that? One consideration for a co-op is to survive, to be there for future generations. There are times where we look at our investments with an eye towards the long term than perhaps a public corporation might have. And that's why, because we're member owned. Ms. Verlan. In my region, RDC is very important. We often work with your representative there. And sometimes, for example, a hardware store will close, or a market will close, a market at which farmers wanted to be able to sell their products because they're not being given the opportunities by large supermarkets. And RDC has been there, especially with cuts that were announced recently. And those cuts make it much more difficult to start up co-ops. We have a couple of projects at the moment.
If you have a question, I would allow you to pose it very, very quickly.
Donc, simplement pour dire comment est-ce
How does RDC use its funding to help a startup co-op?
Comme je l'ai expliqué un peu dans...
As I said a little earlier, RDCs are supported by partnership agreements between the Quebec cooperative movement and the government of Quebec. CDI is something else completely. CDI is a federal program that RDCs did use in part, but not to provide support to cooperatives in the regions. I would add, however, in answer to the comment made by Mr. Lemieux earlier, that one of the major areas of support that large co-ops like Agripure, Desjardins provide is support for the cooperative movement through the partnership agreement with the government of Quebec. The Quebec government invests money, but so does the movement. And those combined funds support organizations that themselves focus on new cooperative development in the province. If there have been 595 in the province, it's not because of RDCs alone. We'd like there to be 595 next year too, across Canada. Please, very quickly. Inaudible.
Time. So we will move now to Mr. Bowen. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the committee for sharing your afternoon with us. Certainly your comments and your knowledge is very enlightening. Picking up on what some of the colleagues have said earlier this afternoon and just lately, and listening to what some of our presenters, their witnesses, told us, the co-ops have, for want of better words, a pretty good nest egg in terms of dollars put away for expansion and those kinds of things. What do you see as the percentage that is reasonable for government to be involved in this business? Like, there's 2 levels of government, the provincial and the federal governments that are involved in startup costs and other things. Has the co-op movement now reached a point where the government costs or the government input is not as critical as it once was because there are other sources of funding for startup co-ops that were there years ago? But now co-ops and mutual funds can be earmarked to help get a co-op up and running. So I guess I'm looking at the broad kind of distance and a near distance as well in terms of what's a reasonable percentage. If we talk percentage, then we don't have to worry about the numbers, like only $100,000 involvement for a co-op that's $2 million, or a co-op that's down here just getting started. So what would you say would be a reasonable percentage from both levels of government?
Moi, je vous dirais que c'est extrêmement...
I would say that that's highly variable, depending on the case. For the startup of a small co-op, things are totally different. The needs are totally different than the needs for the development needs of a co-op like Agripure. I'll let Agripure speak for itself. But in our sector, we work in co-op startup, and the needs, well, there are sources of funding, but the needs have a great deal to do with the organizations that will then support these startups once they're in place. Yes, there's a need for money to get the startup started, but support after that is extremely important so that the co-op starts up properly. If it starts up wrongly, it could die out, it would well die out. Those who survive have proper support from the start and in the years that follow. AgroPure has been around for 84 years. They didn't have that kind of support when they started, but then things were simpler. Now people need the right information, legal information, financial information. They need to know what's going on, what's available, and all of that needs financial support.
If you're talking about an organization that has the need for $2 million and is 10% of $2 million, you're talking more dollars than if you're talking about an organization who has the need to start up costs of $500,000. You know what I mean? A percentage is only a kind of a, I guess, an input cost, I'm saying, that would be needed for the co-ops, if in fact it's needed at all. And if it is needed, what do you see as a reasonable percentage of input? 10%, 20%, 30%?
C'est difficile, je trouve, de...
I find that a very difficult question to answer. You do ask difficult questions. I don't have a magic percentage that would meet needs as such. I think that percentage will vary from one case to the next.
For what Madame Freeman said as well, talking about how many dollars are required, there's government that was there's money needed by government, both levels of government. So how best can the government spend that money to help more of the population than is currently doing, or at least as well as is doing, and co-ops are one of those operations. I'm a co-op member, been one for 50 years. I remember when the operation started, very tentative, very tight, not much money. As far as I know, received no money from the province or the federal government. Received some help from another co-op. Now that co-ops, you know, I mean, they got money running out of their ears. They certainly are not short of dollars. So they found their own dollars for startup costs. There must have been a percentage there that they used, and I'm just wondering if we're talking about government involvement in business, then what percentage is reasonable to start it up if, in fact, there's any dollars available at all?
So time has expired. I think you've got I'll give you a second or two to finish posing your question, and then
I'd just
I will
like to hear
ask for a brief response
from the other two panel members, what they think a reasonable number is.
fiscal qui peut être...
Well, the whole tax side can be developed. It has a multiplication effect in what it brings to cooperatives. That's really not to be neglected. We were talking about the tax consideration and the investment plans by the federal government that would encourage investors to invest in their own co-ops. That has major yields, and it's not a huge cost it's not a huge cost for the return.
Response to that? We've gone fair bit over time, so if it's very brief, I'll allow.
Je dirais que...
I would say that basically the kind of help that's requested goes beyond financial help. There are always bankers who can provide loans or investors who can invest. Financial assistance is always welcome, but sometimes the help that's asked of the government is startup help, ongoing support for new co-ops that want to set up and get going. I think that's what we should look at. And when that did happen in the past, it was always welcome.
We'll move now to Mr. Allen. You have 5 minutes. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to our friends who are here today to talk to us. And as my colleague, Madame Freeman, said earlier, it is about choices. And I thank you for your recommendation. It's number 8, actually, that talks about a renewal of a program, because I have to agree with my friend, Mr. Lemieux. It's not about taking something away. It's about something that's coming to an end. Do you want to do it again? It's like You know, it's when you, Mr. Preston and I agree about this, about our lovely spouses who we think, we put them as number one. Well, that first dance with that soon-to-be spouse, you wanted to have another dance with that soon-to-be spouse. This is a program that seems that once you had that first dance and saw how wonderful it is, why would we dance again, would seem to me, rather than simply saying no. But it is about choices. So, I mean, if we renewed it for 10 years and we sold the gazebos, we'd have the money. But it seems to me that somebody built gazebos instead and spent tens of millions of dollars building gazebos rather than $4 million a year for the next 10 would have given us a program that's renewable. So it seems to me it is about those choices and it seems to me what I've heard from you today, this afternoon, and what we've heard in the past 2 days, and my colleagues across the way have actually agreed, you're successful. In more ways than just being profitable, you actually keep jobs in communities and create jobs in communities where jobs have been lost. Because as I was writing down when I was listening to you in translation, it's a little bit slower, obviously, you have to work it backwards. Members usually won't vote their jobs to Mexico or to China. But companies whose share value might drop a little tiny bit in a quarter or 2 quarters will. Because they have to appease the shareholder, who isn't necessarily the worker, whereas the cooperative, in your case, in Agripour's case, your dairy farmers aren't about to vote to have your dairy sent somewhere else to process their milk when they're actually still here, rather than say, well, we could send the dairy somewhere else and make it cheaper and get a cheaper quart of milk perhaps. But I'm part of it, and I'm not going to actually vote myself away, which brings us back to this whole issue of, if it's a successful model, and I think everyone here has said it is, it's not the only model, it's not the only thing we should do in an economy, obviously. Why wouldn't we take the success, try to emulate it, try to nurture it, and try to make it better and expand it? Would we not want to do that as policymakers from your perspective? I recognize you have a vested interest, and that's okay. We can take that from that perspective. But wouldn't that be something as policymakers you think you want to encourage us to do? And I'm free to, you're free to jump in or not, or I can certainly make a question of something else, or I'll just make another statement. It's okay. And I'm not trying to trap you, by the way. Yeah. Well, Mr. Chair will cut us off. Don't worry.
Je pense que
we live in a country that is democratic, and in my humble opinion, cooperatives democratize the economy in that, as you said, and as Mr. Lemieux more or less intimated, the wealth that's created is created by Canadians, by existing co-ops, by businesses here. And Ms. Bidard was talking about the survival of those organizations. Many co-ops have been around for decades. And in each of our sectors, we want to ensure our survival. We want to continue creating jobs for our children and grandchildren. Agripour recently took a business decision where the economists would have told us to sell off part of the company to foreigners. That's what the economy dictated we should do. We reassured our managers that we wanted to remain in all the dairy sectors in which we currently operated. We have a very active form of democracy within our organization, and during the consultation we reached about 2,000 of our members in 2002 and 2007. They repeated that they wanted to stay in all dairy sectors and to ensure the organization's survival. They want the organization to continue as a co-op because that provides for them the assurance that the organization will continue to process their milk regardless of what else is happening in the economy. And that's an assurance for them and for future generations. A cooperative is a legacy that we've received from preceding generations, and we want that legacy to be passed on to the next generations. So we don't want to say that we'll be selling off sectors so that in 10 or 20 years our children will say, you know, why did you do that? So we take a long-term view. Profits have to remain in Canada, and the wealth circulates within Canada. It pays taxes, it creates high-level jobs, and the expertise remains within Canada. Well, obviously, you can see that I'm sold on the idea. I really believe in it. It doesn't take anything away from other kinds of corporations or how they operate. But the cooperative business model really has a role to play.
Mr. Allen, the time has far expired, so we'll be moving now to Mr. Payne. You have 5 minutes. And I'm just going to caution all members, I've been pretty lax this afternoon, but please do not take advantage of it, because I don't want to have to start cutting everybody off right at 5 minutes, okay?
Are you starting the clock now, Mr. Chair? And I hope you're as generous with me as you have been with everybody on this committee. First of all, I just want to say thank you, everybody here, for coming, the panel members. It's important. And I would have to agree, and I don't think there's anybody on either side of the panels here, or the committee members, who have said that cooperatives are not done a great job here in the country, and all across Canada, and certainly been a really good model to see, and certainly to produce jobs, and certainly for the membership, obviously to produce some profits, as well as long-term survivability. I guess my first of all, I just wanted to ask a couple of questions of Agripur, because I was looking at and listening to your presentation, and you talked about obviously 27 plants in Canada, and in what regions are all of those plants?
Ontario, British Columbia, Quebec, and Alberta.
All right. So, and I think I did hear Mr. Belanger say something about you purchased an organization in Alberta, a facility in Alberta, a production plant.
Oui.
Okay.
Yes, we have.
Ridge.
Oh, in Lethbridge. Okay. All right. Excellent. And the reason I'm asking, I'm from Alberta. So I'm glad to hear that you're investing in our part of the country. So that's a very positive sign. And I guess one of the other things is on page 3, you talked about, and it's in the 4th paragraph of your presentation, you talked about most of the way down, Agripur provides financial support to these cooperatives and to promote recognition and so on. What type of financial support were you suggesting that you're providing? Is it marketing, or is it just cash, or what comprises the financial support?
Divers appuis, mais c'est principalement des appuis pour des.
It's primarily support for provincial or national organizations, be it the Quebec Council for Cooperation and Mutuality or the Canadian Council on Cooperation and Mutuality. As Ms. Ferland said, we contribute to the partnership program to promote the development of cooperatives. We're not in any particular sector. We're there to support organizations that in turn support the development of cooperatives. We also support SOCODEVI, which works in the area of international development. It's been around since 1984, and it helps us implement one of the principles of cooperative, the business model, intercooperation, and that's how we work internationally, to provide assistance in the development of cooperatives abroad. Cooperatives are a very powerful way for communities to take themselves in hand. We believe in our business model and we do everything we can to support it. But as I was saying in the brief, there are limits. We are ourselves an enterprise, a business enterprise, and we have to ensure that we remain profitable and survive.
And you also talked on page 6 about reinvesting in infrastructure. Could you sort of tell us what kind of funding you provided for infrastructure? What kind of investments have you made for that? It's in the first paragraph on page 6.
These are investments in plants. Plants have to be repaired, etc., maintained. We're at the leading edge of state-of-the-art technology, and we need to keep our infrastructure running so that we stay at the leading edge and stay competitive over time. And over time, we can do that for ourselves because we have the funding. But there are development projects for which we need financial support. And we do obtain them from banks or financial institutions. We do obtain that sort of support, I should say.
About 2 seconds, so I will just stop you there, I think, Mr. Payne, because we... and we will now move to Mr. Butt. We have you for 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Not being someone that has a lot of background in agriculture in particular, I would be interested to know a little bit more about the range of services that your cooperatives are providing, and what the difference would be, because this is one of the things I'm struggling with too. Is I was in the property management business before I became a member of Parliament, and I worked for an organization that was a collective of landlords, owners of rental apartment buildings, and we could never get government to understand whether we were a business or whether we were a residence, because we're housing people. And when I used to lobby municipal and provincial governments, I never lobbied the federal government, but I did municipal and provincial in my previous life, it was often difficult for me to explain, or for the government officials to understand, whether we were a business or whether we were obviously providing a residential service to people and managing their homes. So how do you look at cooperatives as, you talk about it being a business, but you say it's different. So what are the differences about being involved with a co-op versus being a traditional private sector company, if you're a dairy farmer doing it on your own, not being part of a cooperative as an example, versus being in it? What would you say are the fundamental differences between operating as a co-op versus being a regular private business that would operate in a traditional private business model?
Une coopérative.
A cooperative is an association of people that establishes an organization for itself to meet a need that those people have. It can be a cultural need, an economic need, or some other kind of need. In the very raison d'être of the organization, there is a need, there is a link between the need and the people. A cooperative is an organization in which members participate in capital, in the decision-making process, and share in surpluses, share in the profits. It has a direct link with the co-op. That's why the co-op is there. Those are the 4 cornerstones that make up a co-op. Those are not elements you would find in a company that has shares, that has capital shares. but its reason for being is not to share profits with its employees, it's to share profits with its members. That's not what a co-op is about. So the need of users is what drives the creation of a co-op. So it's like a full circle. The reason for which the co-op is created has a direct link to where the money goes. The money goes to the people who created the co-op in the first place to meet a need that they had. I don't know if that is really clear, but it's a full circle. It's a democratic management, profit sharing with those who established the cooperative in the first place. That's how it works. Maybe what I'm telling you is somewhat philosophical, but my statements are rooted in the values and principles of a cooperative.
Peut-être juste une image aussi pour résumer ça. Une coopérative.
Just an image. There are many kinds of cooperatives, but in our case, for our purposes, a cooperative is an organization that remunerates work, the work of its members. The dairy products produced on farms and delivered to the cooperative. Once a cooperative has served all its clients, we share the surplus, but we share it on the basis of the work that's been done on the farm, the milk that's been produced, whereas a share capital organization will reward shareholders regardless of the sector in which you operate. It simply remunerates you for your investment.
This explains why the Board of Directors is made up of 15 members who are administrators of the cooperative. They have to be dairy producers who are members of the cooperative. The members then are the ones that are in control of their destiny, their cooperative, through the processing of the milk that they produce. Thank you.
Concludes this panel. Et aussi cette réunion. Merci.
That concludes this meeting. We'd like to thank then the representatives of the organizations we have heard this afternoon. Thank you for your contribution.
Of any other business, so I don't think we have a need to move to committee business for this afternoon. Therefore, I will call the meeting adjourned.